Chapter 33-38. The Star Emperor was a super expert of the ancient times. Back then, she was known as the person who was most proficient in the Tao of stars in the ancient times. She was also the most favored genius by many sovereigns of the Emperor realm. However, she was trapped in the quasi-emperor realm for many years and had not broken through. In the end, the Star Emperor chose to break through reincarnation. She dispersed her cultivation and entered the reincarnation cycle alone. After reincarnation, she was the star and moon of today. However, she had now awakened the memories of her previous life. Not long ago, she had come out of seclusion and had mastered all the means of the Star Emperor. When she heard that her husband was fighting in the demon domain, she rushed over as fast as she could. The Star Emperor's eyes were filled with cold anger. This anger made people tremble. Even the World Devastation Demon Emperor had never seen the Star Emperor so angry. "You, the World Devastation Demon Emperor, stepped on the Dark Demon City," his face cold. "Why?" A heavy voice rippled in the void. The World Devastation Demon Emperor did not understand why the Star Emperor would stop him. "Because he is my husband, and the woman you took away is our daughter." Boom! The World Devastation Devil Emperor's mind rumbled loudly. He shook his head forcefully, and his body swayed a little. How is this possible? He could not believe that the woman he had pursued from the ancient times to the end of the Age of Chaos had already married someone else, and had given birth to a daughter. Damn it! When he saw the Star Emperor's expression, he finally believed the truth in front of him. He clenched his fists, and the World Devastation Demon Chi swirled. The terrifying demon Tao power swept across heaven and earth, as if to devour the demon domain. The World Devastation Demon Emperor's anger, like a volcano, finally erupted completely. Star Emperor. The World Devastation Demon Emperor looked down at the beautiful figure in the darkness. He roared in a hoarse voice, "Which part of me is not comparable to him? You would rather choose a trash than me?" The Star Emperor shook his head. "Trash? In my eyes you are the trash." Boom! The World Devastation Demon Emperor grabbed the void with his bare hands. A long spear condensed from the World Devastation Demon Chi pierced through the void and shot toward Fang Chen. "Humph, since he's your husband, I'll kill him before your eyes. I'll let you see with your own eyes what sort of trash he is." As soon as he finished speaking, the black spear appeared in front of Fang Chen with boundless pressure. Scram! Fang Chen shouted as he held the hidden star sword in front of his chest. A layer of sword-shaped runes surrounded his body. Dong dong dong! The black spear struck the sword-shaped rune, and its speed decreased sharply. At this moment, Star Emperor made his move. Voila! She gently raised her hand, and bright starlight burst out from her palm. In the next second, the starlight hand grabbed the dark spear. Crack! While everyone was still in shock, the starlight hand easily crushed the dark spear. "With me here, don't even think about hurting him," Star Emperor said indifferently. "Cosmic hand?" The World Devastation Demon Emperor raised his eyebrows slightly and said coldly, "If you had awakened the memories of your past life and comprehended the cosmic hand before this, I might be afraid of you. But now I have the Dark Demon City in my hands. What do you have to fight me?" Fang Chen took a step forward and came in front of Star and Moon. He stretched out his hand and held her small white hand in his palm. The two looked at each other and smiled. Seeing this scene, the World Devastation Demon Emperor completely fell into a state of madness. "I'm going to kill you!" Roar, roar, roar! A deafening sound broke out in the sky above the demon city. The Dark Demon City erupted, and the terrifying World Devastation Demon Chi swept through the entire demon city. "Not good," the Dark Annihilation Formation. The Samsara Sword Emperor's voice was heard, and his face was gloomy. "Retreat." Almost without any hesitation, the Samsara Sword Emperor's figure left the demon city in an instant. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Star Emperor and Fang Chen did not choose to retreat. Blood Emptiness Sword Technique. Fang Chen once again displayed the Blood Emptiness Sword Technique, and the sky was full of blood light, crazily bombarding the Dark Annihilation Formation. Ding ding ding! The power of the Dark Annihilation Formation was beyond his imagination. This is... Fang Chen felt that the power in the Dark Annihilation Formation was overlooking the power in his body in a rapid way. This is the Dark Annihilation Formation, be careful. Star Emperor's face was solemn. This formation was famous in ancient times. Once it is formed, even quasi-emperors will find it difficult to break it. Star Emperor did not expect the World Devastation Demon Emperor to have mastered this formation. Today, all of you will die. Since he could not get it, he would destroy it. At this moment, the World Devastation Demon Emperor's heart was filled with murderous intent. His piercingly cold eyes fell on Star Emperor, and he licked his dry lips, saying eerily, "The Dark Annihilation Formation is set up with the Dark Demon City as the core of the formation. Even if those old farts of the Sacred Palace come, they will not be able to break it." Seeing Fang Chen and Star Emperor trapped in the formation, the World Devastation Demon Emperor borrowed the power of the formation, and his figure constantly flashed. In the black fog, Fang Chen and Star Emperor were moving forward when they suddenly felt danger approaching. Without any hesitation, they slashed out with their sword. Bang! The void exploded, the sword light shattered, and the World Devastation Demon Emperor took a few steps back. "Humph, in this Dark Annihilation Formation, I am the master," the World Devastation Demon Emperor said coldly. His figure continued to flicker, looking for an opportunity to kill Fang Chen. As expected of the Dark Annihilation Formation, its power is really strong. Fang Chen, who had calmed down, couldn't help but sigh. The formation gathers rich World Devastation Demon Chi, and in a strange way, it transforms the World Devastation Demon Chi and greatly increases its power. As long as the martial artists trapped in it use their power, it will be absorbed by the Dark Annihilation Formation. If the Dark Annihilation Formation increased their power, it wouldn't be long before the power in their bodies was exhausted. At that time, they would lose their combat power and be at the mercy of others. "We need to break the formation as soon as possible," Star Emperor muttered. "Although the Dark Annihilation Formation is strong, I am confident that I can find its flaws," Fang Chen said. "Help me deal with the World Devastation Demon Emperor for a while." Star Emperor nodded and turned to leave. "Be careful," Fang Chen's voice sounded. In the void outside the Demon City, the Samsara Sword Emperor was extremely anxious. Boom boom boom. He frantically bombarded the formation, but there was nothing he could do. This made him very anxious. Palace Master Wood Green and the others were blocked by the experts of the Gu family and couldn't provide support in a short time. Right now, Fang Chen was really in a desperate situation, and there was nothing he could do. Time passed. In the Dark Annihilation Formation, Fang Chen, on the other hand, was fully immersed in cracking the formation. He was an Emperor-level array master, and his attainments in the array Dao had reached an incredible level. In terms of array Dao, no one in the immemorial chaos was his match. Although the Dark Annihilation Formation was strong, it was not untraceable. An image gradually appeared in Fang Chen's mind. This was the outline of the Dark Annihilation Formation. On this image, there were countless Xiao He dots, and Fang Chen's gaze was always on the brightest black dot. "That is the core of the Dark Annihilation Formation, right?" Fang Chen murmured. During this period, Star Emperor had been pestering the World Devastation Demon Emperor. Half a month later. "Damn it!" the World Devastation Demon Emperor roared. How could this be? After reincarnating, she had just awakened the memories of her previous life and recultivated the Star Hand, but how could she cultivate the Star Hand to such a level in such a short time? The Star Hand was Star Emperor's unique skill, and also her famous consummate skill. The Star Hand had a total of 9 levels, and after cultivating the first 8 levels, one already had the battle strength of a top quasi-emperor. Now, Star Emperor had cultivated the 9th level, and her battle strength soared to the perfection level. Although the World Devastation Demon Emperor could suppress Star Emperor with the help of the Dark Annihilation Formation and the Dark Demon City, he could not kill her. One must know that to become a perfection quasi-emperor, one's comprehension of the supreme law had reached a certain level. They all had very special means, and it was extremely difficult to kill them. However, in the current situation, suppression was far from enough. Forget it. First suppress Star Emperor, then wait for an opportunity to kill Fang Chen and disturb his mind. After thinking for a moment, the World Devastation Demon Emperor muttered, "Rip." The World Devastation Demon Emperor shuttled through every corner of the Dark Annihilation Formation, constantly looking for a way, but he was blocked by Star Emperor every time. Another 3 months passed. Bang! Star Emperor's delicate body flew out as if struck by lightning. Her throat moved, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. In this life, after all, my cultivation is too short, and my accumulation of power is not enough to display the strongest power of the Star Hand. Star Emperor shook her head, her face a little ugly. However, even if I die, I must stop the World Devastation Demon Emperor. While thinking, Star Emperor slowly got up. Her purple robe was stained with blood, and her graceful body swayed in the wind. "You can't stop me." The World Devastation Demon Emperor looked at Star Emperor and said coldly. Star Emperor shook her head and did not speak. "Humph, since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being impolite." In more than 3 months, the Dark Annihilation Formation had been exhausted, and the World Devastation Demon Emperor had taken action himself. Star Emperor was now an arrow at the end of its flight, and there was no need to fear her. Whoosh! The World Devastation Demon Emperor's murderous intent was aroused. He displayed a dark secret technique and rushed towards Star Emperor. At this time, Fang Chen, who had been meditating for 3 months, also had some changes. His body was filled with a strong aura of array, and the image of the Dark Annihilation Formation in his mind had become incomparably transparent. Every single black dot had already faded away. Buzz! With a thought, those black dots moved quickly, and finally these black dots connected together in a special way. Boom! A shocking force exploded in his mind. In the image, countless black dots released a terrifying force, blasting toward the center of the array. And the Dark Demon City, the center of the array that was indestructible in the eyes of the world, was also shattered in an instant. Rip! When the image in his mind dissipated, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. "I have to say, this Dark Annihilation Formation is really powerful. It took me 3 months to find its flaw," Fang Chen said. At this moment, the corners of his mouth curled up, and a strange smile appeared on his face. "Is it finally here?" Chapter 33-39. If the arrival of the Star Sovereign had shocked everyone, then the appearance of the Divine Blood City had shocked them to the extreme. A long time ago, in the era of heroes, the Divine Blood City had always been a powerful force. After the Bloodline Monarch built the Divine Blood City, he immediately led the city to the peak of the immemorial chaos. However, since the Bloodline Monarch's appearance, the Divine Blood City had been completely silent, as if it had disappeared from the immemorial chaos. After the Bloodline Monarch, no one had seen the Divine Blood City again. Now, not only had the Divine Blood City appeared, but it had also come to Mo Desire. Whoosh! Whoosh! Mo outside of Desire, in the dark void, blood flowers suddenly filled the sky, and the air was filled with a bleak aura. "Oh my God, what is that? Divine blood is floating. Could it be the Divine Blood City? Why would the Divine Blood City come to Mo Desire?" While many demonic cultivators were shocked, they were also very curious. Rip! In the void, a blood-red crack appeared, and in that crack, an arch bridge formed by blood instantly spread out. On that arch bridge, many figures walked out one after another. The leader exuded a terrifying aura. He was wearing a blood-red robe, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. This is the Lord of the Divine Blood City? The Reincarnation Sword Emperor, who was anxiously thinking of a solution, saw the arrival of the Divine Blood City. Since the Fire Demon Monarch and the others are so respectful to him, he must be the Lord of the Divine Blood City. The Reincarnation Sword Emperor felt a bloody aura spreading out, and even he felt his heart palpitate. What a terrifying bloodline power! The Reincarnation Sword Emperor was speechless. No wonder he was the successor of the Bloodline Monarch. No one in the immemorial chaos could compare with him in the Bloodline Tao. Since the Divine Blood City appeared, it has never left the extreme cold land. Why would it come to Mo? Just as the Reincarnation Sword Emperor was puzzled, the Lord of the Divine Blood City looked at him. Senior. The Demon Monarch grinned and cupped his hands at the Reincarnation Sword Emperor. With a thought, the bloody aura on his body instantly disappeared, revealing his true appearance. You are, after seeing his appearance, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor opened his mouth in disbelief. How is this possible? The Samsara Sword Emperor was at a loss. But soon, he realized that the castellan in front of him was actually Fong Chen's doppelganger. I rushed over when I sensed that my true body was in danger, said the Demon Monarch. Fortunately, I made it in time. His gaze landed on the Darkness Annihilation Formation as a murderous intent surged in his eyes. Boom! Boom! Just as the Divine Blood City arrived, the Dark Annihilation Formation also underwent a great change. Rip! Suddenly, a flaw appeared in the indestructible Darkness Annihilation Formation. Then, with the flaw as the center, cracks began to spread. Boom! Inside the formation, Fong Chen found a flaw in the Dark Annihilation Formation and used all his formation techniques to tear it apart. At the side, Star Emperor also struck with lightning speed. His unique skill, Star Hand, was pushed to the extreme. Every time he waved his palm, there would be starlight in the sky. The starlight attached itself to the gaps in the array and constantly tore them apart. Courting death. Seeing this, the World Devastation Demon Emperor roared in anger. Monstrous World Devastation demonic chi spread out from the Dark Devil City. Let's go. Fong Chen and Star Emperor looked at each other, then their figures flashed and instantly fled. Swoosh. Although the World Devastation Demon Emperor's attack was very fast, it still could not stop the two from escaping. Whoosh. Mo outside, Fong Chen and Star Emperor stood side by side. At this time, the Demon Monarch and the Reincarnation Sword Emperor also rushed over. World Devastation Demon Emperor. Fong Chen took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "The moment you had designs on my daughter, the outcome was already decided. Today, the four of us Boundary Emperors will join forces to kill you." Although Fong Chen was not a Boundary Emperor, he also had the battle strength of a Boundary Emperor. As for the Demon Monarch's clone, he had received the inheritance of the Bloodline King and had been cultivating in the Divine Blood City. Now, his battle strength had soared to the Boundary Emperor realm. In addition to the Reincarnation Sword Emperor and Star Emperor, there were 4 Boundary Emperors on their side. No matter how strong the World Devastation Demon Emperor was, he was still a Boundary Emperor. It would be extremely difficult for him to block the attack of 4 people, unless he stepped into the Emperor realm. Divine Blood City? The World Devastation Demon Emperor stood in the Dark Annihilation array and saw the Demon Monarch and the more than 20 domain lords behind him. My Mo. I don't want to interfere with your Divine Blood City. Why do you have to do this? The World Devastation Demon Emperor knew better than anyone else present that the Divine Blood City's foundation was very strong. Unless he had no other choice, he was not willing to start a war with the Divine Blood City. World Devastation Demon Emperor, open your dog eyes and look. The Demon Monarch sneered, his face full of disdain. He raised his head, and the bloody aura dissipated, revealing his true appearance. How is this possible? The world devastation demon emperor was shocked. He was shocked. You, the demon monarch, sneered. My original body and I are one. Now that my original body is in trouble, you want me to stand by and do nothing? As he spoke, the demon monarch flung his sleeves and said domineeringly, I have long heard of the MO. There are many demonic cultivators who cultivate demonic techniques and are inhumane. Since I took over the Divine Blood City, I have never taken action. Since my Divine Blood City has reappeared, we must enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill the evil. The demon monarch's voice was full of cold killing intent. Moreover, he was Fang Chen's clone, and now had a more honorable identity than Fang Chen. He was the lord of the Divine Blood City. With this identity, even the 10 palace masters of the Sacred Palace were not willing to provoke him. Seeing this, the world devastation demon emperor's expression turned grave. Previously, when the 3 boundary emperors joined forces, he was confident that he could resist them with the Dark Annihilation Formation and Dark Demon City. However, now that the Lord of the Divine Blood City had joined in, things were very different. He sensed an extremely terrifying bloodline power from the Lord of the Divine Blood City. This aura made his heart tremble. Damn it! The world devastation demon emperor clenched his fists, as if making a choice. His heart was full of unwillingness. It was not easy to lure Fang Chen here. If he did not kill him this time, he would not have another chance in the future. No, he must die. Suddenly, the world devastation demon emperor raised his head, his eyes full of madness. This is my MO. I have the final say. As his voice fell, the world devastation demon emperor spread out his hands, and the dark demon city under his feet was completely activated. Monstrous destructive demonic chi completely engulfed the Dark Annihilation Formation. Kill. The Dark Annihilation Formation evolved into a killing formation. Countless destructive demonic chi condensed into rays of dark sword light, shooting toward the 4 people. Break the formation first, Fang Chen said. Then he took a step forward and rushed to the front. Blood Void Sword Technique, Level 9. Star Hand. Reincarnation Sword Technique. Moon Picking Technique. The 4 experts joined forces to attack. Distance MO. The other domains not far away were already full of people. MO. This battle affected the entire primordial chaos. Except for the Gu family and the 9 palace masters who were entangled by the Gu family, other experts, including hidden experts, came one after another. They were all watching in the dark, their hearts trembling. God, the Lord of the Divine Blood City is actually Fang Chen's clone? Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. Just the identity of the Lord of the Divine Blood City is enough for him to do whatever he wants in the Sacred Palace. Fang Chen is simply too monstrous. Both his original body and clone have the battle strength of a quasi-emperor. If he survives this battle, he will undoubtedly become the strongest quasi-emperor in the ancient chaos. Many martial artists were discussing. Among the 4 of them, the Lord of the Divine Blood City is the strongest. His bloodline power is the strongest since ancient times. While everyone was in shock, the Demon King activated his bloodline power to the extreme. A drop of divine blood quickly condensed in his palm. Divine blood annihilation. He flicked his finger, and the divine blood fell. It shot out and collided with the Dark Annihilation Formation. At the same time, the Star Emperor's Star Hand, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor's Reincarnation Sword Technique, and Fang Chen's Blood Void Sword Technique crashed into the Dark Annihilation Formation. The divine blood was too overbearing. With it as the core, it rapidly spread. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Annihilation Formation became a Scarlet Formation. How is this possible? The World Devastator Demon Emperor did not expect the combined attack of the 4 quasi-emperors to be so powerful. No. The World Devastator Demon Emperor roared in anger and attacked desperately, trying to salvage the situation. Crack! When the divine blood completely infected the Dark Annihilation formation, the formation finally could not withstand it and shattered. Without the protection of the Dark Annihilation formation, the power of the divine blood swept through the entire Mo desire. Dong! Dong! Mo, the ground trembled, the earth cracked, and the mountains shook. Countless demonic cultivators fell into the bottomless abyss and let out miserable cries. The World Devastator Demon Emperor looked down. In just a few seconds, it had turned into Azura Hell. His eyes were spitting fire, and his anger soared. Damn it! After shattering the Dark Annihilation formation, Feng Chen could not help but sigh. As expected of the divine blood left by the Bloodline Monarch. When the clone activates the divine blood, its attack power has surpassed mine. The Reincarnation Sword Emperor and the Star Emperor were also stunned. Although the four had contributed to shattering the formation, the core was still that drop of divine blood. Is that the divine blood left by the Bloodline Monarch? The Reincarnation Sword Emperor's heart trembled. The power in that drop of divine blood made him tremble. It was like the aura of the Sovereign Emperor realm. To be safe, let's kill the World Devastator Demon Emperor as soon as possible, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor urged. Let him live, Feng Chen said. His primordial spirit, which was at the peak of the Void Realm, could not detect the aura of his daughter. He felt strange. If he wanted to find his daughter, he had to start with the World Devastator Demon Emperor. Let's go. The four Boundary Emperors joined forces again and attacked the World Devastator Demon Emperor. In the distant void, many experts shook their heads and sighed. They were extremely shocked. Defeated, the World Devastator Demon Emperor was defeated. He can only blame his opponent for being too strong. It is impossible for him to resist against the four of them. They knew that after this battle, desire would no longer exist. Ha! You want to kill me? Impossible. The World Devastator Demon Emperor threw the Dark Demon City at the four, blocking their attack route. At the same time, his figure flashed and appeared at the entrance of the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. You destroyed my desire. I, the World Devastator Demon Emperor, swear that I will make you suffer. As his voice fell, the World Devastator Demon Emperor fled into the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Buzz. Moin the sky, the monstrous demonic chi gradually dissipated. The earth collapsed, the void was torn apart, and turned into ruins. The demonic cultivators were almost wiped out. Chapter 3340. Is it over? In the distant void, countless martial artists exclaimed in amazement. Recalling the shocking blow just now, everyone's heart was set off stormy waves. They would never forget how powerful this battle was. Is this a battle between top quasi-emperors? It's too terrifying. The power that dissipated from the last blow was enough to kill an ordinary quasi-emperor expert. Fortunately, we were too far away and escaped fast enough. Otherwise, we would have died. Some of the martial artists who had survived the disaster sighed endlessly. Even so, there were still a number of weak martial artists who were too slow to escape and were swept away by the power that dissipated from the demon domain. Everyone's gazes simultaneously landed on the tall figure from the Devil region because they knew that after today, this man would become a supreme expert whose name would shake the entire supreme ancient immortal realms. Feng Chen. Everyone remembered this name. In the sky above the demon domain, Feng Chen and the other three stood side by side. They looked down at the ground that had turned into ruins, without a trace of pity in their eyes. The demonic cultivators in the demon domain were extremely cruel and had always aimed to kill the martial artists of the human race. Now they had only themselves to blame for dying in this great battle. What a pity! The Samsara Sword Emperor shook his head and sighed. The existence of the World Devastator Demon Emperor was also a potential threat to the Sacred Palace. The four of them had a chance to suppress the World Devastator Demon Emperor together, but they were just a little bit off. On the other hand, a look of anxiety appeared on Star Emperor's face. "Brother Chen, can you find where Shi-Er is?" Star Emperor had searched the entire demon domain but did not find any trace of Fang Shi, which made her very anxious. Just as Fang Chen was about to comfort Star Emperor, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and a golden light flashed in his eyes. "That's Shi-Er's aura." A familiar aura came from the entrance of the Demon Emperor's tomb. After sensing this aura, Fang Chen took a big stride and came to the Demon Emperor's tomb. "Shi-Er!" Fang Chen shouted and immediately plunged into the Demon Emperor's tomb. "Brother Chen!" The Star-Arch called out worriedly as he prepared to enter the mausoleum to look for Fang Chen. However, right at that moment, a deafening voice sounded from the Demon Imperial Mausoleum. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying demonic chi of extermination gushed out like a volcanic eruption. A figure was sent flying amidst the overwhelming demonic aura. Dong! Fang Chen's body smashed into a mountain, causing it to crumble instantly. "Poochie!" He struggled to get up and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his clothes were tattered. He seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. "Brother Chen!" Fang Chen! Samsara Sword Emperor and Star Emperor rushed towards Fang Chen immediately, while Demon King watched the entrance of Devil King's mausoleum closely. Boom! Monstrous demonic chi gushed out continuously. At the entrance of the Demon Emperor's tomb, a black-robed World Devastator Demon Emperor slowly walked out. His face was filled with a strange smile. His eyes were filled with disdain. "I have said that you will pay a heavy price for destroying my demon's domain." The World Devastator Demon Emperor stood with his hands behind his back and looked coldly at Fang Chen. "How can you imagine the means of the World Devastator Demon Emperor? Today, this demon's domain will be your burial ground." "What happened?" The Samsara Sword Emperor was shocked. Just now, the four of them had joined forces and the World Devastator Demon Emperor was severely injured and had fled into the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. But why had his injuries healed in just a moment? Moreover, his aura was much stronger than before. It gave the Samsara Sword Emperor a feeling that he was in the Emperor realm. Impossible! The Samsara Sword Emperor shook his head and ruled out this possibility. Although the World Devastator Demon Emperor's aura was very strong, he was sure that the former had not stepped into the Emperor realm. Could it be because of the Demon Emperor's mausoleum? The Samsara Sword Emperor's pupils shrank and his face became solemn. Beside him, Fang Chen gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in a deep voice, "He devoured many ancient grievances in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum and used a shocking method to severely injure me when I was distracted to look for Shi-Er. How could this be?" The Samsara Sword Emperor was puzzled. However, the World Devastator Demon Emperor did not give them a chance. With a flip of his hand, a black bronze mirror appeared in his palm. Buzz! 5 different colors instantly appeared on the black bronze mirror. These 5 colors intertwined with each other and exuded a terrifying aura. Countless roars could be faintly heard from within. "Be careful, this thing targets the primordial spirit and can form a powerful primordial spirit attack," Fang Chen said in a deep voice. "Even my primordial spirit, which is at the peak of the emptiness realm, can hardly withstand it." "Soul Dao attack?" The Star Emperor's face suddenly changed. Among the four of them, Fang Chen's primordial spirit was the strongest and had reached the peak of the emptiness realm. If even he could not withstand the power of the black bronze mirror, how could they withstand it? 5 colors that target the primordial spirit, could it be the reincarnation Sword Emperor seemed to have thought of something? He gasped and his heart trembled. Colorless soul refining mirror. 5-color soul refining mirror? Fang Chen was surprised. In the ancient times, a Soul Dao dominator used countless resentment to refine a bronze mirror. This bronze mirror is the 5-color soul refining mirror. This is because the 5-color soul refining mirror contains countless resentment and can explode with powerful soul Dao attack. Every time it kills an enemy, it will absorb their resentment and strengthen itself. The Reincarnation Sword Emperor said in a deep voice. In the ancient times, the 5-color soul refining mirror had always been the nightmare of many martial artists. I did not expect the World Devastator Demon Emperor to be able to obtain it. Haha, it seems that you know the 5-color soul refining mirror well. The World Devastator Demon Emperor sneered. In that case, you should know what to do, right? Let's run. We have no way to deal with the 5-color soul refining mirror, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor said. The Star Emperor was speechless. Even a primordial spirit at the peak of the Void Realm could not withstand the attack of the 5-color soul refining mirror, let alone them. Is there no other way? The Star Emperor asked unwillingly. Fang Chen slowly raised his head and looked at the World Devastator Demon Emperor seriously. The more Fang Chen fought with the World Devastator Demon Emperor, the more certain he was that the World Devastator Demon Emperor's mausoleum was. It was highly possible that the 5-color soul refining mirror was also obtained from the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Fang Chen flipped his hand and a black token appeared in his palm. This token was obtained after he passed the test of the Demon Mountain's stairs and obtained the recognition of the myriad demon willpower. As long as he activated this token, he could return to the Demon Mountain and receive the inheritance of the myriad demon willpower. Looking at the black token, Fang Chen shook his head and kept it. Unless it was a last resort, he did not want to take that step. Senior, it is difficult for us to escape from the Demon City. Only by fighting will we have a chance of survival, Fang Chen said. You and Yuer hide in the dark cave mountain first. I will deal with him. Brother Chen. Star Emperor shook his head. No matter what, I will fight alongside Brother Chen. Reincarnation Sword Emperor also shook his head. At such a critical moment, how could he abandon Fang Chen? Now is not the time to act on impulse. I am confident that I can deal with the World Devastator Demon Emperor alone. If you are here, you will only add to my troubles, Fang Chen said seriously. But Star Emperor still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Reincarnation Sword Emperor. Maybe Fang Chen is right, Reincarnation Sword Emperor said. At first, he also refused, but after thinking carefully, he chose to believe in Fang Chen. Crash. After putting the two into the dark cave mountain, Fang Chen and his avatar stood side by side, the power around them fluctuating. It's useless. After you die, they will die too. The World Devastator Demon Emperor sneered, not putting Fang Chen in his eyes at all. I hope it will work. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Boom. Both he and his avatar displayed the invincible sword art. Sword of Slaughter. The bloody sword light whizzed out, interweaving into a sword net between heaven and earth, and rushed toward the World Devastator Demon Emperor. Die. Without hesitation, the World Devastator Demon Emperor activated the 5-color soul refining mirror. Buzz. Rings of soul Dao power came out from the 5-color soul refining mirror. White, black, red, yellow, purple. 5 different colors represented 5 different types of soul Dao power. Gotcha. When the first type of soul Dao power blasted into the Demon King's mind, the latter was sent flying. Poochie. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but quickly got up. Come on, let me see how strong your 5-color soul refining mirror is. The second and third types of soul Dao power blasted toward Fang Chen one after another. Boom. Boom. In the void, the terrifying soul Dao power surrounded the primordial spirits of the original body and his avatar. Break! Fang Chen roared as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. His consciousness had become blurry, but he still relied on his tenacious will to persevere. When the 4th type of soul Dao power fell on his body, his turbid eyes suddenly opened, shooting out a dazzling light. He looked up and saw that the sky was covered with dark clouds and rolling thunderclouds. The terrifying thunderclouds formed vortexes one after another, as if doomsday had arrived. This is, the world devastator demon emperor also noticed this and was a little surprised. It was impossible for the five-color soul refining mirror to cause a change in heaven and earth, but the thunderclouds had been accumulating in the sky above the demon domain. What was going on? At this time, Fang Chen opened his palm, and a wild smile appeared on his face. The bottleneck that had troubled him for a long time was finally about to break through. Come on! Both his true body and his clone stood in the air, allowing the lightning to strike them as it pleased. Breakthrough? The world devastator demon emperor exclaimed. Fang Chen, who was only at the world king realm, was able to force him to such a state. Once he stepped into the world evolution realm, how strong would his combat strength be? No, I must not let him break through. Otherwise, the five-color soul refining mirror will not be able to kill him. The world devastator demon emperor frantically activated the five-color soul refining mirror. In the dark cave mountain, Star Emperor was very anxious as he looked at everything that was happening outside. As for Samsara Sword Emperor, he finally understood what Fang Chen meant when he said he was confident. He is using the five-color soul refining mirror's power to squeeze himself and seek a breakthrough in the crisis. The Reincarnation Sword Emperor sighed. Chapter 33:41. The five-colored soul refining mirror targeted the primordial spirit and its power was too strong. Even a powerful primordial spirit at the peak of the emptiness realm would find it difficult to resist. At this moment, everyone thought that Fang Chen would not be able to resist the world devastator demon emperor's attack. What is he doing? At this moment, everyone suddenly discovered that Fang Chen and the Demon King were actually close to each other. Lightning flashed in the sky and the terrifying power of thunder swooped down, drowning Fang Chen and Fang Chen. He is breaking through. It was unknown who cried out in alarm, but this news quickly spread. Those martial artists who were hiding in the distant void and watching the battle widened their eyes in disbelief. At this critical moment of life and death, Fang Chen actually chose to break through. How much courage did this require? Of course, there were also some experts who were filled with curiosity. Fang Chen, who was at the World King realm, already had the combat strength of a peak boundary emperor. If he successfully broke through to the World Evolution realm, how strong would his combat strength be? Would he be able to reach the level of a peak boundary emperor, or even be comparable to a sovereign emperor? A crazy idea appeared in everyone's mind. At the entrance of the Demon Emperor's mausoleum, the world devastator Demon Emperor's dark eyes stared at Fang Chen. Seeing him break through, the corners of his mouth curled up and he revealed a disdainful smile. It's useless. Even a peak boundary emperor cannot resist the power of the five-colored soul refining mirror. You want to break through under this pressure? How ridiculous! Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying power of the soul Tao released by the five-colored soul refining mirror had already arrived in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen felt his primordial spirit tremble as if it was being sealed by an invisible force. It was very uncomfortable. Break! Fang Chen gritted his teeth and exchanged glances with his doppelganger. Then, with the help of the power of thunder, they instantly merged into one. At this moment, a vast power of sword Tao appeared around his body. The dazzling sword light shrouded the entire demon domain. It had already been some time since he stepped into the World King realm. The strength within his body had already accumulated to the limit. All he lacked was a turning point. But this time, Fang Chen chose to seek a breakthrough under the pressure of the five-colored soul refining mirror and the world devastator Devil Emperor. Dong dong dong. When his doppelganger merged with his original body, the thoughts of the two merged. The power of the divine blood in his body also instantly intertwined, forming a terrifying bloodline storm. What a powerful bloodline power! The hearts of the spectators trembled. Such a dense bloodline power reminded them of the bloodline monarch of the past. Even the World Devastation Demon Emperor was a little shocked at this scene. Kill! An ominous premonition rose in his heart. Soon after, he waved his hand. Multicolored light shot out from the five-colored spirit-refining mirror as a terrifying Soul Tao power erupted once again. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Soul power spears began to form in the air. Under the control of the World Devastation Demon Emperor, these soul power spears pierced through the void and headed straight for Fang Chen. Gotcha! In the blink of an eye, countless soul power spears directly pierced through Fang Chen's body. Blood sprayed out from the latter's body as the power of the bloodline shook. Brother Chen! In Dark Cave Mountain, Star Emperor saw this scene clearly. She cried out involuntarily as she fell into madness. World Devastation Demon Emperor, I will kill you. However, the Samsara Sword Emperor was abnormally calm. He reached out and patted Star Emperor's shoulder, comforting her. Don't worry. Since Fang Chen chose to do this, it means that he has a lot of confidence. Although the Samsara Sword Emperor hadn't known Fang Chen for a long time, he knew Fang Chen quite well. Fang Chen's character was mature and he never boasted. Since he had made the decision, he had at least a 50% chance of winning. The Samsara Sword Emperor looked seriously at Fang Chen, who was pierced by the soul power spears. He stretched out his finger and said, although he was pierced by the soul power spears, there is not much pain on his face. On the contrary, the power of the bloodline in his body is even more restless. If I'm not wrong, he is using the powerful power of the five-color soul refining mirror to compress himself. He wants to use this as a breakthrough to step into the boundary evolution realm. Star Emperor heard this and looked up. She was an expert from the Antiquity Age, and her vision was higher than the Samsara Sword Emperor's. She, who had calmed down, saw the clues at a glance. Her white little hands were tightly clenched together, and her palms were full of sweat. Brother Chen, you must hold on. In the sky above the demon domain, the World Devastation Demon Emperor looked coldly at Fang Chen. Still not dead? He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the five-color soul refining mirror's full power attack couldn't kill him. Humph, your primordial spirit is already very unstable and has begun to become chaotic. I want to see how you will withstand the next attack. The World Devastation Demon Emperor sneered and immediately activated the five-color soul refining mirror in his hand again. Countless soul power spears whistled out again. In the distant void, countless martial artists shook their heads. This attack was too powerful. Fang Chen had already been seriously injured and couldn't withstand it. Unless an Emperor Realm Dominator appeared, Fang Chen would undoubtedly die. Many martial artists were sighing. Was a genius of a generation going to die in the domain of demons? Their faces were full of complicated expressions. Today, Fang Chen was recognized as the #1 genius in the ancient Chaos Age and was much stronger than Gu Tianhua. And now, after everyone knew that the Divine Blood City Lord was his clone, they were incomparably respectful of him. The experts of the Sacred Palace unanimously believed that Fang Chen was the most likely genius to step into the Emperor realm in the Age of Chaos. But now, such a peerless genius was about to fall in front of everyone's eyes. Die. When the second attack fell on Fang Chen, his body could no longer withstand it and shattered with a loud bang. Ha ha! The World Devastation Demon Emperor laughed crazily. You won't have a good ending if you go against me. The power of the Soul Tao enveloped Fang Chen's body and shattered it into pieces. Drops of blood floated in the void. However, Fang Chen's consciousness did not dissipate. I see. At this moment, the doubts that were stuck at the bottleneck finally had an answer. Break and rebuild. After understanding, the blood that was scattered in the void quickly gathered together. In the blink of an eye, a new body was formed. Boom, boom. At the same time, His primordial spirit in his mind continued to strengthen. When the color of his primordial spirit turned completely purple, the power of the Soul Tao finally stopped growing. Reality realm. Fang Chen was overjoyed. He clenched his fists and was extremely excited. Buzz. At this moment, the power in his body also instantly rose to the peak. After the black hole bloodline in his body merged with the divine blood, it had undergone a transformation. At this moment, Fang Chen's bloodline aura had reached the peak. Is this the world evolution realm? Fang Chen could feel the ethereal and supreme power of the natural order in the void. This was the symbol of the world evolution realm. He clenched his fist, and the void in front of him instantly shattered. When an ordinary world king breaks through to the world evolution realm, their strength will at most increase by 100 times. But I am different. After my clone absorbed the divine blood and obtained the inheritance of the divine blood city, its strength is comparable to a boundary emperor. Now that it has merged with my main body, its strength has increased by 1,000 times. Fang Chen sighed. Right now, his combat prowess was even stronger than that of a consummation quasi-emperor. It could be said that he was the strongest person under the emperor realm. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and suppressed the joy in his heart. He clapped his hands and the power of the Soul Tao that enveloped him instantly dissipated. The World Devastation Demon Emperor stared at Fang Chen, who was enveloped by the power of the Soul Tao, and sneered. You think you are qualified to compete with me for a woman? Just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden change. The power of the Soul Tao that had spread throughout the demon domain suddenly dissipated, and a terrifying airflow escaped. Not good. He cursed inwardly. His figure flashed, and he quickly retreated to the entrance of the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Gotcha! He was shocked to find that the light of the five-colored soul-refining mirror in his hand had dimmed. He suddenly raised his head and stared at the land of the demon domain with his pitch-black eyes. A figure slowly walked out from the demonic chi. Fang Chen, the World Devastation Demon Emperor, cried out involuntarily. His heart was in turmoil as he couldn't believe what he was seeing. How is this possible? He actually blocked the attack of the five-colored soul-refining mirror? It wasn't just the World Devastation Demon Emperor. The entire ancient chaos was shocked. The many cultivators hidden in the distant void were completely stunned when they saw Fang Chen reappear. Did he break through? Monster, a peerless monster. He actually succeeded in breaking through in such a deadly situation. Too powerful. I feel an incomparable oppressive might from his body. For a moment, all the cultivators were filled with horror. In the dark cave mountain, the Star Emperor's tensed face finally relaxed. Amazing! The reincarnation Sword Emperor couldn't help but sigh. After breaking through to the boundary evolution realm, Fang Chen's strength can be called an invincible emperor to be. The World Devastation Demon Emperor is nothing to be afraid of. After worrying for a long time, he could finally rest assured. No, impossible. The World Devastation Demon Emperor felt a terrifying aura emanating from Fang Chen's body. His body involuntarily trembled. Die. The World Devastation Demon Emperor's face was ferocious as he activated the five-colored soul-refining mirror with all his strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of blazing flames burst out from the five-colored soul-refining mirror. Each flame contained a powerful Soul Tao power that could easily burn a primordial spirit of a peak void realm expert. These blazing flames intertwined and danced in the sky, enveloping the entire demon domain. Humph! Fang Chen snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, his corporeal realm primordial spirit was released. Countless cultivators prostrated themselves on the ground. An ancient power surrounded the heavens and earth. Puff, puff. The blazing flames that approached Fang Chen instantly shattered. This is the primordial spirit corporeal realm? The World Devastation Demon Emperor roared. His hand trembled as he held the cracked five-colored soul-refining mirror. A trace of fear grew in his heart. Although the colorless soul-refining mirror is strong, it can only suppress the primordial spirit of a void realm expert. After breaking through to the boundary evolution realm and merging my original body with my clone, my primordial spirit stepped into the corporeal realm. It is as strong as an emperor realm expert. Naturally, this primordial spirit attack can't do any harm to me, Fang Chen said softly. He glanced in the direction of the fire demon True Lord and the others and smiled. Chapter 33-42. From then on, there were no more demon kings in the world, but there was one more invincible boundary emperor. After the original body and avatar had completely merged, the black hole bloodline had absorbed the power of the divine blood and transformed into the most terrifying bloodline in the world, and also the most powerful bloodline. In addition, his primordial spirit had also stepped into the corporeal realm that everyone dreamed of. His physical body was also close to the limit, and his entire person had undergone a perfect transformation. The five-colored spirit-refining mirror was a super-powerful Soul Dao offensive weapon, and even a boundary emperor expert could do nothing about it. But now, after Fang Chen's primordial spirit had reached the corporeal realm, his violent Soul Dao power formed a physical attack that instantly pierced through the five-colored spirit-refining mirror in the World Devastator Demon Emperor's hand. No! The World Devastator Demon Emperor held the broken bronze mirror tightly and let out an angry roar. This black bronze mirror was his Sa. Shou Jian was also where his confidence lay. But now it had been shattered by Fang Chen, and he could not accept this fact no matter what. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He shook his head frantically, unwilling to believe what was happening in front of him. Crack! Above Fang Chen's head, a physical ball of primordial spirit light burst out with a dazzling light, and for a moment the entire MO. All the martial artists' minds went blank. The five-colored necromancer mirror shattered under the terrifying pressure of the Soul Dao. Bang! The World Devastator Demon Emperor spat out blood, his face pale, and his body heavily smashed into the entrance of the Demon Emperor's tomb. Run! At this moment, his heart was filled with fear, and there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to escape into the Demon Emperor's tomb. Want to leave? Seeing this, Fang Chen sneered, and his eyes flashed like lightning. A thick Soul Dao power shot out, and instantly enveloped the World Devastator Demon Emperor's body. Ah! At the entrance of the Demon Emperor's tomb, there was a tragic cry. Then, the World Devastator Demon Emperor's body crashed to the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness. His primordial spirit had been completely destroyed. Dong! His huge body heavily smashed into the ground, and dust flew up. The World Devastator Demon Chi in the void frantically dissipated. In just an instant the entire MO. The World Devastator Demon Chi had completely disappeared. Everyone was shocked. What power is this? Too strong. I can feel the power of a sovereign emperor. The World Devastator Devil Emperor was killed so easily. Countless cultivators who were hiding in the distant void watching the battle widened their eyes, and their hearts were in turmoil. In Dark Cave Mountain, Star Emperor's tense face relaxed when she saw this. Her beautiful eyes were filled with joy. She stared blankly at Mo, who was standing there. Looking at the tall and straight figure in the sky, he was secretly delighted. This was her husband. In the distance, Fire Demon True Monarch and the others were waiting. The ladies looked at each other. Is this still the boundary evolution realm? After a long period of shock, True Monarch Fire Demon was the first to speak. He swallowed his saliva and was somewhat at a loss. To be able to kill the World Devastator Demon Emperor with a single thought, no one in the primordial chaos would be a match for him. True Monarch Water Source said. The original body and the clone both possessed the battle prowess of a quasi-emperor. Now that they have merged and broken through to the boundary realm, their battle prowess is close to that of a quasi-emperor. Emperor realm. Ever since the immortal emperor, no one had appeared. This world had undergone a great change, and was subject to many restrictions. It was called the Age of Doom. In such an era where cultivation resources were extremely scarce, the highest cultivation level one could reach was the quasi-emperor realm. For countless years, many quasi-emperors had been risking their lives to find the path to the emperor realm. However, for so many years, no one had succeeded. Now, Fang Chen, with his boundary evolution realm cultivation, could unleash the battle prowess of a quasi-emperor. It was no wonder that the people of Divine Blood City were shocked. Invincible quasi-emperor. Fang Chen's strength was enough to be called an invincible quasi-emperor. That's right, with the strength of the city lord, he is worthy of being an invincible quasi-emperor. After a fierce battle, it had been completely turned into ruins. Only the demon emperor's mausoleum was still intact. Crash! The reincarnation Sword Emperor and Star Emperor appeared in Dark Cave Mountain. Amazing! The reincarnation Sword Emperor gave Fang Chen a thumbs up and couldn't help but praise him. Brother Chen, you have killed the world-destroying demon emperor. Do you know the whereabouts of Shi-Er? Star Emperor was most concerned about his daughter, Fang Shi. Fang Chen nodded and then waved his hand. The entire Dark Demon City showed signs of cracking and finally collapsed. At the core of the collapsed Dark Demon City, there was a majestic world-destroying demon chi wrapped around a figure. That person was Fang Chen's daughter, Fang Shi. Shi-Er. Fang Shi, who was floating in midair, had no signs of life on her body. Star Emperor took a big step forward and held her in his arms. Shi-Er. Star Emperor's divine sense swept over and instantly broke down and burst into tears. You will be fine. Mother will find a way to save you. Star Emperor sobbed. Fang Chen's face was gloomy, and her eyes were filled with endless anger. The reincarnation Sword Emperor said, "She's not dead." Fang Chen turned his head and looked at the reincarnation Sword Emperor. The latter said, "Although she has no signs of life, I have a feeling that there is a very familiar aura in her body." Smack! All of a sudden, the Samsara Sword Emperor slapped his head as he suddenly recalled something. The heart of the flame demon, it's the heart of the flame demon. Immediately, his divine sense shrouded Fang Shi and carefully examined her. Sure enough, it was exactly as he had guessed. The power in Fang Shi's body was exactly the same as the heart of the flame demon. What's going on? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. Whoosh, whoosh. Everyone in Divine Blood City walked over together. Greetings, City Lord. The Demon King had received the Bloodline King's inheritance and became the City Lord of Divine Blood City. Now that the Demon King had merged with Fang Chen was the City Lord of Divine Blood City. Fang Chen nodded gently. He was worried about his daughter's safety and did not say anything. City Lord, I know about the heart of the flame demon. The person who spoke was Fang Chen's old acquaintance, the fire demon True Monarch. Oh! In ancient times, there was a super expert of the demon race. His attainments in the demon way reached an incredible level. After he died, his heart was wrapped in the demon chi that he had cultivated all his life and turned into the heart of the flame demon. It has been passed down since then. The fire demon True Monarch said, "The heart of the flame demon contains the most powerful inheritance of the demon race. As long as the demon race of the future unseals it, they can obtain the inheritance of the demon race. However, the power in the heart of the flame demon is too strong. Only the all-fusion body can bear its power. It seems that the World Devastator Demon Emperor also wants to use her body to unseal the heart of the flame demon. Is my daughter in danger?" Fang Chen asked. Because the power in the heart of the flame demon is too strong, the primordial spirit of those who are too weak will definitely shatter and the vitality in their body will be completely absorbed by the heart of the flame demon. However, as long as the heart of the flame demon exists in her body, she is not really dead. This situation could be called a living dead. Boom! A shocking sword intent erupted from Fang Chen's body without warning, and his heart burned with anger. Damn the world devastator demon emperor. Fang Chen, don't be impulsive. Although the heart of the flame demon is strong, your daughter may still be saved. The Samsara Sword Emperor held Fang Chen's shoulder and said, "As far as I know, Palace Master Mu Qing once saw the heart of the flame demon in a certain era. Perhaps he has a way." Hearing this, Fang Chen seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find them." After saying this, Fang Chen remembered that the 9 quasi-emperors of the sacred palace had been blocked by the experts of the Gu clan on their way to support him. "By the way, how is Palace Master Mu Qing and the others now?" Fang Chen asked. "The situation is not good. The experts of the Gu clan who have recovered are all survivors of the ancient era. Although they are all quasi-emperors, they are much stronger than Palace Master Mu Qing and the others," the Samsara Sword Emperor said in a low voice. "Take me there." Fang Chen exchanged a few simple words with the Star Emperor, and then sent the mother and daughter into Immortal Cave Mountain. Then, Fang Chen turned his head and looked at the fire demon True Lord and the others. "In the name of Divine Blood City, gather all the forces that can be mobilized in the ancient chaos." "City Lord?" The fire demon True Lord was surprised. "Are you going to attack the Gu clan?" "Humph, if it weren't for the Gu clan, my daughter wouldn't have become like this," Fang Chen said coldly, his killing intent overflowing. "Don't worry, City Lord. When the Bloodline King once dominated the ancient chaos, he secretly accumulated a lot of power. There are also many old monsters who owe him a favor. Now that our Divine Blood City has appeared, as long as you raise your arm and call for help, there will definitely be many people coming to help. City Lord, go ahead and deal with your matters. Leave this matter to me." After saying this, the fire demon True Lord and the others left one after another. Desire. Fang Chen and the Samsara Sword Emperor also left through a wormhole. In a battle, Fang Chen killed the world devastator demon emperor with his own strength. Moreover, at the critical moment of the fierce battle, he broke through and stepped into the boundary realm. His combat strength soared, and he defeated the quasi-emperors. At the same time, the news that he was the successor of the Bloodline King and the City Lord of Divine Blood City spread completely. The entire primordial chaos trembled. Everyone was crazily shouting Fang Chen's name. Those martial artists and sect who had some interactions with Fang Chen were treated with respect by many major forces because of this. "Mojave, you heard of the battle that shocked the world?" "Of course I have. That kind of battle was too powerful. It wanted to be destroyed. It is said that Fang Chen came from the world of martial artists. I didn't expect him to have such strong potential. With his own strength, he killed the world devastator demon emperor who had the dark demon city. In the Age of Doom, there were very few experts and even fewer quasi-emperors. Most of the quasi-emperors were busy trying to break through to the emperor realm, and there were very few life and death battles. Moreover, defeating a quasi-emperor was easy, but killing one was somewhat difficult. Even the number 1 palace master of the sacred palace, Palace Master Mu Qing, found it difficult to kill a quasi-emperor in a one-on-one battle. After all, to be able to become a quasi-emperor, more or less, one had some shoujian. However, Fang Chen was different. He killed the world devastator demon emperor with his boundary realm cultivation. Once this news spread, the entire ancient chaos was completely stirred up. A shocking genius had appeared. At this moment, everyone thought that with Fang Chen's potential, it was only a matter of time before he stepped into the emperor realm. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Chapter 33-43. The Mountain Domain, a region not too far from the sacred region. An unprecedentedly fierce battle was currently erupting here. On one side were the 9 palace masters of the sacred palace, and on the other side were the recovered experts of the Gu clan. Boom! Divine runes of order flickered in the void, and countless ripples spread out. A destructive power erupted from the center of the mountain domain. Suddenly, an old arm stretched out from the explosive power. This arm was surrounded by countless tree branches. Eternal clear sky. Palace Master Mu Qing roared. His arms trembled, and the tree branches around them swayed endlessly, turning into a monstrous wave that swept over. Ha! Eternal clear sky? Opposite him, a skinny old man of the Gu clan laughed sinisterly. There has always been a rumor in the ancient chaos that Palace Master Mu Qing's eternal clear sky secret technique is extremely powerful. Even among emperor-level experts, it is considered one of the best. Once used, it can absorb the energy of all plants in the world for its own use. It truly lives up to its reputation. He seemed to be praising Palace Master Mu Qing, but his face was filled with mockery. If it was in the past, I might not have faced your eternal clear sky secret technique head-on. But now, as soon as he finished speaking, the skinny old man stomped his foot and leaped into the air, landing directly on top of the monstrous wave. This old man has been asleep for countless years and has only just awakened. You want to stop me with a mere eternal clear sky secret technique? Dream on. His withered palm suddenly struck out. Like a desolate aura, a heavy power surged forward. Crack! This force was as fast as lightning as it collided with the monstrous wave, instantly dispersing it. At this moment, a towering tree stood in the void. Is this the limit of the eternal clear sky secret technique? The skinny old man said in a hoarse voice. Then, he struck out with his palm again. Boom! 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 He struck out 9 times in a row, each palm containing an extremely strong power. When the 9 palms connected together, they erupted with battle strength no weaker than a perfect quasi-emperor. Shatter! The towering tree standing in the void cracked from the inside. In the blink of an eye, it collapsed into the void. At the same time, Palace Master Woodgreen's body rapidly retreated. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Palace Head Woodgreen, are you all right? Void Primogenitor hurriedly asked as he supported Palace Lord Woodgreen. I'm fine. Palace Master Woodgreen's face was gloomy. I'll stop them. Hurry and go to the demon realm to rescue Fangchen. But Void Primogenitor wanted to say something but hesitated. Palace Master Mu Qing shook his head. If we continue to delay, Fangchen will be in danger. You should know better than me how important Fangchen is to our human race. Seeing this, the other 8 people did not say anything else. Their figures flashed, and they disappeared into the void. You want to leave? Hoo. The skinny old man from the Gu family seemed to have expected that they would escape. He opened his hand and a layer of grayish aura shrouded the void. The dense aura of the Array Dao spread out. In the void, 9 light pillars emitting terrifying power were scattered in 9 different locations. Dong! The formation took shape and the entire mountain region was shaken. This is Palace Master Woodgreen's face turned ashen when he saw this. He roared, Is your Gu family betraying the human race? Humph, how laughable. I think your time in the sacred palace has been too comfortable. Have you already forgotten the Godfall War? The skinny old man said disdainfully. That's right. What right does your sacred palace have to dare to represent the human race? My Gu family's strength is far above your sacred palace. We should represent the human race and shake up the primordial chaos. Back then, if it weren't for you old farts, my Gu family wouldn't have fallen to such a state. These experts, who had been in slumber for countless years, hated the sacred palace deeply. Especially when they thought of the Gu family's history. If it weren't for the sacred palace, the Gu family might have already dominated the primordial chaos. Within the formation, a scarlet aura spread out as the power of the world continued to thin. Palace Master Woodgreen's face was ashen. If I'm not wrong, this formation should be the famous god-slaying formation of the ancient era. Hearing this, the expressions of the other palace masters changed. It's the god-slaying formation? The god-slaying formation was an emperor-level formation. Once it was formed, its internal power would constantly target the primordial spirit. Moreover, it would consume the strength of the martial artist's body. Even a quasi-emperor wouldn't be able to last for long. What do we do? Are we just going to sit here and wait for death? Void Primogenitor asked. Outside the formation, the skinny old man of the Gu family controlled the god-slaying formation. Boss, isn't it too hasty to use the god-slaying formation to deal with these quasi-emperors of the sacred palace? The old man in black was a little worried. It doesn't matter. Those sleeping experts of the sacred palace will have to pay a great price to wake up. These 9 clowns are no match for my Gu family. The skinny old man shook his head. His eyes were full of contempt. The sacred palace is really regressing. Even a quasi-emperor can be a palace master. We don't need such a sacred palace. Let's end this quickly. After all, the sacred palace is the current leader of the human race. We have just recovered and haven't figured out the current situation of the primordial chaos. It's better to be careful, the old man in black said. The skinny old man nodded. Then, he opened his palm and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Boom. Boom. Under his control, the power of the god-slaying formation continued to increase. Palace Master Wood Green and the others were almost unable to hold on. Palace Master Wood Green, I'll break the formation. You guys take the opportunity to escape. The Fire Dome Palace Master suddenly said. Everyone was stunned. Then, they all looked at Palace Master Wood Green. No. Void Primogenitor was the first to speak up. Palace Master Wood Green shook his head. It's useless. You all know the power of the god-slaying formation. If we delay any longer, we will all die here. Let's wait a little longer. Palace Master Wood Green suddenly raised his head and muttered. We can't wait any longer. Palace Master Wood Green shook his head and was about to self-destruct. However, he felt a palm on his shoulder and turned around in puzzlement. Palace Master Wood Green's indifferent face squeezed out a smile. Reinforcements are on their way. But, Palace Master Wood Green still wanted to say something, but the god-slaying formation suddenly shook violently. Then, it started to sway. They're here. Seeing this, Palace Master Wood Green's lips curled up into a strange smile. Fong Chen stood in the sky above the mountain region. His gaze swept across the experts of the Gu clan and landed on the god-slaying formation. God-slaying formation? Fong Chen said, Why don't you test my strength? Boom. He threw out a punch and a monstrous fist shadow slammed into the god-slaying formation. The indestructible god-slaying formation actually showed signs of cracking. It shook as if it could collapse at any time. How is this possible? The black-robed elder exclaimed. The skinny elder raised his head and looked at Fong Chen. I'm Gu Ku. May I know who you are and why you're attacking my Gu clan? The skinny elder Gu Ku felt a strong pressure and asked. Gu Ku of the Gu clan? A shocking killing intent appeared on Fong Chen's indifferent face. Everyone from the Gu clan deserves to die. With that, he continued to throw out punches. You're courting death. Seeing this, Gu Ku said angrily. You want to break the god-slaying formation? Ridiculous. The god-slaying formation was so powerful that no quasi-emperor could break it unless the opponent was an emperor. Therefore, Gu Ku said this. Boom. 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 In a flash, Fong Chen threw out 9 punches in a row. Crack. When the last punch landed on the god-slaying formation, it could no longer hold on and shattered. The figures of Palace Master Wood Green and the others were revealed. 9 punches? Not bad. Fong Chen was very satisfied with his strength. In the eyes of the people from the Gu family, this scene was inconceivable. Oh my God, how strong is his strength? He broke the god-slaying formation with just 9 punches? Could he be an emperor of the human race? Impossible, I can't sense any emperor aura from him. This means that he is also a quasi-emperor. But why? Everyone's hearts trembled. It was unbelievable that he could break the god-slaying formation with just 9 punches. Even Goku had to admit that the person in front of him was a strong opponent. They didn't know that the reason why Fang Chen could break the formation with 9 punches was not only because of his invincible quasi-emperor combat strength, but also because of his attainments in formations. If not, how could he break the formation so easily? Fang Chen? The formation was broken and the 9 palace masters appeared together. When they saw Fang Chen, everyone except Palace Master Wood Green was surprised. However, when they thought of the reinforcements that Palace Master Wood Green had mentioned, they looked at each other and were dumbfounded. The god-slaying formation was broken by Fang Chen? Void Primogenitor's voice trembled. Yes, the reinforcements I mentioned are Fang Chen, Palace Master Wood Green said. Not long ago, Fang Chen broke through in the demon domain and killed the world devastator demon emperor. Now, his strength has reached the level of an invincible quasi-emperor. What? Everyone was shocked. An invincible quasi-emperor. In this age of chaos, quasi-emperors were the top expert. An invincible quasi-emperor was infinitely close to the emperor realm. Their attack power was so strong that they could sweep through the ancient chaos. Ha ha, that's great. After a moment of daze, the Void Primogenitor laughed heartily. The Fire Dome Palace Master and the others also relaxed. Pretentious. At this moment Goku attacked. Although Fang Chen had broken the god-slaying formation, it wasn't enough to make him afraid. I, Goku, have been asleep for countless years. Now that I've awakened, I want to see how strong this expert of the ancient chaos is. With a flip of his hand, Goku sent out a palm strike. A terrifying aura swept out. Boom. Seeing this, Fang Chen casually threw out a punch. Dong. 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 The fist and palm collided, and there was a deafening sound. Dong. 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 The two of them each took a few steps back. After stabilizing themselves, Goku's face darkened. The successor of the Immortal Emperor? He sensed the aura of the Immortal Emperor on Fang Chen's body. Behind him, many of the awakened experts of the Gu clan exclaimed. If this is all you have, you can't protect your Gu clan, Fang Chen said calmly. Shameless boasting, Goku said angrily. How can you fight against the foundation of my Gu clan? When my Gu clan was at its peak, we didn't even fear an Emperor Realm sovereign. Chapter 33-44. Goku and the other revived experts of the Gu clan were furious. A mere quasi-emperor dared to say that he could destroy the Gu clan. What a joke. Even the Sacred Palace did not dare to do anything to the Gu clan. Humph, I want to see who gave you the courage to say that. Goku waved his hand and hot flames shot out from his sleeve. In the blink of an eye, the flames soared into the sky and enveloped the entire void. Not good. Palace Master Mu Qing's expression changed drastically. In the next second, a majestic array appeared around them. They clearly felt that it was the god-slaying array, but this time, it gave them a different feeling. 2 layers of array superimposed? Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back. He was very calm from the beginning. He could see the trajectory of the array that surrounded them at a glance. A golden light shot out from his eyes. The power of 2 layers of array superimposed is indeed very strong. Moreover, this flame can burn a quasi-emperor's primordial spirit. If one is in such an environment for a long time, even a consummation quasi-emperor will find it difficult to resist. One had to admit that Goku and the others had extraordinary means. If he was not here, Palace Master Mu Qing and the others would be in trouble. Die, brat. Anyone who dared to threaten the Gu clan deserved to die. Boom. 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 Goku controlled the array. Behind him, a quasi-emperor in red shot toward Fang Chen in a flash. I'm enough to deal with you. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. A peak quasi-emperor? If he was in the array before, he might be in trouble. However, it was different now. After his main body merged with his clone, he entered the boundary evolution realm. His combat strength soared and was close to that of a sovereign emperor. He was known as an invincible quasi-emperor. A mere peak quasi-emperor was nothing in his eyes. Buzz. Fang Chen stood quietly. A layer of sword-shaped runes appeared on his body. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the red-robed quasi-emperor's attack landed on Fang Chen's body. However, to everyone's astonishment, the layer of sword-shaped formations flickered with a dazzling light and silently blocked the red-robed quasi-emperor's full-force attack. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head. The quasi-emperor in red was not even qualified for him to make a move. How is this possible? This sudden turn of events caused the red-robed quasi-emperor to turn pale with fright. His heart trembled and he immediately had a bad premonition. He could not care less and his figure flashed as he immediately retreated. Now that you've finished attacking, it's my turn to attack, right? Fang Chen grinned as a terrifying soul Dao power spread out from his primordial spirit, instantly enveloping the body of the red-robed quasi-emperor. Bang! The red-clothed quasi-emperor, who was retreating, suddenly wobbled and crashed to the ground. Many of the Gu family's awakened powerhouses looked down and were instantly enraged. At this time, the red-robed quasi-emperor no longer had any vitality. His primordial spirit had shattered and he had completely died. Damn it! Gu Ku clenched his fists tightly, his heart burning with rage. Behind him, many powerhouses had fallen into a state of rage. Only he was able to restrain himself. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fang Chen as he said word by word, "Corporeal nascent soul? What?" Everyone exclaimed as they looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. No wonder you could easily break the god-slaying formation and kill the red-robed quasi-emperor with a primordial spirit attack. You've hidden your strength well, Gu Ku said coldly. However, do you think you can defeat my Gu family with just a corporeal nascent soul? Gu Ku sneered. They had been in a deep slumber for countless years. Now that they had awakened, their strength had not completely recovered to its peak. Even so, it was difficult to find a worthy opponent among the quasi-emperors. Although the person in front of him was strong, Gu Ku was confident that he could kill him. The Gu family's powerhouses are only SOSO. Fang Chen shook his head and said disdainfully, "You're courting death." Gu Ku attacked at lightning speed. His figure turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly appeared in front of Su Mo Boom. With just one punch, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Spatial turbulence appeared. The entire place was in a complete mess. Only two figures were left standing in the middle of the terrifying vortex. Gu Ku's strength is at least at the level of a consummation quasi-emperor, Void Primogenitor said with a gloomy face. Fang Chen's strength is not weak either. His primordial spirit has reached the corporeal realm and can completely suppress Gu Ku. If he is careful, he can escape unscathed, Fire Sky Palace Master said. Gu Ku is a powerhouse from the ancient era. His methods are extraordinary. It is said that he has cultivated the ancient annihilation secret technique to the extreme. Once he uses it, its power is shocking, another palace master said. Just as they were talking, the battle in the sky suddenly underwent a great change. Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The two figures retreated and the battle temporarily stopped. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Gu Ku was extremely shocked in the previous exchange. He could not believe that Fang Chen's close combat strength was so strong. His primordial spirit has reached the corporeal realm and his attainments in the sword Dao are so strong. What a monster, Gu Ku said gloomily. His strength is infinitely close to that of a consummation quasi-emperor. If I don't use the ancient annihilation secret technique, it will be difficult to kill him. Thinking of this, a vast aura surged from Gu Ku's body. At the same time, He flipped his palm and 2 phalanges appeared in the middle of his palm that was wrapped in thick black fog. Seeing this, the 10 sacred palace masters' hearts tightened. This is the ancient annihilation secret technique. Everyone exclaimed. Fang Chun, be careful. This is the Gu clan's strongest secret technique, the ancient annihilation secret technique. It targets a cultivator's physical body and stacks its power layer by layer. It can reach the 9th layer at most. Once it reached the 9th layer, its power would reach the Emperor realm and no one in the world would be able to defeat it. It targets the physical body? Fang Chen muttered softly. Soon after, his primal chaos sword body was pushed to the extreme. Boom! Gu Ku's palm suddenly pressed down and an old phalanges swooped down. It carried an ancient power and blasted towards Fang Chen. Block it! Boom! 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 The phalanges hit Fang Chen's body and continuously attacked his defense. However, the defense of the primal chaos sword body was too strong. A mere phalanges could not break through his defense. Ancient annihilation secret technique, 2nd layer. Suddenly, a roar rang out. Gu Ku flipped his palm and a 2nd phalanges swooped down. When the 2 phalanges collided, the power instantly stacked. Stacking the power directly? Fang Chen was a little stunned. He did not expect the ancient annihilation secret technique to be so mysterious. With 2 layers stacked, the power was not just 1 + 1 = 2. It was far more powerful. Crack! Under the stacking of the 2 layers, Fang Chen's primal chaos sword body finally showed signs of cracking. However, he still managed to withstand it. What? Everyone from the Gu family was dumbfounded. They knew better than anyone how strong the ancient annihilation secret technique was. When Gu Ku used the ancient annihilation secret technique, no one in the primal chaos era could withstand it. Even the strongest person in the sacred palace, Palace Master Mu Qing, could not withstand it. However, this newly ascended quasi-emperor in front of them had withstood it. Moreover, his defense had only cracked a corner. It was simply unbelievable. His physical body is too strong. It is useless no matter how strong he is. With 3 layers stacked together, he will definitely die. That's right. With 3 layers stacked together, how can a mere quasi-emperor withstand it? In contrast to the Gu clan members, the 10 quasi-emperors of the sacred palace were relatively more relaxed. Especially when they saw Fang Chen withstanding the 2nd layer of the ancient annihilation secret technique, Palace Master Mu Qing and the others had a faint smile on their faces. Powerful, Void Ancestor said, I have been paying attention to his spacetime Tao. I did not pay much attention to his physical body and primordial spirit Tao. Who would have thought that his defense would be so abnormal? He has the primal chaos sword body, which is the strongest physique in the sword Tao. From the looks of it, he has cultivated to an extremely high level and has even surpassed the Tianyi Sword Emperor, Fire Dome Palace Master said. Back then, when the Samsara Sword Emperor disappeared, the Tianyi Sword Emperor was known as the top sword cultivator in the Primal Chaos era. He had the Primal Chaos sword body and had cultivated it to an unimaginable level. Unfortunately, the ancient annihilation secret technique is very strong. I have tried it when I fought with Gu Ku. If Fang Chen wants to rely on his physical body to withstand it, it will be difficult, Palace Master Mu Qing said. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Gu Ku used the 3rd layer of the ancient annihilation secret technique. Layers of black ripples spread out in the sky. The aura in the void was incomparably heavy. A finger bone with boundless power fell leisurely. Boom! When the 3 finger bones intersected, an even stronger power was superimposed. Kacha! The sword-shaped rune shattered and the defense of the primal chaos sword body disappeared. Whoosh! A shocking sword intent appeared out of nowhere and turned into a huge sword shadow. It forcefully cut open the superimposed power of the 3 finger bones. As for Fang Chen, He jumped and dodged the attack of the remaining power of the ancient extermination secret skill. Goku's eyes narrowed. He actually withstood it? This ancient annihilation secret technique is indeed very strong. My primal chaos sword body's defense is so strong, but it can only withstand 2 layers. Fang Chun said, every layer of superimposition increases its power by 10 times. I wonder how many layers Goku has mastered? If Goku had mastered 9 layers of superimposition, no one would be able to stop him unless a quasi-emperor personally came. The more this was the case, the more Fang Chen did not believe that Goku could cultivate the ancient annihilation secret technique to the peak. Such a powerful secret technique is even more difficult to cultivate. I guess that Goku has at most mastered the 7th layer. Fang Chen thought to himself. Have you finally drawn your sword? Goku could sense a shocking sword intent from Fang Chen's body. He knew that the latter was a sword cultivator. Drawing his sword meant that he had to use his full strength. You can withstand 3 layers of superimposition. Can you withstand the 4th layer? Boom! Boom! The 4th finger bone fell once again. The power of 4 layers of superimposition was unprecedented. Even Palace Master Mu Qing and the others had grave expressions. If it were them, they would definitely not be able to withstand 4 layers of superimposition of the ancient annihilation secret technique. 4 layers of superimposition. Kill! Goku roared as his hands moved. The 4 finger bones intersected and the superimposed power tried to suppress Fang Chen. Boom! Just as Fang Chen's figure was about to be engulfed, a mighty sword intent suddenly soared into the sky. The sword intent spread out and swept across the sky. A figure stood in front of the 4 finger bones. Chapter 33:45. The ancient extermination secret technique had a total of 9 layers. With each layer, its power would increase by at least 10 times. If the 9 layers were stacked, the ultimate power would be able to destroy the world. Even a martial emperor would not dare to face it head-on. But now Goku's 4 layers had been blocked by Fang Chen. It was unbelievable. How is this possible? Many of the Gu clan's awakened experts were dumbfounded. They had originally thought that 3 layers would be enough to suppress Goku. But now the reality had far exceeded their expectations. So what if you block it? Goku sneered in the air. He flipped his palm again and the 5th finger bone swooped down. The majestic power affected the entire void, causing it to tremble. In a flash, the 5th finger bone and the first 4 finger bones completely intertwined. Dong! The 5 finger bones intertwined and the power of the stacking increased again. Even Palace Master Mu Qing and the others, who were not far away, gradually turned serious. It's too strong. Even I can't block it with 5 layers. Palace Master Mu Qing muttered. The power of 5 layers was enough to threaten a perfect boundary emperor. How can he block it? Void Ancestor muttered, ready to attack at any time. Only the reincarnation Sword Emperor was calm. He knew better than anyone how strong Fang Chen was. Don't worry, Goku is nothing. The reincarnation Sword Emperor was very confident in Fang Chen. The corners of his mouth curled up and a faint smile appeared on his face. Boom! 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 Heaven and earth trembled. The entire mountain region was shaking abnormally. When Fang Chen blocked the 5th layer, the smile on Goku's face finally disappeared completely. It was replaced by a serious expression. His body exuded an unprecedented cold aura. His eyes were like lightning, as if he wanted to see through Fang Chen's style. How is this possible? Goku shook his head, killing intent surging in his heart. However, the next scene shocked him even more. It even made him think of retreating. The reason for that was because Fang Chen had used his absolute power to block the 6th superposition. Impossible! The Gu clan members exclaimed and shook their heads. They could not believe the scene before them. Ever since the Gu clan's ancient extermination secret technique was created, No Boundary Emperor expert had been able to block 6 layers. And now, Fang Chun had managed to withstand it. No, his blood qi is too strong. Could it be? Chapter 3346. In an instant, the void became distorted, and the entire world seemed to have fallen into a terrifying distorted world. And in the center of the distorted vortex there was a figure. He stood there alone, his eyes filled with an indomitable spirit. His body was full of fighting spirit. I watched Fang Chun grow up. The space-time Tao that he cultivates is something that I secretly guided the Bone Ancestor to cultivate. Strictly speaking, he can be considered as my junior. The Void Progenitor roared in anger. Now, he is the future hope of the human race. How can I sit by and do nothing? Even if I have to risk my life, I will save him. Even the Void Progenitor could not face the 7th level of the ancient extermination secret art head-on. But now, he rushed toward the place where the 7 fingers converged with a fearless attitude. Void imprisonment. The Void Progenitor was skilled in the spacetime Tao. In front of him, any spacetime could be used by him. He stood in the middle of the distorted void vortex, opened his hands, and the spacetime power in his body burst out wildly. In an instant, this part of spacetime was completely imprisoned. You're courting death. Goku sneered and waved his sleeves. The 7-finger bones that were imprisoned shook violently, and then broke through the imprisonment of spacetime, and struggled to break free. Whoosh! The 7-finger bones seemed to carry a destructive power as they pierced through the Void Progenitor's body. Not good. Fang Chun was stunned. He immediately took out the hidden star sword and attacked with lightning speed. Something's wrong. Suddenly, his body flashed, and he changed direction, turning back in the opposite direction. Dong! The Void Progenitor's body fell heavily to the ground. His face was pale and his aura was weak. Void Progenitor. Fang Chun was prepared, and he hugged the Void Progenitor. The latter was severely injured, but his life was not in danger. Damn it, I didn't completely destroy the 7-finger bones. The Void Progenitor sighed as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Boom! The hidden star sword let out a powerful sword cry, and with invincible sword qi, it swooped down and tore through the god-slaying array. At the same time, Fang Chun sent the Void Progenitor's body to Palace Master Wood Green and the others. Leave the rest to me. Fang Chun turned around and walked towards Goku in an imposing manner. In front of Goku, one of the 7-finger bones that were originally intertwined together had been damaged. The intertwining power seemed to be somewhat unstable. The power of the 7 layers of the ancient extermination secret technique was greatly reduced. And all of this was because of the Void Primogenitor's methods. Old man, consider yourself lucky, Goku said coldly. He had not expected the Void Primogenitor's attainments in the spacetime Tao to have reached such a level. If I'm not wrong, with your current strength, you can only perform the 7th level of the ancient annihilation secret skill, right? And it can't last long? Fang Chun asked. So what? Goku said, even though the stacking power has been greatly reduced, killing you is still as easy as killing grass. He was very confident in his own strength. Really? Fang Chun gave a strange smile and then his figure flapped. Hoo. His speed was so fast that no one present was able to catch his trail. Seeing this, Goku's expression changed. So what if you're fast? Let's see how I force you out. The 7-finger bones revolved wildly, and violent power was released layer after layer. Each layer of power was stacked together, causing ripples in the void. When the 7 layers of power were stacked together, the entire void trembled. It was at this moment that Fang Chun made his move. His spacetime Tao was born from the Void Primogenitor, and he also knew what the latter knew. Spacetime power. With the spacetime power as the foundation, he controlled the hidden star sword to reverse spacetime and destroy the 7-finger bones. At the same time, His corporeal primordial spirit also released soul power, forming a soul net that tightly trapped the 7 finger bones. The 7 layers of the ancient annihilation secret technique are very powerful. If the void primogenitor had not been seriously injured and damaged one of the finger bones, it would have been difficult to block it. Crack! The sound of the sword rang through the sky. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, the star-hidden sword ruthlessly pierced that broken finger bone. A crisp sound was heard, and the finger bone that was already broken instantly shattered into pieces. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The intertwining power directly exploded, and the remaining 6 finger bones shook, and the stacking power decreased sharply. Lose. In a short moment, Fang Chen had already used his strongest attack. This attack represented the battle strength of an invincible boundary emperor. Die. The figure of his daughter, Fang Shi, appeared in Fang Chen's mind, and his heart burned with anger. As he looked at the wobbling 6 finger bones, Gu Ku's expression changed. Before he could react, Fang Chen's powerful attack had already closed in. Boom! He waved his sleeve, and the 6 finger bones were sucked into his palm and punched out. Wherever the unimaginable fist light passed, the void was completely shattered, turning into turbulence in the void. Die! Gu Ku shouted crazily and rushed toward Fang Chen. Break! A sword light descended from the sky, carrying with it an ancient aura, as if it had traveled through time and space from the ancient past. Poochie! As the sword fell, a vast power instantly exploded. Not good. Gu Ku, who was attacking, sensed the power that could destroy the heavens and earth. His heart sank and he frantically retreated. Gotcha! The 6 finger bones in his palm shattered one by one. How can he be so strong? The strength that Fang Chen had unleashed had completely surpassed Gu Ku's, and even the ancient extermination secret technique could not block it. Gotcha! When the last finger bone was shattered, Gu Ku's expression turned extremely dark. He used the force of his retreat to escape. Invincible Boundary Emperor. He definitely has the battle strength of an invincible Boundary Emperor. Thinking of this, Gu Ku did not say anything and immediately fled. This sudden turn of events caused many of the awakened experts of the Gu clan to be stunned. Soon after, they began to frantically flee. Stay here. After using his strongest attack, Fang Chen's strength had been exhausted, and he used his last bit of strength to slash out. Boom! In the distance, the void shattered, and the mountain peak turned into ruins. A trail of blood could be seen. One could vaguely see Gu Ku's battered figure. There were 3 corpses on the ground, and they were the revived Boundary Emperor experts of the Gu clan. Too strong. Is this the power of an invincible Boundary Emperor? Palace Master Wood Green and the others were shocked. Huff huff huff. Fang Chen leaned on the hidden star sword, gasping for breath, and his face was pale. Don't chase. Seeing that Fang Chen was about to give chase, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor walked over and supported Fang Chen. You've used too much strength and your battle strength has decreased sharply. Even if you chase after them, you won't be able to stop them. The Sacred Palace will not let this matter rest. The most important thing now is for you to return to the Sacred Palace with us to recuperate. We'll make plans after you've recovered. Palace Master Wood Green pondered. Don't worry, they can run away, but the Sacred Palace can't. Unless they give up the Gu clan's huge foundation in the ancient primal chaos, the Sacred Palace will take revenge sooner or later. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded and hurried back to the Sacred Palace with Palace Master Wood Green and the others. After the battle in the Demon Domain, Fang Chen had become a god. When the news spread, he was called an ancient primal chaos monster. After that, during the fierce battle in the mountain region, he had single-handedly withstood 7 layers of the Gu clan's ancient annihilation secret technique and even forced Gu Ku to retreat in the end. This news caused a huge commotion in the immemorial chaos. Ordinary people might not know, but the top factions were very clear about Gu Ku and the others. While they were shocked by the awakening of the Gu clan's sleeping experts, they were also shocked by Fang Chen's strength. He's too strong. He defeated the Gu clan's experts single-handedly. The ancient primal chaos is about to change. Those sleeping experts from the ancient primal chaos have all appeared. An invincible boundary emperor. He definitely has the battle strength of an invincible boundary emperor. It has been a long time since an invincible boundary emperor appeared in the ancient primal chaos. Every corner of the ancient primal chaos was discussing Fang Chen. Sacred region, sacred palace. Half a month later, Fang Chen had recovered to his peak state. How is it? Reincarnation Sword Emperor asked. Fang Chen stood up and bowed to Reincarnation Sword Emperor. I have recovered. Reincarnation Sword Emperor nodded. After interacting with Fang Chen for a long time, he knew that the guy in front of him was a monster. Oh yes, how is Void Ancestor? Fang Chen asked. Void Ancestor had almost died in order to save him. He was very grateful. Don't worry, Void Ancestor's life is not in danger, but what? He withstood the superimposed power of the seven-layered ancient extermination secret technique. His internal organs were damaged and his cultivation realm dropped. The ancient extermination secret technique has eroded his primordial spirit. It will be very difficult for him to recover. Unless we can find the soul molding grass and refine it into a soul molding pill, we can completely expel the remaining ancient extermination secret technique from his primordial spirit, Reincarnation Sword Emperor said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's pupils shrank. The soul molding grass was a rare treasure. Even Sacred Palace did not have it. It was almost unheard of in this era. The last time there was news of the soul molding grass was in the 7th era. It was too difficult to find such a rare herb. Do you know the whereabouts of the soul molding grass? Fang Chen asked. Sacred Palace was the core of the human race and was in charge of the entire ancient chaos. They should know the whereabouts of the soul molding grass very well. Reincarnation Sword Emperor shook his head. No news, but Sacred Palace is secretly looking for it. Fang Chen clenched his fists and secretly decided that he must find the soul molding grass for Void Ancestor. Oh yes, did the Gu family make any movements in the past half a month? Fang Chen asked. The Gu family is very quiet. It is as if the incident with Fang Chen half a month ago never happened. Reincarnation Sword Emperor said, the more it is like this, the stranger it is. Sacred Palace experts have been secretly watching. As long as there is any movement in the ancient region, Sacred Palace will be the first to know. A trace of cold killing intent flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. The Gu family could not escape the responsibility of his daughter becoming like this. Gu family, just you wait. Chapter 3347. I'm here to bring you to see Palace Lord Woodgreen, said the Samsara Sword Emperor. Not long after, the two arrived at the Sacred Palace. The 8 Palace Lords, including Palace Lord Woodgreen, were all in the Sacred Palace. Only the Void Primogenitor was still recuperating. Greetings, Palace Lords. Fang Chen cupped his fists and bowed. You've recovered? Palace Lord Woodgreen asked with a smile. Fang Chen nodded. Palace Lord Woodgreen stroked his beard and laughed. As expected of the number 1 genius of all time. Not only are you strong, but your recovery speed is also terrifying. I've never seen such a monster in all my life. Palace Lord, you praise me too much, Fang Chen said modestly. Palace Lord Woodgreen waved his hand and said, I've already checked your daughter's body. How is it? Fang Chen asked anxiously. His daughter's life was in danger, and as a father, he couldn't remain calm. The flame demon's heart is indeed hidden in your daughter's body. Although I don't know how the World Devastator Demon Emperor obtained it, I'm sure that the flame demon's heart hasn't been in your daughter's body for long, so it hasn't absorbed too much energy. Her condition isn't too bad. Palace Lord Woodgreen said. Palace Lord, do you have any ideas? Fang Chen asked anxiously. Palace Lord Woodgreen shook his head and sighed. Do you know how the flame demon's heart is formed? Fang Chen nodded. He had heard about it from the Samsara Sword Emperor. The flame demon's heart is the most important treasure of the demon race. It's said that as long as you obtain the flame demon's heart, you can control the entire demon race. Palace Lord Woodgreen said, the demon chi in the flame demon's heart is too strong. Even I can't do anything about it. In the entire primordial chaos, there might not be anyone who could take it out. Fang Chen's heart sank when he heard this. Right now, the flame demon's heart has completely fused into your daughter's body. The demon chi within the flame demon's heart has already seeped into her body. If you forcibly take it out, the demon chi in her body will instantly destroy her body without the restriction of the flame demon's heart. Palace Lord Woodgreen looked at Fang and said slowly, however, but what? Your daughter has the myriad fusion body. This is the key to solving the problem. When the all-fusion body was mentioned, even Palace Master Woodgreen, the #1 Palace Master of the Sacred Palace and a top expert of the human race, was slightly moved. Myriad fusion body. The Fire Dome Palace Master said leisurely, that's an existence comparable to the Emperor physique in the legends. When cultivated to the peak, one can overturn rivers and seas and destroy heaven and earth. In the past, Fang Chen had also learned about the all-fusion body, but what she knew was just a drop in the ocean. The all-fusion body is both a blessing and a curse for your daughter, said Palace Master Woodgreen. Her myriad fusion body has yet to fully awaken. If she can fully awaken it one day, she will be able to easily grasp the supreme laws. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's pupils constricted. If he had completely grasped the laws of supremacy, wouldn't he be a sovereign of the Emperor realm? His heart raced. Was the all-fusion body so powerful? Seeing Fang Chen's puzzled expression, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor said, Fang Chen, you have cultivated for too short a time. It's normal that you don't know much about the all-fusion body. The all-fusion body was a very powerful special body even in the ancient times. Do you know who was the last Emperor realm ruler before the Immortal Emperor? Asked the Reincarnation Sword Emperor. Fang Chen shook his head, somewhat at a loss. It was Emperor Shao. What? Fang Chen exclaimed. Before the Immortal Emperor, the last sovereign of the primordial chaos was Emperor Shao? A piece of information appeared in Fang Chen's mind. As an emperor-to-be, Emperor Shao had killed the Emperor realm ruler. Although countless eras had passed, his deeds were still being passed down. Emperor Shao? Isn't he an invincible emperor-to-be? According to the rumors, Emperor Shao was an invincible emperor-to-be. In the end, when he broke through to the Emperor realm, he fell under the Thunder Tribulation. But now, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor said that Emperor Shao was an emperor-to-be? What was going on? Fang Chen was a little confused and looked at the palace masters curiously. Humph, how can outsiders know these secrets? The Reincarnation Sword Emperor snorted. They only see the surface. As for the higher-level secrets, they have no way of knowing. Emperor Shao did kill the Emperor realm ruler as an invincible emperor-to-be. But after that, he successfully entered the Emperor realm. As for the rumor that he died under the Thunder Tribulation, it is simply nonsense. Then Emperor Shao died under the heart of the flame demon. A great storm took place in Fang Chen's heart. It was unbelievable that an emperor-to-be would die under the heart of the flame demon. You should have guessed that Emperor Shao had the all-fusion body. At that time, he died because the heart of the flame demon entered his body. Palace Master Mu Qing said, of course, in addition to the heart of the flame demon, Emperor Zhao's death also had a lot to do with himself. He was a warmonger and had a righteous character. He disliked the demon cultivators and once wantonly slaughtered the demon cultivators. In the end, when the heart of the flame demon erupted, the experts of the demon clan came together and severely injured him. Although Emperor Zhao's battle strength was great, he still died under the heart of the flame demon. Then wouldn't my daughter? Fang Chen was extremely anxious and his body was trembling. Even a super expert like Emperor Shao could not resist the heart of the flame demon. How could his daughter resist it? Fang Chen, don't worry. The reason why I mentioned Emperor Shao is that the root of the heart of the flame demon lies with him. Palace Master Mu Qing pondered. Fang Chen suppressed the anxiety in his heart and listened quietly. The reason why Emperor Shao fought the experts of the demon clan when he knew that the heart of the flame demon had invaded his body was that he discovered the secret of the heart of the flame demon. That is, the all-fusion body can absorb the power of the heart of the flame demon. Fang Chen exclaimed. Because of this, Emperor Shao has been exploring and risking his life to fight the experts of the demon clan. He wanted to use the pressure of the battle to prove his conjecture. Unfortunately, Palace Master Mu Qing and the others felt extremely sorry for Emperor Zhao's death. If such a talented Emperor Realm Master had not died, he would have led the human clan to the top. Although Emperor Shao has died, the method he mastered to absorb the heart of the flame demon has been passed down to the human clan. It has been passed down from generation to generation. Palace Master Mu Qing revealed the secret. Even the reincarnation Sword Emperor and the others were a little surprised. They did not expect the sacred palace to have the method to absorb the heart of the flame demon. So, Shi'er can be saved? Fang Chen was excited. The sacred palace had the method to absorb the heart of the flame demon. As long as Shi'er cultivated, she would be able to absorb the power of the heart of the flame demon. The crisis would naturally be resolved. Junior pleads with the palace masters to save my daughter's life. Fang Chen bowed and said solemnly, if you can save my daughter, from now on, I, Fang Chen, swear to protect the human clan. Palace Master Mu Qing waved his hand. You killed the world devastator demon emperor, forced Gu Ku and the others to retreat, and saved us. This is a great merit. It's just a method to absorb the heart of the flame demon. Just take it. Thank you, Palace Master. Fang Chen thanked him excitedly. Also, from today on, the Sacred Palace will announce to the public that you will be the 11th Palace Master of the Sacred Palace. Previously, Palace Master Mu Qing had planned to wait for Fang Chen to return from the Sacred Island before announcing the news. However, during the fierce battle in the Demon Domain, Fang Chen had broken through to the Boundary Realm and merged with his clone. His strength had soared and was comparable to an invincible quasi-emperor. Naturally, this news could be announced to the public. The inheritance left by Emperor Shao is on the Sacred Island. I will personally take you there. As for whether you can obtain it, it will depend on your ability. Palace Master Mu Qing smiled. Fang Chen clenched his fists and swore in his heart that he must obtain the inheritance left by Emperor Shao. When Palace Master Mu Qing brought Fang Chen to the Sacred Island, some changes occurred in the ancient region. The Gu clan city was dead silent. Undercurrents surged between heaven and earth, like the prelude to a storm. Bang! Sounds of shattering and roars could be heard from one of the pavilions. Boundary Realm. He is actually only at the Boundary Realm. How is this possible? Gu Ku roared angrily. His face was a little ferocious, and his body exuded a cold, killing intent. He punched the wooden table beside him. With a crack, the wooden table shattered into pieces. For him to be able to withstand the 7th level of the ancient annihilation secret technique, he is definitely an unrivaled quasi-emperor. Moreover, he is an unrivaled quasi-emperor at the peak level. The Emperor Realm is also within reach. I don't believe the rumors outside, the old man in red said in a deep voice. However, the world was shocked by the battle in the Demon City. Everyone saw that Fang Chen broke through to the Boundary Realm in the fierce battle with the World Annihilation Demon Emperor. This can't be fake. When Fang Chen broke the God-slaying formation and forced Gu Ku to retreat, many awakened experts of the Gu clan thought that Fang Chen was a quasi-emperor. However, they only learned of the fierce battle in the Demon City after returning. When they learned that Feng Chen was only at the Boundary Realm, they were greatly shocked. He can unleash the power of an invincible quasi-emperor at the Boundary Realm. Could he be another Emperor Shao? The purple-robed elder's eyes flickered. Hearing the two words, Emperor Shao, everyone's body involuntarily trembled. For a moment, there was silence in the pavilion. Everyone was silent. After a long time, Guku spoke. This boy's potential is stronger than Emperor Zhao's back then. We must not let him live. Everyone looked at each other, and killing intent surged. But now, the purple-robed elder spread out his hands. The primordial chaos has changed. Those ancient experts who were in deep slumber have awakened one by one. The sacred palace will become abnormally busy, and will not have time to deal with us. This is the perfect opportunity for the Gu clan, Guku said. The sacred palace claims to be the leader of the human race. How ridiculous! Our Gu clan is the absolute leader of the human race, the purple-robed elder echoed. Rumble! Just as everyone was discussing, a deafening sound suddenly came from the ancestral land of the Gu clan. It's Tianhua. He is going through the tribulation. What a powerful pressure! Everyone's figures flashed and instantly arrived in front of the ancestral land. At this time, the ancestral land was filled with spatial storms. In the center of the storm, one could vaguely see a tall figure spinning. This is Chapter 3348. The ancestral land of the Gu clan was an independent space that was protected by an Emperor Realm formation. Other than the core members of the Gu clan, no one else had the right to enter. Usually, this place was very quiet. But now there was a storm and spatial turbulence swept through the entire ancestral land. After sensing the violent aura in the ancestral land, Guku and the rest instantly traveled through the void and arrived at the ancestral land. When they saw Gu Tianhua in the terrifying vortex, their faces were filled with excited smiles. It's Tianhua. He's undergoing the tribulation. He can attract such a powerful lightning tribulation just by breaking through to the Boundary Emperor realm. No wonder he's the most outstanding genius in the history of the Gu clan. If Tianhua succeeds, he won't be any weaker than Feng Chen. Speaking of Feng Chen, Guku and the rest's faces changed. Gu Tianhua was the hope of the Gu clan, and they had high hopes for him. It seems like Tianhua's lightning tribulation has reached its final stage. After observing for a long time, Guku muttered. However, at this moment, suddenly, a black spatial door appeared in the spatial turbulence that swept through the entire area. Upon closer inspection, there was a faintly discernible tomb within the spatial gate. That's our ancestor's tomb. Guku and the rest exclaimed. The ancestor's tomb had always been hidden in the ancestral land. From the ancient times until now, no one had been able to find it. But now, Gu Tianhua's tribulation had led to the ancestor's tomb. Could it be? Excitement appeared on the faces of the Gu clan's experts. They seemed to have thought of a legend. When the pitch-black spatial door appeared, the spatial turbulence that had engulfed the surroundings became completely berserk. It quickly gathered in front of Gu Tianhua and enveloped him. At this moment, Gu Tianhua seemed to have sensed something. He took a step forward and entered the ancestor's tomb. Buzz! When Gu Tianhua disappeared, the spatial door in the sky also gradually disappeared. The terrifying spatial turbulence also gradually faded. In the blink of an eye, the ancestral land returned to normal. Guku and the rest looked at each other, extremely excited. Tianhua's potential is much stronger than we thought. Yes, the ancestor's tomb has appeared and Tianhua has entered it. This means that Tianhua has received the ancestor's recognition. Our ancestor was a peerless expert from the primordial chaos. If Tianhua can obtain his inheritance, our Gu clan will definitely regain its glory in the future. Ha ha ha, the heavens are protecting my Gu clan. Many experts laughed heartily. More than 90% of the primordial chaos was made up of land, while the remaining 10% was the vast ocean. The boundless sea region was the most mysterious and sacred place in the entire primordial chaos. This place was known as the Holy Land of Human Cultivation. This was because the sacred island controlled by the sacred palace was located at the core of the boundless sea region. Rumble. Standing in the void, Lin Fan looked into the distance. The waves were turbulent and from time to time there would be huge splashes. The entire boundless ocean was filled with a dangerous aura. This is the boundless sea region? Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. His corporeal realm Yuan spirit spread out. When he saw the true appearance of the boundless sea, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Who would have thought that there would be such a wondrous place in the immemorial chaos?" Palace Master Woodgreen nodded. "Can you feel it? There seems to be a barrier of nothingness around the boundless sea. This barrier separates the boundless sea region from the land." Fang Chen said, "The heavenly Tao power in the boundless sea region is even denser. I can even vaguely feel the operation of the supreme laws." "That's right. The reason why the sacred island was placed in the boundless sea region is because of the special environment here," Palace Master Woodgreen said with a smile. "Just the heavenly Tao power in the boundless sea region is 10 times denser than the outside world. And the sacred island in the core area has even denser heavenly Tao power, at least 100 times denser than the outside world." "What?" Fang Chun exclaimed, his mouth agape. "The heavenly Tao power was 100 times denser than the outside world? Wasn't this too exaggerated?" "Let's go to the sacred island first," said Palace Master Woodgreen. Not long after, the two arrived at the sacred island. From afar, this was an incomparably vast island. As soon as he entered the island, Fang Chen felt an incomparably vast heavenly Tao power. Fang Chen was speechless. How was this a cultivation holy land? It was simply a cultivation paradise. If he had been cultivating here, he would have been able to cultivate from the weakest chi refinement realm to the current realm evolution realm. His cultivation time would have been reduced by at least half. This was an extremely exaggerated figure. After all, the cultivation time of a cultivator was measured in hundreds of millions. The sacred island is the core of the human race and also a holy land for cultivating experts. The people of the outside world do not know of the sacred island's existence. Only the top factions and great clans know of its existence. After entering the sacred island, Palace Master Woodgreen gave a simple introduction. So far, the weakest cultivator on the sacred island is a realm lord, and the strongest is an area lord. As for a quasi-emperor, they are restricted by the laws of the world and are very difficult to produce. Palace Master Woodgreen said, "In the Age of Doom, the world was limited and resources were scarce. Cultivation was extremely difficult, and the number of quasi-emperor experts could be counted on one hand. The emperor realm was even more unreachable. Although it was very difficult for a quasi-emperor to be born on the sacred island, it was still a cradle for the human race experts." Palace Master Woodgreen. Suddenly, a burst of hearty laughter was heard. Looking in the direction of the voice, an old man with red eyebrows strolled over. "Red Eyebrows Monster," Palace Master Woodgreen said. "Is this the human race genius Fang Chen that you sent me a message about?" Red Eyebrows Monster asked. "Yes, he is Fang Chen. I brought him to the sacred island to accept Emperor Zhao's inheritance," Palace Master Woodgreen said, and then introduced Fang Chen to this person. Red Eyebrows Monster was one of the administrators of the sacred island. Although he was an area lord, he had the battle strength of a quasi-emperor and held the position of an elder in the sacred palace. Hearing the words, Emperor Zhao's inheritance, Red Eyebrows Monster frowned. "Do you want him to die?" Red Eyebrows Monster said, "You should know very well how dangerous the inheritance left behind by Emperor Zhao is." Red Eyebrows Monster, "Don't you know me? Since I brought him here, I naturally have some confidence. Besides, he has made great contributions to the human race, and we owe him a favor. Since he asked to accept Emperor Zhao's inheritance, the sacred palace can't refuse, right? The boundless sea region was extremely far away from the chaotic land, so the news of the battle in the demon domain and the mountain domain had not spread here. Therefore, Red Eyebrows Monster did not know that the weak-looking guy standing in front of him was a genuine, invincible quasi-emperor. "Let's go and call the other old guys," Palace Master Woodgreen said. Red Eyebrows Monster glanced at Fong Chen and then said, "Little guy, you should familiarize yourself with the environment of the sacred island. I have something to discuss with Palace Master Woodgreen." Palace Master Woodgreen also nodded at Fong Chen. After the two left, Fong Chen strolled alone on the sacred island. The sacred island was huge, and there were buildings everywhere. These lofts should be where the disciples of the sacred island live, right? Fong Chen murmured. After walking for a while, Fong Chen unknowingly came to a peach blossom field. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly felt that the peach blossom forest seemed to be a little different. Formation. Buzz. The peach blossom trees constantly changed their positions and trapped Fong Chen in the peach blossom forest in the blink of an eye. Emperor-level formation? Fong Chen was speechless. As expected of the sacred island, Emperor-level formations could be seen everywhere. Trying to stop me? Seeing the changes in the peach blossom forest, Fong Chen grinned and clapped his hands. Formation Dao Aura was released and condensed into 9 handprints that slapped in 9 different directions. Crack! Sure enough, when the 9 handprints slapped in the peach blossom forest, a path suddenly appeared in front of Fong Chen. Although it's an emperor-level formation, the arrangement is a little rough. Fong Chen shook his head and walked out of the peach blossom forest. Not far away. "Liamo, you're a monster. It hasn't been 10,000 years since you came to the sacred island, and you've already broken through to the boundary evolution realm. You're really amazing." The blue-clothed man looked at the black-clothed man beside him with envy. "It's only the boundary realm. My goal is the quasi-emperor realm, and even—" He didn't finish his sentence, but a trace of shock flashed across the blue-clothed man's eyes. Then, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Forget it. You're an out-and-out pervert. I can't compare myself to you. Right, when you were at the World King realm, you could easily kill a boundary realm expert and even escape unscathed from a domain lord. Now that you've stepped into the boundary realm, how much has your strength increased?" the blue-clothed man asked curiously. Liamo pondered for a moment and said, "I barely made it onto the domain lord rankings." "What?" the blue-clothed man exclaimed. There were countless cultivators on the sacred island, and those who could make it onto the domain lord rankings were all people with monstrous combat strength. Even the bottom of the domain lord rankings was shocking enough. While the blue-clothed man was shocked, Liamo stopped in his tracks. Liamo, when the blue-clothed man saw Liamo's actions, he followed Liamo's gaze and looked into the distance. They just happened to see Fong Chen leisurely walk out of the peach blossom forest. Who is this person? He actually dares to wander around the peach blossom forest? The blue-clothed man opened his eyes wide. He's probably new and wants to enter the peach blossom forest. Liamo shook his head. Do you think the peach blossom forest is a place that can be entered just because he wants to? If he infuriates that person, then even if he doesn't die, he'll shed a layer of skin. Bang! Right at this moment, an unexpected change occurred in the peach blossom forest, and a terrifying force erupted from within. Immediately after, a torrent of magma rushed over from the void. Shit! That person is angry. Leave quickly! The blue-clothed man exclaimed when he saw this, and then his figure flashed and retreated far away. Liamo took a deep breath and retreated explosively from the peach blossom forest as well. Too strong. After he stabilized his figure, Liamo clenched his fists tightly while his heart shook. He felt that his potential was sufficiently strong, and after he stepped into the boundary realm, He'd barely made it onto the Domain Lord rankings. However, compared to that person in the peach blossom forest, he was truly too insignificant. I'll reach this step one day. Liemo swore in his heart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Violent gales arose while the leaves in the peach blossom forest rustled, and the entire heavens and the earth instantly dimmed down. A flaming hand swooped down from the surging fiery red lava and instantly enveloped Fang Chen. He's dead. In the blink of an eye, the heavens and the earth returned to calm, and the blue-clothed man stared at the peach blossom forest with a lingering fear in his heart. Chapter 33:49. Wind and sand filled the air in the peach blossom forest, giving one a very gloomy feeling. The giant hand carried endless power and enveloped Fang Chen's body. By the time Fang Chen reacted, he was already in the peach blossom forest. He opened his eyes and looked around warily. Is this the interior of the peach blossom forest? Fang Chen whispered. The scene in front of him was too quiet and beautiful compared to the wind and sand outside the peach blossom forest. Not far away there was a pond. In that pond, fish swam back and forth. This pond. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows as he sensed a powerful force in the pond. These fish are all demons and have extraordinary strength? After a long while, Fang Chen nodded. I didn't expect there to be a place like this on the sacred island. After saying this, Fang Chen raised his head and looked at a towering tree. May I know why you have brought me here? As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful red figure suddenly appeared on the thick branches of the towering tree. The moment she appeared, the aura of the entire peach blossom forest instantly turned cold. Domain Lord. Fang Chen was a little dumbfounded. The power released by the giant hand was comparable to that of a quasi-emperor expert. He didn't expect its owner to be a domain lord. The woman in red leaned on the branch, her beautiful eyes flickering as she looked into the distance. Her face was full of indifference, as if she was the only one in the world, and did not pay attention to what was happening around her. Cold. Fang Chen felt an extremely cold aura from her body. Even his corporeal stage primordial spirit swayed slightly. This peach blossom forest is my place. No one is allowed to set foot in it. Suddenly, the woman in red spoke. The sacred island belongs to the sacred palace. In order to nurture the geniuses of the human race, this peach blossom forest also belongs to the sacred island and not to you, right? Besides, I didn't mean to enter the peach blossom forest. Aren't you going too far by doing this? Fang Chen spread out his hands. Humph! A cold snort was heard, followed by powerful soul power ripples in the void. Primordial spirit attack? Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and released his essence spirit, easily blocking the woman in red's essence spirit attack. At this moment, the woman in red finally turned her head to look at Fang Chen. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. You can leave now. After staring at Fang Chen for a moment, the woman in red said indifferently. Fang Chen was a little startled. Before he could react, the figure of the woman in red flashed and disappeared into the peach blossom forest. As for Fang Chen, he also felt the world spinning. In the next second, he appeared outside the peach blossom forest. Spacetime Dao. Fang Chen's eyes narrowed. The method that the woman in red had used to send him out was an extremely brilliant spacetime Dao. Moreover, it contained a trace of the supreme rule power. Who is she? Fang Chen was curious. Not far away, Liemo and the blue-clothed man were about to leave. When they saw Fang Chen appear, they were dumbfounded. Liemo rubbed his eyes hard in disbelief. He actually came out? How is that possible? He was clearly caught by that person. How could he come out unscathed? The blue-clothed man was also shocked. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen couldn't figure it out. In the end, he decided not to think about it. He looked up and happened to see Liemo and the blue-clothed man. His figure flashed and he appeared beside them. Both of you. Fang Chen cupped his fists. Brother, how did you come out of the peach blossom forest? Before Fang Chen could ask, Liemo spoke. A woman in red sent me out, Fang Chen said. What? That person sent you out personally? She didn't make things difficult for you? Liemo was dumbfounded. Fang Chen shook his head. After the shock, Liemo and the blue-clothed man gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. Brother, you're amazing. For countless years, almost all those who angered that person and entered the peach blossom forest didn't come out alive. Liemo couldn't help but gulp. There was no disciple who didn't fear the woman in red on the Saint Island. Why? Fang Chen was curious. That person has a strange temper and doesn't like to be disturbed. Occasionally, disciples who enter the peach blossom forest by mistake or wander around here would anger that person. Liemo continued, Of course there are exceptions. For example, 100,000 years ago, there was someone like you who walked out of the peach blossom forest unscathed. Are you talking about that freak Lin Qian? Hearing the two words Lin Qian, Fang Chen was slightly stunned. After coming to the ancient chaos, the names he heard the most were Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua. At that time, the two of them were known as the strongest prodigies of the ancient chaos. Later, he met Gu Tianhua, but he never met Lin Qian. That Lin Qian is a super expert with great potential. It's expected that he could walk out of the peach blossom forest. But brother, you just came to the Saint Island and walked out unscathed. You're really a god. Liemo's eyes were filled with admiration. Fang Chen shrugged. The woman in red must have sensed his strength and let him go, right? What a strange person. Fang Chen asked. May I ask who lives in the peach blossom forest, and why are you so afraid? Speaking of the woman in red, the two felt their scalps go numb. After the two explained, Fang Chen finally understood. The woman in red was called Mu Hong and was a super expert who had reincarnated. Although she was only at the domain lord level, her battle strength was extremely strong and no one on the Saint Island could match her. Mu Hong has been staying in the peach blossom forest since she awakened the memories of her past life, isolated from the world. Liemo continued. You'll be fine as long as you don't provoke her. But once she's angered, she won't even give face to Saint Palace experts and will directly kill them. Liemo and the man in blue did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly left. Before they left, they even advised Fang Chen to leave quickly. Fang Chen turned his head to look at the peach blossom forest and shook his head gently. Just then, Fang Chen, come to the 10,000 pagoda quickly. Palace Master Mu Qing sent a message and told Fang Chen the location. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A moment later, Fang Chen came to a square where several people were gathered. Fang Chen, these are the elders of the Saint Palace. They are in charge of the cultivation of the Saint Island disciples. After discussion, we've decided to let you enter the 10,000 pagoda to take Emperor Zhao's test, Palace Master Mu Qing said directly. Emperor Zhao's inheritance is very dangerous. If you're not careful, you'll be doomed. You have to think carefully, Red-Browed Monster said. The others also nodded their heads lightly. After learning about Fang Chen's great potential from Palace Master Mu Qing, they actually did not agree with him entering the 10,000 pagoda. However, Palace Master Mu Qing stood his ground and believed that this was a hurdle for Fang Chen. If he did not save his daughter, it was very likely that it would form an inner demon that would affect his future cultivation. Emperor Zhao's inheritance is in the 10,000 pagoda. As long as you can pass the 3 tests, you can get it, Palace Master Mu Qing said. Are you ready? Fang Chen took a deep breath and said, I'm ready. The image of his daughter, Fang Shi, sleeping appeared in his mind. He was even more determined to get Emperor Zhao's inheritance and save his daughter's life. The 10,000 pagoda has been opened. You can go in. Fang Chen nodded and stepped forward to the 10,000 pagoda. There were 3 levels in the 10,000 pagoda. Each level had a test left by Emperor Zhao. So far, no one had been able to get Emperor Zhao's inheritance. Red-Browed Monster and the others did not think that Fang Chen could get it. Brother Chen, I have brought Han and Yun to the sanctuary. Suddenly, the jade communication pendant vibrated. It was a message from Star Emperor. Not long ago, after Fong Chen woke up, Star Emperor set off to pick up his two sons. Now that the Archean era had changed, the undercurrents were surging. Only by bringing his two sons to the sanctuary could they be safe. The experts of Divine Blood City have also gathered in the sanctuary. Everything is waiting for your return, Star Emperor said. You wait for me in the sanctuary. When I get Emperor Zhao's inheritance, I will meet you. After sending the message, Fong Chen entered the 10,000 pagoda. Demon territory, Demon Clan Divine Mountain. Roar. The roars of demonic beasts were heard, shaking the entire Divine Mountain. In the demon territory, the demon clan was the absolute overlord. Among the many demon clans, there were 3 royal clans. Today, the masters of the 3 royal clans gathered on the demon clan Divine Mountain. In front of a towering stone pillar, 3 figures stood. They were the incarnations of the masters of the 3 royal clans. I don't know if that little guy will succeed. He is a pure-blooded demonic beast with a strong bloodline. He should succeed. How many years has it been? The demon clan has finally waited for the return of the pure-blooded royal clan. The masters of the 3 royal clans sighed. They were a little nervous and eager. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from within the sky-piercing stone pillar. Then, the terrifying aura of the demon clan quickly spread out. With the demon clan Divine Mountain as the core, it shrouded the entire demon clan. On this day, all the demonic beasts of the demon clan prostrated themselves on the ground and roared excitedly. The masters of the 3 demon clans, standing in front of the towering stone pillar, were so excited that tears streamed down their faces. Ha ha ha, it worked. The roars of the demonic beasts still echoed in the void. Following their eyes, a demonic beast stood at the top of the towering stone pillar. It was as if it was bathed in blood, and it was domineering. Greetings, Your Majesty. Led by the masters of the 3 demon clans, many demonic beasts knelt down. After so many years, my pure-blooded bloodline has finally reached the perfect state. The pure-blooded demonic beast cub stood with its hands behind its back and looked down at the people of the demon territory. Its body was filled with domineering power. It seemed to be able to destroy the world with a raise of its hand. The world today cannot be compared to the ancient era. Otherwise, my strength could still be improved. The pure-blooded demonic beast cub looked at the masters of the 3 demon clans. It was the only pure-blooded demonic beast in this era. The entire demon clan submitted to it. I wonder if anything major happened in the primordial chaos over the years. Whoosh! The pure-blooded demonic beast cub's body flashed and landed on the demon clan Divine Mountain. Chapter 3350. At the peak of the demon Divine Mountain in the demon domain, the pure-blooded beast cub had transformed into a human and was wearing a blood-red robe. The robe fluttered in the cold wind and a scarlet aura filled the sky. At this moment, his face was filled with anger. The Gu family deserves to die. He clenched his fists and was filled with anger. Back then, he had wandered the world with Fong Shi, and they had accidentally gotten separated in a relic. After that, he had wandered around and came to the demon city. The pure blood in his body had awakened the will of the demon king on the demon Divine Mountain. Then, he began to be baptized by the power of the demon race. When he woke up again, he heard news about Fong Shi and Fong Chen. King, have you received the inheritance from the sky-piercing stone pillar? The leader of the Suzhou clan asked impatiently. The pure-blooded beast cub nodded. With a thought, the purest bloodline power of the demon race burst out from his body. Poof, 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 poof. The void showed signs of cracking and the sky changed color. In the demon domain, all the demon race felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. This was an absolute suppression from their bloodline. King's bloodline. That's great. After so many years, A king has finally appeared in the demon race. The leaders of the three major demon races smiled excitedly. Although the king in front of them had not yet reached his peak, he would definitely be able to lead the demon race to glory if given enough time. How is the demon domain now? After the anger, the pure-blooded beast cub gradually calmed down and asked. The countless demon race in the entire demon domain will obey your orders and pledge their loyalty to you, the leader of the Suzuho clan said. As long as you give the order, the entire demon race will obey, the leader of the Frost Dragon clan said. I have something to do in the sacred region now. Mobilize the entire demon race's power as quickly as possible and gather at the hunting region. Wait for my orders. Hunting region? Hearing this, the leaders of the three major demon races' expressions turned serious. They did not understand why their king wanted them to mobilize the entire demon race's power to the hunting region. Could it be combined with the angry expression of the pure-blooded beast cubs when they heard about the Gu family? The three of them seemed to have thought of something. The leader of the Xianzhao race hurriedly asked, King, are you going to fight against the Gu family? The Gu clan has been the #1 clan in the ancient era for too long, so much so that they have forgotten their original mission, the pure-blooded beast calmly said. But the pure-blooded cub interrupted the clan leader. I know what you're thinking. Since you've recognized me as your master, will you obey my orders? The three of them looked at each other and then bowed deeply. You are the king of the monster clan. All members of the monster clan swear to obey the king's orders. If the king wants to attack the Gu clan, all members of the monster clan will not hesitate. Alright, go and prepare. The pure-blooded beast cub waved its hand. The three of them nodded and left the mountain. Fang Chun and I are good friends. The pure-blooded beast cub's voices rang out in the minds of the leaders of the three tribes. Hearing this, the three of them trembled and came to a sudden realization. While the pure-blooded beast cub was heading to the sacred region, Little Mouse and the others in the Jade Mountain region had also set off. After the shocking battle in the demon region ended, all of Fang Chen's brothers heard the news and rushed to the sacred region without stopping. Barbarian, Qing Ho, Deadstar Sector Lord, Dracophant Sector Lord, Lu Xingxing, and so on. Although they were not very strong, they wanted to fight side by side with Fang Chen. Undercurrents surged in the entire ancient era of chaos, like the night before a storm. Sacred Island, 1000 Pagoda. Rumble. Fang Chen had just entered when he heard the roar of the waterfall. Following the sound, he looked up and discovered that there was a tall mountain in front of him, and the waterfall was from the mountain. Is this the first level of the 1000 Pagoda? Fang Chen looked around but did not find anything unusual. Just as he was thinking, a line of words appeared in the sky. Lightning flashed around the words, and it was extremely terrifying. Reaching the top of the waterfall was considered a pass. The few words told Fang Chen how to pass the level. Is it that easy? Fang Chen was stunned and immediately rushed to the front of the waterfall. Although this waterfall contains extremely powerful Soul Dao energy, it is impossible for it to stop me. Buzz. Fang Chen released his corporeal realm primordial spirit and used the rock movement technique. His body turned into a ray of black light and flew up the waterfall. Dong, dong, dong. In the process of flying, the Soul Dao power in the waterfall became stronger and stronger. After a while, Fang Chen had already flown 2/3 of the way up and the peak of the mountain was right in front of him. The strength of the Soul Dao attack here is comparable to the Void Realm Primordial Spirit. Fang Chen sighed. No wonder no one on the sacred island had been able to obtain Emperor Zhao's inheritance for so many years. Just the first level's test was so difficult, let alone the other levels. As the height increases, the Soul Dao attack becomes stronger. Fang Chen muttered, however, it is not a problem for me. As soon as his voice fell, Fang Chen released his Soul Dao power completely. A strange scene appeared. The waterfall suddenly opened up a path for Fang Chen. No matter how fast he passed through the waterfall, not a single drop of water fell on his body. Not long after, Fang Chen reached the top of the waterfall. Buzz! Another rare phenomenon appeared in the sky. Terrifying thunderbolts exploded, and two words appeared in the midst of the explosion that resembled fireworks. Pass. At the same time, a beam of light descended from the sky and shone on Fang Chen's body. Swoosh! The latter's body suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, Fang Chen appeared on the second level of the 10,000 pagoda. Roar! The roar of a beast reverberated throughout the second level. A demonic beast the size of a small mountain appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen knew that the second level's test was to defeat the demonic beast in front of him. Human, go to hell! The demonic beast roared. You can't stop me! The battle instantly erupted. Ding ding ding! The mountain-like demonic beast threw a punch at Fang Chen. The latter used his emperor-level physical body to block it and even forced it back. Golden Mane King Beast. Unfortunately, it is an underage one. While fighting, Fang Chen secretly observed the demonic beast in front of him. The Golden Mane King Beast was very powerful in ancient times. At its peak, the Golden Mane King Beast's combat strength was comparable to an emperor-level sovereign. In the Age of Chaos, the Golden Mane King Beast was almost extinct. He did not expect to encounter one in the 10,000 pagoda. The Golden Mane King Beast is known for its physical attacks. I am at a disadvantage in close combat. Thinking of this, Fang Chen performed the rock movement technique and used the spacetime force to increase his speed to the extreme. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Golden Mane King Beast could not catch Fang Chen's trace and constantly bombarded the surrounding void. After an hour, the Golden Mane King Beast gave up the battle. After passing through the second level, Fang Chen came to the third level, which was also the last level of the 10,000 pagoda. Although I won the battle with the Golden Mane King Beast, it also exposed some of my weaknesses. Fang Chen pondered. My chaotic sword body seems to be showing signs of a breakthrough. The Golden Mane King Beast was good at physical attacks and had comprehended it to the extreme. In comparison, Fang Chen had the chaotic sword body, which was the number one sword body in the Archean era. However, his understanding of the physical body was too shallow. After taking my revenge, I will go to the sacred palace to look for a body refining secret skill. Fang Chen said. Buzz. Just as he was deep in thought, a bronze throne suddenly appeared in the void of the third level. On the throne sat a figure. The figure had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Fang Chen. Junior Fang Chen greets Emperor Xiao. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said, Not bad. Emperor Xiao nodded. He was very satisfied with Fang Chen's performance in the first two levels. I didn't expect such a monstrous genius like you to appear in this era. I don't care about your bones. You have cultivated for less than 1,000,000 years. However, your combat strength has reached the level of an emperor-to-be. With such potential, you would be considered a genius even in the ancient times. Fang Chen was speechless. The ancient times were recognized as the era with the most experts. The Battle of Deity Fall was even more shocking. Senior, the reason why I came to the 10,000 pagoda is to obtain your method of absorbing the heart of the flame demon. Fang Chen directly stated his purpose of coming here. Oh! Emperor Zhao's expression changed when he heard the words Heart of the Flame Demon. Has the all-fusion body appeared? Emperor Xiao murmured. To tell you the truth, my daughter possesses the myriad fusion body. Not long ago, she was captured by the world devastator demon emperor. He wanted to obtain the secret of the all-fusion body, so he put the heart of the flame demon into her body. My daughter is still in a coma. I am helpless. I heard that Emperor Xiao has a method to absorb the power of the flame demon's heart by using the all-fusion body. Therefore, I came here to give it a try. Fang Chen cupped his fists and asked, What can I do to obtain the secret skill of Emperor Xiao? Since you came to the 10,000 pagoda, you should know my rules, right? Emperor Shao said. Fang Qin nodded and asked, Emperor Shao, what is the test of the third level of the 10,000 pagoda? As long as one passed all 3 levels of the 10,000 pagoda, he would be able to obtain the inheritance of Emperor Shao. Fang Qin had passed the first 2 levels. He was determined to obtain the inheritance of Emperor Shao. Crash! Emperor Shao waved his sleeve, and a chessboard appeared on the ground. On the chessboard there were 108 chess pieces. This is the Tao chessboard that I obtained from a mysterious place. There are a total of 108 moves. If you can solve 36 moves, you will pass the test. Emperor Shao said. 36 moves? Fang Qin immediately sat cross-legged in front of the Tao chessboard and concentrated on solving the moves. In the void, Emperor Shao, who was sitting on the bronze throne, was flickering in and out of sight. Young man, those who came to the third level before you only solved 29 moves at most. I wonder how many moves you can solve? Emperor Shao said. Chapter 33:51. On the third floor of the 10,000 pagoda. On the desolate ground there was a huge chessboard. On the chessboard there were stars twinkling. There were a total of 108 chess pieces. Each chess piece was like an independent world, emitting a dazzling light. Buzz. Fang Qin sat cross-legged in front of the Dao Luo chessboard, his eyes fixed on the chessboard. When his consciousness came into contact with the chessboard, he felt a powerful force on the chessboard. In an instant, his consciousness entered an empty space. Dong. A shadow appeared out of thin air, holding a saber and staring at him. Little guy, defeat me and you can pass. Fang Qin raised his eyebrows, then he realized that this was the Dao Luo chessboard's consciousness space. The shadow he was facing now was his opponent for the first move. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow waved the saber in his hand. In an instant, the saber pierced through the sky and appeared in front of Fang Qin. Crack! In a hurry, Fang Qin blocked with his hand. After colliding with the saber, his body kept retreating. After stabilizing his body, Fang Qin was a little surprised. This is... I see. After a short exchange, Fang Qin understood what the test of the Dao Luo chessboard was. Although the shadow's cultivation level was not high, his understanding of the supreme law was incomparable to ordinary people. Comprehending the supreme law? Fang Qin murmured. His heart was surging with waves of shock. Who was it that refined such a powerful treasure like the Dao Luo chessboard? In the chessboard, the 108 chess pieces contained different supreme laws. If one could solve the 108 moves, one would be able to comprehend the supreme law. Amazing! Fang Qin could not help but exclaim. Although he had come into contact with the supreme law before, he had a vague understanding of it. Just now, he clearly felt that the shadow in front of him, a simple swing of the saber, contained an extremely powerful supreme law. Again, Fang Qin licked his dry lips. His interest was greatly aroused. He leaped up and fought fiercely with the figure. Outside the 10,000 pagoda on the void square, the people in charge of the Saint Island were waiting for Fang Qin to come out. Exploring the 10,000 pagoda isn't just about battle strength. It also requires comprehension. My guess is that Fang Qin should be able to reach the third level. As for whether he can pass the Dao chessboard, that's not certain. The Dao sifting chessboard originated from the God's Fall battlefield. Even we do not know how powerful it is. It will be extremely difficult to break it. Red-Eyebrowed Monster shook his head. Clearly, the people in charge of the Holy Island did not believe that Fang Qin could solve the 36 moves of the Dao Luo chessboard. That's right. I agree with the Red-Eyebrowed Monster. Even Lin Qian only managed to solve 28 steps back then. Unfortunately, Gu Tianhua of the Gu clan rejected the invitation of our Saint Island. There was a tinge of regret in their words. Back then, Gu Tianhua had displayed absolute talent. The Saint Island naturally extended an invitation to him. The Saint Island was the holy land of cultivation in the ancient chaos. Countless martial artists dreamed of entering the Saint Island to cultivate. However, Gu Tianhua had refused. This matter had caused a great sensation at the time. Hearing the discussions of the people behind him, Palace Master Wood Green remained silent. He had seen both Gu Tianhua and Lin Qian. There was nothing to say about their potential. Before Fang Chen appeared, only the two of them could compete for the title of the number one genius of the ancient chaos. However, after Fang Chen appeared, the two of them could only stand aside. You have not experienced that battle. How can you understand how strong Fang Chen is? Palace Master Wood Green muttered to himself. The revived quasi-emperors of the Gu clan, led by Gu Ku, had joined forces. Gu Ku had even used the 7th level of the ancient annihilation secret technique, but they were still unable to defeat Fang Chen. Instead, they were forced to retreat by Fang Chen, who in the ancient chaos could compare to such a battle record. With Fang Chen's current strength, even the 10 palace masters of the sacred palace were no match for him. The Dao Luo chessboard tests one's understanding of the supreme laws. I believe that with your potential, you can solve the 36 move. Only by solving the 36 moves could one obtain Emperor Zhao's inheritance. Palace Master Wood Green firmly believed that Fang Chen could succeed. Time passed, and a month passed in a flash. On the 3rd floor of the 10,000 pagoda, in front of the Dao Luo chessboard, buzz. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, starlight shot out from the Dao Luo chessboard. His gaze fell on the 9th piece of the Dao Luo chessboard. It gradually faded and became indistinct. The 8 pieces before it were the same. They were all indistinct. I only solved the 9th move in a month. Fang Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. With each move, the supreme laws contained in the pieces become more profound and difficult to understand. Fortunately, I once absorbed some supreme ancestral eyes and broke down a trace of the supreme laws to help me comprehend it faster. Fang Chen opened his palms. With a thought, a layer of silver frost suddenly covered his palms. The moment the silver frost appeared, the entire void trembled. He gently waved his hand and the void distorted as if the world was about to collapse. As expected of the supreme laws. It's really powerful. The supreme laws were above all living beings and maintained the order of the ancient chaos. If one wanted to step into the Emperor realm, they had to comprehend it. And now, after a month of exploration, Fang Chen had finally grasped the basic. He closed his eyes and traces of the supreme laws circulated in his mind. The way they operated was very unique. It's really amazing. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. He had an incomparable desire to grasp the supreme laws. After a month of accumulation, in the following process, it finally exploded like a blowout. The 10th move, the 11th move, the 12th move. From the 10th move to the 20th move, Fang Chen's speed was very fast. He didn't stop for too long. When he reached the 21st move, Fang Chen's speed slowed down again. He fell into deep thought. Emperor Xiao, who was sitting on the bronze throne in midair, looked down. He looked at Fang Chen and nodded with satisfaction. Although he once absorbed the supreme ancestral eyes, the supreme laws contained in them were almost negligible. It didn't help him much. In just a month, he was able to comprehend the supreme laws to the basic level from the Dao Luo chessboard. His comprehension is really strong. Emperor Xiao praised. If Palace Master Mu Qing and the others were here, they would be shocked. One should know that Emperor Xiao was an expert in the ancient times. He had seen countless peerless geniuses. To be praised by him personally, one could imagine how strong Fang Chen's potential was. From the 1st move to the 9th move, his speed was very slow. He has been accumulating, not in a hurry. Emperor Xiao muttered to himself. From the 10th step onwards, he will be able to fully unleash his understanding of the supreme law. His speed will be greatly enhanced. Emperor Zhao's eyes flashed with a strange light. When he reached the 21st move, his speed slowed down again. Not in a hurry, not in a hurry. Among the younger generation, to be able to reach this step, his state of mind is at least comparable to the Emperor Realm experts. As an Emperor Realm expert in the ancient times, Emperor Shao knew the value of the Dao Luo chessboard better than anyone else. In this era, among all the people who came to solve the Dao Luo chessboard, he was most optimistic about Fang Chen. Interesting. He saw some of Fang Chen's secrets through the Dao Luo chessboard. The immortal power? He actually got the immortal inheritance. What a lucky guy. Emperor Shao said. In fact, he also saw other inheritances in Fang Chen, such as the Bloodline King inheritance. But he had high standards. Only the immortal emperor could enter his eyes. In the space of consciousness. Ding ding ding. Fang Chen performed the 10th move of the invincible sword art. Once the sword of slaughter was performed, the entire space of consciousness was scarlet and filled with killing intent. The star-hidden sword issued a loud and clear sword cry. Then, it rushed towards the virtual shadow while carrying a dense sword light. The power of the sword of slaughter has doubled. Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised. He tried to integrate the supreme law into the sword of slaughter and its power sword. Kill. Even though the silhouette's battle prowess was extremely strong, and it had comprehended more supreme laws, it was ultimately unable to withstand Fang Chen's attack. Boom! The shadow fell to the ground and the chess pieces faded. The 21st move was passed. Continue. Fang Chen continued to immerse himself in the Dao Luo chessboard. With every move he deciphered, his understanding of the supreme law would increase. When he deciphered the 25th move, he finally comprehended the 11th move of the invincible sword art. This move was integrated with the supreme law and was comprehended in the space of consciousness of the Dao Luo chessboard. He called it the Dao Luo sword. Once the Dao Luo sword was performed, its power could be multiplied. Rumble. In the space of consciousness, waves rose and sword light spread and intertwined. The shadow had nowhere to hide and was directly pierced by the sword light. Phew! After leaving the space of consciousness, Fang Chen took a deep breath and calmed himself down. The power of the Dao Luo sword is stronger than the 9th level of the Blood Void sword art. If I don't use the Apocalypse sword, it will be my most powerful killing move. In addition to being pleasantly surprised, Fang Chen also realized that half a year had passed without him noticing. He shook his head and was not satisfied with his speed. After half a year, I only deciphered 25 moves. However, Emperor Shao, who was sitting on the bronze throne, looked helpless. Boy, your speed is unparalleled in this era. Are you still not satisfied? Emperor Shao glanced at Fang Chen in annoyance, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. After waiting for so many years, he had finally met an outstanding talent. Before you, Lin Qian was the fastest. He spent 8 years to decipher the 25th move, Emperor Shao said. Lin Qian. Fang Chen was stunned. He did not expect Lin Qian to spend 8 years to decipher the first 25 move. Moreover, he was the fastest in this era. In comparison, he had only spent half a year. Chapter 33:52. In the beginning, Emperor Shao had been observing Fang Chen secretly when he first entered the Thousand Pagoda. He had passed the first 2 levels with his boundary evolution realm cultivation, which had attracted Emperor Zhao's attention. Emperor Shao had thought that no matter how strong his potential was, it was impossible for him to surpass Lin Qian. However, now it seemed that Fang Chen's potential had reached an extremely monstrous level. Even in the ancient times, this was unprecedented and unparalleled. It took him half a year to solve the first 25 move. Even the super-monstrous geniuses in the ancient times might not be able to do so. At this moment, Emperor Zhao's heart was stirred. His cheeks were full of smiles. He was very curious about how many moves Fang Chen could solve with his potential. Little guy, work hard. Emperor Xiao suppressed the joy in his heart and muttered. Fang Chen nodded and then sat down cross-legged. He continued to comprehend the supreme law and solve the Tao chessboard. Sure enough, Fang Chen was at a bottleneck when he solved the 26th move. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. During this period, Fang Chen had been solving the 26th move, but he was still stuck. In the space of consciousness, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand. His dark eyes shot out a touch of indifference. I see. In the past 3 years, he had been fighting with the shadow and was defeated every time. His combat strength is obviously not as strong as mine, and my understanding of the supreme law is not weaker than his, but I still can't defeat him. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. When he attacked, the supreme law seemed to be, in his mind, he recalled every time he fought with the shadow in the past 3 years. Buzz. Images flashed past one after another. On his body, the supreme power of rules revolved around him, gradually rotating. A moment later, Fang Chen was suddenly startled. His pupils immediately shrunk. His gaze was fixed on the battle that had just taken place. His palm. Fang Chen noticed his palm. Before he attacked, he flipped his palm. It seemed that he had used a unique method to integrate the supreme law into his weapon. As expected, for the past 3 years, Fang Chen had been racking his brains. Just now, he had a flash of inspiration and finally found the root of the problem. His usage of the supreme laws has reached an extremely high level. He's able to stack them and unleash battle prowess that's hundreds and thousands of times stronger. No wonder I've never been able to defeat him. As soon as his voice fell, Fang Chen's palm suddenly rotated. The next moment, a monstrous supreme power of law surrounded the hidden star sword. Roar! A loud and clear sword chime resounded through the sky. Within the hidden star sword, a terrifying and invincible sword chi erupted. This sword chi instantly condensed into a huge dragon in the void. The giant dragon roared, as if it wanted to tear the world apart. Roar! Just as the colossal dragon was roaring in the sky, Fang Chen's palm spun and injected all the supreme power of law into the colossal dragon's body. 1. The giant dragon's aura suddenly increased, and his body continued to expand. Dao Luo Sword. Fang Chen roared and unleashed the 11th move of the invincible sword technique, Dao Luo Sword. This move was comprehended from the Dao Luo chessboard, so it was called Dao Luo Sword. As soon as the sword was unleashed, everything in the world and their souls trembled. In the blink of an eye, the colossal dragon appeared in front of the illusory figure. The latter used the same method and slapped the colossal dragon's body. Crack! Signs of cracks appeared on the colossal dragon's body. It only lasted for a moment before it exploded. Dang dang dang! The terrifying airflow forced Fang Chen back. After the latter stabilized his body, his face was filled with excitement. As expected, Fang Chen said, the power of superimposing the supreme laws is even stronger. It's a pity that I can only use a superficial superimposing technique. The power that I can unleash is not as strong as the illusory figure. Fang Chen thought of the Gu family's ancient annihilation secret skill. The superimposing technique of the illusory figure in front of me is probably equivalent to the superimposing power of the 4th level of the ancient annihilation secret skill. Fang Chen said, if I can comprehend a superimposing technique and supplement it with the annihilation sword, I should be able to pass this stage easily. Taking a deep breath, Fang Chen continued to study the superimposing technique. The superimposing technique was like a wave. One layer after another was superimposed in a unique way. When the superimposing level reached a certain level, the power would be fully unleashed. This was also the power of the Gu family's ancient annihilation secret skill. Fang Chen had personally experienced it, so it was still fresh in his memory. Therefore, he was still quite confident in himself. Although he could not comprehend a superimposing technique like the ancient annihilation secret skill, As long as he could superimpose the supreme laws, he would succeed. To obtain Emperor Zhao's inheritance, he only needed to solve the 36 move. Fang Chen's goal was simple. That was to solve it as quickly as possible, then obtain the inheritance and save his daughter. As for solving all 108 moves of the Dao Luo chessboard, he did not think too much about it for now. In the void, Emperor Shao watched Fang Chen's every move. This guy's potential is really amazing. Emperor Shao sighed. Time passed unconsciously. In front of the 10,000 pagoda, Palace Master Mu Qing and the others had already left. Their consciousness shrouded the 10,000 pagoda. When Fang Chun came out, they would be the first to know. During this time, the primordial chaos became more turbulent, and the atmosphere was very oppressive. Saint Island Peach Blossom Forest. Mu Hong, who was dressed in red, sat quietly on a towering tree. Suddenly, she felt a strange movement in her Sumeru ring. Whoosh! With a thought, a red token appeared in the void in front of her. This token was constantly trembling and emitting a strange aura. Shock surfaced on Mu Hong's emotionless face when she saw this scene. Soon after, she stood up and looked towards the distant horizon with her pretty eyes. It's awake. Mu Hong's red lips parted slightly as she muttered. Whoosh! She waved her sleeve and a crack appeared in the void. She stepped into it. Outside the Saint Island, in the boundless sea, a small boat was drifting alone. Upon closer inspection, there was a white-haired old man leisurely lying on the boat, basking in the sun. Whoosh! Although the waves were strong, the boat was very stable and kept moving forward slowly. Buzz! A crack appeared in the void and Mu Hong walked out. Rip! Sensing Mu Hong's aura, the white-haired old man opened his lazy eyes and looked at Mu Hong with a smile. It's you. Mu Hong raised her eyebrows when she saw the old man. She seemed a little unhappy and emitted a cold aura. Red Emperor, I haven't seen you for many years. You're still the same. The old man said, we used to be comrades who fought side by side. After I woke up, I came to find you immediately. How can you treat an old friend like this? Others might not know, but the old man on the boat knew very well. The woman in red in front of him was the famous Red Emperor of the ancient times. Mu Hong was silent. The old man continued, now that the world has changed, many of the old farts in the God's Fall battlefield have awakened. Soon, a disaster will descend. This is our last chance. Come with me to the God's Fall battlefield. How about it? The old man asked. He flipped his hand and a red token appeared. Buzz! The red token trembled as soon as it appeared. At the same time, the red token in Mu Hong's hand resonated with it. It's also awakened? Mu Hong asked. The old man nodded. It hasn't fully awakened and is in a half-asleep state. Its strength hasn't recovered to its peak. That's why I said that this is our last chance. Once the world changes completely and the God's Fall battlefield appears, those old farts will appear and we won't stand a chance. Seeing that Mu Hong didn't say anything, the old man continued, have you forgotten the God's Fall battle of the ancient times? If those old farts fully awaken, you and I can forget about living. For countless years, ever since you woke up, you have been cultivating on the Saint Island and your realm has been stuck at the territorial lord level. Haven't you been waiting for this day? After a moment of silence, Mu Hong spoke. What are your chances of winning? There are a total of 6 tokens. You and I have 2. I have some information about the remaining 4. Let's find the remaining tokens first and then go to that place. The old man said, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. I won't fail this time. Boom. Suddenly, the aura on Mu Hong's body soared. Seeing this, smiled brightly. He knew that the Red Emperor had agreed. A moment later, Mu Hong's aura stabilized. She was now a quasi-emperor expert. Moreover, she was an invincible quasi-emperor. The restrictions of this world are too great. I have spent hundreds of millions of years and still haven't completely comprehended the supreme law, Red Emperor Mu Hong said. On the Saint Island, the reason why her cultivation was stuck at the territorial lord level was so that she could comprehend the supreme law and step into the martial emperor realm one day. Therefore, when Fang Chun broke into the peach blossom forest, she couldn't make him stay with her strength at that time. Therefore, she let him go. Because of such a small matter, the Red Emperor would never give up her years of hard work. But now, Emoso had found her and told her some things about the ancient era. She couldn't care less and directly raised her cultivation to the quasi-emperor level. Red Emperor, with your potential, if the restrictions of this world disappear, you will soon step into the martial emperor realm, Emoso said. Let's go. Let's go. Whoosh. Emoso and the Red Emperor disappeared in the sky above the boundless sea. The dark abyss was filled with endless blood. A beast that had been sleeping for countless years woke up. Its huge body swayed gently, and the entire abyss seemed to collapse. An extremely terrifying aura swept through the sky. Darkness is coming. My chance is here. His hoarse voice echoed throughout the entire abyss. Whether it was the beast or the human warriors, they all prostrated on the ground. At the same time, in some hidden places in the primordial chaos, strange phenomena appeared one after another, shaking the sky. Countless old monsters that had been sleeping during the battle of the fallen gods in the ancient era woke up. Chapter 33:53. Over the long years, the human race had been reproducing generation after generation. One could never imagine how terrifying the potential of a human martial artist would be. Throughout history, almost all those with great potential had become sovereign-like experts. In the ancient times, the human race had reached its peak, and there were many experts and geniuses. However, after the cruelest battle of gods in history, the human race was almost wiped out and countless experts fell. In the Age of Chaos, stepping into the Emperor realm became an unattainable goal. The remnant consciousness of Emperor Shao had stayed in the Thousand Pagoda for countless eras, but he could not find a successor. He had thought that he would have to wait for a long time. But now, Emperor Zhao's face was full of joy. He looked down at the Dao Luo chessboard from above. At this moment, Fang Chen was focused on deciphering the Dao Luo chessboard. 45 moves? Emperor Shao was stunned and his heart was full of shock. A boundary evolution realm expert had such a strong understanding of the supreme law that he could decipher 45 moves of the Dao Luo chessboard. This could be recorded in history. Since deciphering the 25th move, Fang Chen had a preliminary understanding of the supreme law's operating trajectory. Combined with his strong understanding, he was able to decipher the moves without any hindrance. He deciphered the moves one by one until he had deciphered the 45th move. It was incredible. Ever since Emperor Shao left his inheritance in the Thousand Pagoda, Fang Chen was the first martial artist to decipher the 45th move. His mastery of the supreme law is getting better and better. He saw Fang Chen's deciphering process very clearly. Swoosh. In the consciousness space of the Dao Luo chessboard, Fang Chen only slashed with his sword once and it destroyed the shadow with overwhelming force. The 46th move was deciphered. Phew! Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes and revealed a tired look. He put away the hidden star sword and slowly got up. He looked at the Dao Luo chessboard and could not help but sigh. This Dao Luo chessboard is really amazing. I only deciphered the 45th move and I have already comprehended 10% of the supreme law. It should be known that an ordinary emperor-to-be expert would need to spend countless years to comprehend 10% of the supreme law. Fang Chen had only spent 3 years to achieve this. I've reached a bottleneck. I can't continue. Fang Chen calmed himself down and looked away from the Dao chessboard. Coincidentally, he caught Emperor Zhao's gaze. Emperor Shao. Fang Chen cupped his fists and bowed slightly. The latter walked down from the bronze throne and nodded in satisfaction. In 3 years, you managed to solve the 45-step Dao net chessboard. You are truly a genius among geniuses. Emperor Xiao was not stingy with his praise for Fang Chen. Emperor Xiao spoke before Fang Chen could say anything. You have passed my test. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger, and a ray of light shot out. Fang Chen subconsciously caught it with his hand. It was a jade strip. This jade slip contains my 2 secret skills. Take it and cultivate. If you have any questions during this period, you can come to the treasure pagoda to ask me, Emperor Xiao said. As for the heart of the flame demon, I can't teach you. Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little anxious. However, Emperor Xiao's next words put him at ease. Although I can't teach you, you can bring your daughter to the treasure pagoda. I will personally refine the heart of the flame demon in her body. Emperor Xiao stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the sky. However, you have to be prepared for the worst. After all, even in my heyday, I can't guarantee 100% success rate. The heart of the flame demon has been corroding my daughter's strength. If this continues, she will definitely die. If Emperor Xiao helps, there is at least a chance of survival, Fang Chen said. At this moment, he had no other choice. Don't worry. After all, you are half my successor. I will do my best. Emperor Xiao waved his hand and signaled Fang Chen to bring his daughter to the sacred island. There is no time to lose. I will go now. Outside the treasure pagoda, Palace Master Wood Green, Red-Browed Monster and the others sensed Fang Chen as soon as he appeared. Whoosh! Several figures appeared in front of Fang Chen at the same time. Little guy, how is it? Red-Browed Monster asked eagerly. You have been in the treasure pagoda for 3 years. I guess you must have been cracking the Dao chessboard? Palace Master Wood Green asked. Fang Chen nodded. I have passed the test left by Emperor Xiao and obtained his inheritance. What? Red-Browed Monster and the others exclaimed and looked at Fang Chen in shock. They could not imagine that Emperor Xiao's inheritance had been obtained by this guy. You? How many moves did you crack? Red-Browed Monster asked anxiously after recovering from the shock. 45 moves. Fang Chen did not hide the truth. Boom. Everyone trembled in disbelief. How is this possible? There are 3 stages in the Dao chessboard, and each stage has 36 moves. It is a huge hurdle. He only took 3 years to crack 45 moves? Everyone was at a loss. Even Palace Master Wood Green was a little shocked. Ha ha ha, God bless the human tribe. Soon, an excited smile appeared on Palace Master Wood Green's face. After Fang Chen told Palace Master Wood Green the details, Palace Master Wood Green took the wormhole back to the sacred palace and brought Fang Shi to the sacred island. Not long after, Palace Master Wood Green returned to the sacred island. Brother Chen, can Senior Emperor Xiao really save Shi? Star Sovereign had also caught up. She threw herself in front of Fang Chen and asked urgently. Don't worry, you With Emperor Xiao's help, Shi will be fine. He naturally did not dare to tell Star Emperor that even Emperor Xiao did not have full confidence. Wait here. I will take Shi to the treasure pagoda. Whoosh! Fang Chen took his daughter Fang Shi to the 3rd level of the treasure pagoda with ease. After checking Fang Shi's body, Emperor Xiao's face turned slightly solemn. Her all-fusion body has not been fully awakened, so her ability to resist the heart of the flame demon is a little weak. Emperor Xiao said, if she cannot refine the heart of the flame demon, she will not live for more than 100 years. Emperor Xiao. Fang Chen was a little anxious. Don't worry. Since I have promised to help you, I will not stand by and do nothing. Emperor Xiao said, leave her here. I will help her refine the heart of the flame demon. But because her all-fusion body is a little weak, she will need some supplementary materials. If he was at his peak, he would not need these. But now, Emperor Xiao only existed in the form of a remnant thought. What kind of supplementary materials do you need? Fang Chen asked. Emperor Xiao handed Fang Chen a list. There are a total of 81 materials on this list. 7 of them are rare materials. I don't think you can find them in the entire primordial chaos. Fang Chen looked at the list carefully. His face was solemn. But there should be some in the battlefield of gods. Emperor Shao looked at him leisurely. But the battlefield of gods is too dangerous. Now that the world has changed, those sleeping experts have awakened. With your strength, even if you enter the battlefield of gods, you may not be able to come out alive. Fang Chen put away the list. His eyes were filled with determination. For Shi I will go even if it is dangerous. Fang Chen said, when can I use these materials? 50 years at the latest. You have to send all 81 materials to the treasure pagoda. Otherwise, if you delay, your daughter will die. Emperor Shao said. Fang Chen nodded. I will find all the materials within 50 years. During this time, I will have to trouble Emperor Shao to take care of Shi. With that, he turned and left the treasure pagoda. Coming out of the treasure pagoda, Fang Chen's heart was heavy. However, after seeing Star Emperor, he did not show it. Instead, he comforted Star Emperor. Don't worry, Yuer. With Emperor Zhao's help, Shi will be fine. Then, Fang Chen walked to the side of Palace Master Mu Qing. Palace Master Mu Qing. Fang Chen showed the list to Palace Master Mu Qing. The latter looked solemn. Although these materials are rare, with the Sacred Palace's ability, we can find most of them. But the last 7, I will have to trouble Palace Master Mu Qing to search for them. As for the last 7, I will find a way myself. Fang Chen said. By the way, suddenly, Palace Master Mu Qing's eyes fell on one of the rare materials. I know where to find Jade Flame Golden Sand. Where? Fang Chen was stunned. The Gu family. After leaving the sacred island, Fang Chen returned to the sacred region with Star Emperor. As for Palace Master Mu Qing, he helped Fang Chen search for the materials he needed. Greetings, City Lord. The first thing Fang Chen did after returning was to gather everyone in Divine Blood City. In the courtyard, Fire Demon True Emperor stood respectfully. How is the matter I asked you to do? Fang Chen asked. City Lord, in the past 3 years, Divine Blood City has gathered all the forces hidden in the dark. We are just waiting for the City Lord's order to step into the ancient region and destroy the Gu family, Fire Demon True Emperor said heroically. A long time ago, Divine Blood City was one of the top forces in the ancient chaos. At that time, under the leadership of the Bloodline Monarch, it was very powerful. But later on, the Bloodline Monarch disappeared and Divine Blood City went into seclusion. Fire Demon True Emperor and the others were unwilling to give up. They were waiting for the battle with the Gu family to make Divine Blood City shock the world again. Just as the Fire Demon True Lord was reporting to Fang Chen about the experts he had gathered, a series of hearty voices suddenly rang out. Boss, we are not late, right? Little Mouse and the others appeared at the same time. How could I miss such a lively event? The void flickered and the pure-blooded beast cub appeared. After sensing the powerful aura of the pure-blooded beast cub, Fang Chen was startled. By chance, I was recognized by the godly mountain of the demon race and completely activated my pure-blooded bloodline. Now I am the king of the demon region, the pure-blooded beast cub said. This time, I brought all the higher-ups of the demon race. That son of AB*TCH Gu family dared to attack Shaoxi. They deserve to die. Back then, he had trained with Fang Shi and got separated. After hearing what had happened to Fang Shi, he blamed himself. In the courtyard, everyone was shocked. You are the king of the demon race? Chapter 33:54. After so many years, the strength of the brothers who had fought side by side with him had increased. Especially the pure-blooded beast cub. Its strength had reached the level of a quasi-emperor and it had become the king of the demon race. As expected of a pure-blooded descendant. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. He looked around at his brothers and felt warmth in his heart. Boss, when are we leaving? Little Mouse asked anxiously. No hurry. Let me go to the sword pavilion. After settling the pure-blooded beast cub and the people of Divine Blood City, Fang Chen went to the Sword Pavilion. After greeting the Guardian Elder, he went directly to the 4th floor of the Sword Pavilion. Whoosh! Seeing the 3 scrolls hanging on the wall, Fang Chen took a deep breath and his face gradually turned serious. The 3 Sword of Annihilation. Last time, Fang Chen had comprehended the apocalyptic first sword here, Annihilation. With his strength at that time, he could not fully comprehend it. It was not until he broke through to the boundary evolution realm that he realized how terrifying the 3 Sword of Annihilation was. Strictly speaking, the power of the 3 Sword of Annihilation had exceeded the power of an Emperor-level sword technique. This time, Fang Chen came to try and see if he could comprehend the 2nd Sword of Annihilation. Let's begin. Fang Chen adjusted his state of mind and sat cross-legged in front of the 2nd scroll. His divine sense spread out and instantly entered the 2nd picture scroll. The 2nd picture scroll was exactly the same as the 1st picture scroll. In front of a lush mountain stream, there was a towering mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. On top of that mountain peak, there was a waterfall that flowed down. Countless water droplets scattered in the air and fell freely. The various scenes of comprehending the 1st Sword of Annihilation appeared again. Fang Chen's body was filled with sword qi. Whoosh! He could not help but perform the 1st Sword of Annihilation. He suddenly raised his finger and powerful sword qi gathered at the tip of his finger, forming spots of light. Whoosh! 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 A wild wind blew past his face and a cold aura hit him in the face. Fang Chen was as motionless as a bell. He stood in the gale and focused all his attention on his fingers. When the sword qi on his fingertip reached a certain level, he made his move. Crack! Almost in an instant, he lightly pointed his finger. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded across the sky. A frightening finger glow that carried an endless amount of power whizzed through the air and ruthlessly collided with the waterfall. Voila! The thick waterfall was forcefully split apart by the apocalyptic 1st Sword. At the same time, the water droplets scattered in the air quickly formed a cylindrical defense, completely blocking the waterfall. As expected. After seeing this scene, Fang Chen confirmed his thoughts. A beam of light shot out from his eyes, penetrating the defense of the water droplets and looking into the waterfall. Inside the waterfall, the fluctuations caused by the sword qi of obliteration had caused great chaos. The waterfall seemed to be operating normally, but it was in complete chaos. I have comprehended the apocalyptic 1st Sword and have gained experience. I have a natural advantage in comprehending the apocalyptic 2nd Sword. After a long time, Fang Chen grinned and immediately closed his eyes to cultivate. The apocalyptic 2nd Sword was called Chaos. When the sword was drawn, heaven and earth were in chaos and time was distorted. A few days later, sword qi soared into the sky in the 4th level of the Sword Pavilion. In the 2nd scroll, Fang Chen pointed his finger and the waterfall was instantly forcefully cut off. The cylindrical defense formed by countless water droplets was shattered and could not withstand Fang Chen's attack. Buzz! In the void, sword qi revolved and a loud sword cry resounded across the universe. The moment Fang Chen opened his eyes, the luster of the 2nd scroll disappeared and it instantly dimmed. I finally succeeded. Fang Chen stood up with a smile on his face. This time, comprehending the apocalyptic 2nd Sword was much easier than he had expected. The apocalyptic 2nd Sword contains a trace of the supreme power of laws. If I had not deciphered the Tao chessboard in the 3rd level of the 10,000 pagoda and comprehended a trace of the supreme power of laws, I would not have been able to comprehend it so easily. Fang Chen shook his head and sighed. At the same time, his heart was also filled with excitement. The power of the apocalyptic 2nd Sword was 10 times stronger than the apocalyptic 1st Sword. The apocalyptic 1st Sword already consumes a lot of energy and I can barely use it 3 times in a row. As for the apocalyptic 2nd Sword, it is still very easy for me to use it once with my current strength. However, it will be very difficult to use it a second time, and it will even cause a backlash. Fang Chen murmured softly. My battle strength has already reached the level of an invincible quasi-emperor. In addition to these two sword moves, no one in the ancient chaos will be a match for me. In fact, Fang Chen even had a feeling that if he attacked with all his strength, he could even escape unscathed from a God Realm ruler. Of course, until now, he had not fought with a true God Realm ruler. Therefore, he did not know what a God Realm ruler was capable of and did not dare to jump to conclusions. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the third scroll. After a long time, he sighed and gently shook his head. The supreme power of the apocalyptic third sword is too tyrannical. I can't comprehend it with my current strength. It would be a waste of time to continue comprehending it. Fang Chen simply gave up and left the sword pavilion. The news of the Sacred Palace's 11th Palace Master was officially born swept across the ancient chaos like a hurricane. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. As the Palace Master, Fang Chen was leading the army to the ancient region. Palace Master Fang, the Gu clan's actions against the Sacred Palace have clearly violated the rules of the human race. This battle is between the Sacred Palace and the Gu clan. Palace Master Mu Qing said, "This time, there are 2 Palace Masters overseeing the Sacred Palace. The remaining 8 of us will go to the ancient region with you." Many thanks. Fang Chen clasped his fists. Although Palace Master Mu Qing said it was a battle between the Sacred Palace and the Gu clan, it was actually because of Fang Chen. He turned around and looked at the mighty army. Standing at the front was a good brother who had once fought side by side with him. The 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain, the king of the monster race, the experts of Divine Blood City, Qing Ho and Barbarian had all come. Barbarian had now become the new domain master of the Barbarian domain with the help of his master. Qing Ho, on the other hand, had relied on his strong potential in the Tao of puppetry to make continuous breakthroughs and become a renowned puppeteer grandmaster in the ancient chaos. This battle is a battle to the death. Fang Chen looked at everyone and said, "The Gu clan has been in the ancient chaos for countless years. Its foundation is so deep that even the Sacred Palace does not dare to act rashly. I can imagine that this battle will be a fierce one. Once it's over, some of us will definitely die. So," after a pause, Fang Chen continued, "I won't force you. If you want to withdraw, it's not too late. Once they reach the ancient domain, there would be no chance." "We'll advance and retreat with you, boss," the little mouse roared. "Avenge little she. The monster race will not retreat," the pure-blooded beast cub said coldly. He represented the monster race of the monster race. Behind him, the 3 monster lords of the monster race were filled with murderous intent. They could not wait to fight. "We're brothers. Even if we die, we'll die together." The barbarian held a huge axe, while Qing Ho was playing with a thumb-sized puppet in his palm. Their attitudes made everything clear. Our Divine Blood City will not tolerate the Gu clan's invasion. The City Lord's revenge is our revenge. In this battle, our Divine Blood City will fight with our last breath. Roars shook the sky in the Sacred Palace Square. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen bit his lip and nodded heavily. "Let's go." The wormhole opened and Fang Chen took the lead to enter. The others followed in a single file. Ancient Domain, Gu clan's residence. In a courtyard, the atmosphere was very solemn. The many experts of the Gu clan, led by Gu Ku, sat on stone benches, not saying a word. After a long time, someone broke the silence. After Fang Chen returned from the Sacred Island, he gathered his forces. "Not long ago, we received news that they entered the wormhole. They should be in the ancient domain by now," the Quasi-Emperor in red said. "Divine Blood City and the monster race of the monster race of the monster race are just a mob. They pose no real threat to our Gu clan," the Quasi-Emperor in red said. "What we need to pay attention to are the Quasi-Emperors. So far, the Gu clan had received news that the Sacred Palace's 8 quasi-emperors, Fang Chen, and the Star Emperor had come to suppress the Gu clan. These were the strongest experts of the Sacred Palace's camp. "You've overlooked one person," Gu Ku said. Everyone's gazes fell on him in unison. "The monster race's king," Gu Ku said. "He's just a newly ascended quasi-emperor." "There's nothing to be afraid of," the quasi-emperor in red said. "You've forgotten that he has a pure-blood bloodline." "He's the only pure-blood descendant in the Age of Chaos," Gu Ku said coldly. "So what? Since they dare to suppress our Gu clan, they must all die." The quasi-emperor in red waved his hand and said in an imposing manner, "This battle is an important battle for our Gu clan to unify the ancient chaos. Since they've come, we'll kill them all." Gu Ku stood up and looked up at the dark sky. "Have you prepared the things I asked you to prepare?" "Don't worry, the Great Array has been set up. It can be activated at any time," the quasi-emperor in red said. Gu Ku stood with his hands behind his back and turned to look at the others. "The Gu clan cannot be humiliated. Let's go all out in this battle. Our Gu clan can bear all the consequences," Gu Ku said. Everyone was puzzled. Gu Ku added, "Not long ago, Ancestor Gu Feng woke up, but he's trapped in a dangerous place in the God's Fall battlefield. He sent me a message, saying that it won't be long before he comes out of the dangerous place and returns to the Gu clan." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. "Is that true? If Ancestor Gu Feng returns, our Gu clan will definitely unify the world." After the initial shock, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Buzz. Dark clouds gathered in the sky and thunder rumbled. Crack. Thick bolts of lightning swooped down and bombarded the ancient region. The void tore open, and everyone slowly walked out of the wormhole. A majestic aura swept through the ancient region. Everyone felt an unprecedented pressure. On this day, dark clouds covered the sky above the ancient region. The quasi-emperors had arrived. Chapter 33:55. Outside the Gu clan city, on the barren land, a black mass of figures suddenly appeared. The person in the lead was Fang Chen, whose name shook the ancient chaos. Beside him, Star Emperor, Reincarnation Sword Emperor and the others stood side by side. An earth-shattering violent aura swept over, causing all the martial artists in the ancient region to feel their hearts palpitate. Their bodies involuntarily trembled as they prostrated themselves on the ground, their primordial spirits trembling. "They're here." Gu Ku stood with his hands behind his back, leading the Gu clan's upper echelons to stand on the city wall and look into the distance. In the distant horizon, dust billowed as a majestic aura swept over. "We didn't manage to kill this guy last time. This time, we'll make sure he doesn't return," red-robed quasi-emperor said fiercely. Fang Chen's potential was too great. Moreover, the Sacred Palace had obviously nurtured him as the leader of the human race. They would definitely use all their resources to help him cultivate. If he was given enough time to grow, he would definitely pose a great threat to the Gu clan. Thinking of this, the Gu clan's people looked at each other, their eyes filled with killing intent. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. As they approached the Gu clan city, Fang Chen waved his hand, indicating for the army to stop. "May I know why you've come to the ancient region?" Gu Ku was the first to speak. "Humph!" Fang Chen snorted coldly. "I've said that I'll definitely avenge my daughter. You've gone too far." Gu Ku frowned. "Your daughter was clearly captured by the World Devastator Demon Emperor, but now you're blaming the Gu clan? Do you really think that the Gu clan is a pushover that you can bully? My daughter was only in love with a younger generation member of the Gu clan, but she was forcefully captured by you. At that time, the Gu clan promised me that you wouldn't harm a single hair on my daughter's head. But what happened in the end?" Fang Chen questioned. "You watched as the World Devastator Demon Emperor took my daughter away, but you didn't do anything. Even when Palace Master Mu Qing and the others were preparing to head to the demon domain to support me, it was the Gu clan's experts who stopped them." The grudge between Fang Chen and the Gu clan was too deep. It was impossible to explain it in a few words. Palace Head Woodgreen. Gu Ku no longer paid any attention to Fang Chen. Instead, he looked at Palace Master Woodgreen and asked, "Is this the intention of your sacred palace?" Fang Chen is the 11th Palace Lord of the Sacred Palace. He can represent the Sacred Palace. Palace Master Woodgreen's intentions were clear. The Sacred Palace was the one who had sent the army to the ancient region. So the Sacred Palace is determined to wage war with my Gu clan? Gu Ku shrugged his shoulders and sneered. Don't forget that the Sacred Palace is the core of the human race and bears the heavy responsibility of reviving the human race. However, you've come to encircle my Gu clan in the name of the Sacred Palace? Old bastard, you're really shameless. Your Gu clan has to bear the main responsibility for Little Shi's current state. Let's cut the crap. Will your Gu clan members commit suicide, or do you want us to destroy your Gu clan by force? Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. The gazes of the Gu family members fell upon the pure-blooded beast cub. Humph, where did this wild demon come from? How dare you spout nonsense in front of my Gu clan? As he spoke, the red-robed quasi-emperor's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of the pure-blooded beast cub. Die. He stretched out his large hand and executed the Gu clan's secret technique, slamming his palm toward the pure-blooded beast cub. Boom! The latter stood still and used its physical body to withstand the red-robed quasi-emperor's attack. Bang! When the red-robed quasi-emperor's palm struck the pure-blooded beast cub, he immediately felt a strong resistance. He was shocked and couldn't help but retreat. However, it was too late. The pure-blooded beast cub had already attacked. Bang! Everyone only saw a scarlet phantom before they heard a loud bang. The red-robed quasi-emperor's body crashed heavily onto the city wall. How can this be? The Gu clan members were shocked. They looked at the pure-blooded beast cub with a grave expression. The so-called experts of the Gu clan are only SOSO. The pure-blooded beast cub patted its clothes and said disdainfully, "Sir, my Gu clan has always had close relations with the demon domain. Does the demon domain want to interfere in the battle between my Gu clan and the Sacred Palace?" Gu Ku looked at the pure-blooded beast cub and said in a low voice. In his heart, he was also wondering who this fellow was and why he felt so pressured. The Gu clan does not have any enmity with the demon race, but there is enmity with me, the pure-blooded beast cub said. Gu Ku was about to speak but was interrupted by the 3 demon lords. It is the new king of the demon race and represents the entire demon race. Hearing this, Gu Ku and the others were shocked. They looked at the pure-blooded beast cub in surprise. The red-robed quasi-emperor got up and shook his head with a bitter smile. He had thought that this fellow was just an ordinary demon. Who would have thought that it was the new king of the demon race? Damn it! The Gu clan members clenched their fists and felt a little depressed. The opponent that the Gu clan was facing this time was too strong. It would be very difficult for them to get through this crisis safely. The Sacred Palace, Divine Blood City, the demon race, and the demon Fang Chen. In short, this was the biggest crisis for the Gu clan. Once they got through it, unifying the ancient chaos would no longer be a fantasy. But if they failed, then the Gu clan, everyone, act according to the plan. Gu Ku said, "I will stop Fang Chen. As for the other quasi-emperors, you guys go and stop them. As for the domain masters, leave them to the death warriors. Fight. Fight to the death. Anyone who dares to challenge the Gu clan will be killed without mercy." Rumble. Waves of angry roars came from the Gu clan's city. Led by Gu Ku, many experts released their powerful auras and rushed toward Fang Chen and the others. Kill. Fang Chen stroked the hidden star sword and licked his dry lips. He said eerily, "For sheer." As his voice fell, he became one with his sword and turned into a long rainbow. He shuttled through the void and rushed toward the Gu clan city. Die. With a flip of his hand, Gu Ku blocked Fang Chen. The two of them instantly engaged in an intense battle. Kid, I have to admit that you are the demon with the strongest potential I have ever seen. But today you will die without a burial place. In the short exchange, Goku felt Fang Chen's powerful strength. His heart skipped a beat, which made him even more eager to kill Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I will leave Goku to you. Leave the others to us, Palace Master Mu Qing said. He led the Reincarnation Sword Emperor and the others to kill the other quasi-emperors of the Gu clan. Buzz. Starlight flickered as a graceful figure charged into the crowd of the Gu clan at an unimaginable speed. Poochie. There was a dagger in her hand. Every time she waved the dagger, a person would fall into a pool of blood. Your opponent is me. After killing 5 domain masters, the red-robed quasi-emperor finally arrived and stopped the Star Emperor. You are the Star Emperor? The red-robed quasi-emperor said eerily. I have long heard of the Star Emperor's name. Today I would like to see if you live up to your name. Boom. The Star Emperor and the red-robed quasi-emperor fought. Not far away, the Reincarnation Sword Emperor used the Reincarnation Sword technique. Continuous sword light blasted out and the quasi-emperors of the Gu clan could not resist at all and were forced to retreat. A battle between quasi-emperors caused too much commotion. The entire ancient region was shaken. A battle between domain masters would cause less commotion but more ferocious. Kill them all. The domain masters led by the Divine Blood City and the Demon Clan fell into a frenzy. There were domain masters falling into a pool of blood every moment. At the highest point of the sky, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword and used the 11th move of the invincible sword technique, Dao Luo sword. Buzz. A sword light that contained supreme laws shot out from the hidden star sword. Wherever it passed, the void shattered. It arrived in front of Goku at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Goku was shocked. He did not expect Fang Chen's comprehension of supreme laws to have reached such a level. Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique. He did not hesitate to use the 6th level of the Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique. Gotcha. 6 layers of superimposed power gathered together to block the Dao Luo sword. When the two forces collided, there was a shocking explosion. Humph, if you had comprehended this move in the previous battle, I might have lost to you. Goku sneered. Back then, he used a lot of energy to use the 6th level of the Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique. As for the 7th level, he could only barely use it. However, it was different now. He had mastered the 8th level and could use the 7th level as he wished. Although your sword technique is strong, my Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique has also reached a higher level. Ha ha ha, you are destined to die in my hands today. After saying that, Goku used the 7th level of the Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique. The power of 7 layers condensed into a huge ball. It seemed to be able to destroy the world and crushed the Dao Luo sword. Thump, thump, thump. Fang Chen took a few steps back. Although the Dao Luo sword is strong, without the support of the Shui Luo secret technique, it will not be able to threaten Goku. Fang Chen muttered. He was confident in his own strength. A mere Goku was not enough for him to use his trump card, the Ancient Annihilation Sword. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, he suddenly felt a shocking force coming from below. He looked down instinctively. That is, an army suddenly appeared in front of the Gu family's city. There were a total of 100 people in the army, and they gave off an aura of death. All of them were expressionless, and they looked like walking corpses. Boom, boom, boom. After the army appeared, they entered the battlefield of the Domain Masters. Poof! The Domain Master closest to the Gu family's city was in the middle of an intense battle. He did not manage to dodge in time and was killed by one of the soldiers in the army. One punch. Just one punch had killed an expert of the same level. This scene shocked everyone. They don't have primordial spirit. Someone exclaimed. Men of sacrifice. Palace Master Mu Qing recognized the army. The Gu family actually used such evil means to create men of sacrifice. They deserve to die. The Gu family is really vicious. Reincarnation Sword Emperor squinted his eyes. With the addition of the men of sacrifice, no one in the Domain Master's battlefield could defeat them. The experts of Divine Blood City and the demon race could not resist at all. It's the men of sacrifice. Fong Qin frowned. The process of creating men of sacrifice at the Domain Master level was very complicated and the price was too high. Most importantly, their methods were too evil. If they were discovered, they would be despised. He did not expect the Gu family to have cultivated 100 men of sacrifice over the years. With the addition of the men of sacrifice, there was almost no suspense in the Domain Master's battlefield. Chapter 3356. With the addition of the Death Warrior army, no one in the Domain Lord battlefield could match them. The experts of Divine Blood City and the Yao race were unable to resist. It's the Death Warrior army. Fong Qin frowned. The process of creating a Domain Lord level Death Warrior was extremely complicated and the price was too high. Most importantly, their methods were too evil. If they were discovered, they would be despised. Who would have thought that the Gu family had managed to create 100 Death Warrior army over the years? With the addition of the Death Warrior army, there was no suspense in the Domain Lord battlefield. Fong Qin clenched his fists, the killing intent in his eyes growing. Death Warriors were different from human cultivators. They didn't have a Yuan spirit and didn't have any intelligence. They were like walking corpses, just puppets. It was extremely difficult to create a Domain Lord level Death Warrior. A single Domain Lord level Death Warrior was already shocking enough. And now, the Gu family had taken out an army of 100 at once. The addition of the Death Warrior army changed the situation of the Domain Lord battlefield. Miserable cries rang out incessantly. Countless cultivators died under the Death Warrior army. The Domain Lord level Death Warriors didn't have any perception and didn't feel any pain. As long as they didn't scatter, they would continue to attack. In a corner of the Domain Lord battlefield, a barbarian wielded a battle axe. His body released a wild energy as he chopped down at one of the Death Warriors. Gotcha! After the battle axe hit, a deep mark appeared on the Death Warrior's body. After a slight pause, the Death Warrior attacked again. The barbarian's body was sent flying. Careful! Not far away, Qing Ho saw this scene and shouted. Then, with a tap of his foot, he leaped and arrived in front of the barbarian. Xiao! At this moment, the Death Warrior's attack neared the barbarian. Qing Ho didn't panic. He flicked his finger and a bright light shot out. This light contained a strange energy. In the blink of an eye, it hit the Death Warrior. Roar! The men of sacrifice raised their heads and roared. They wanted to destroy the light, but they failed. The light entered the Death Warrior's body at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Crack! In the next second, the menacing men of sacrifice suddenly showed signs of internal damage. Then, the power in their bodies exploded, and their entire bodies started to fester. Voila! A Death Warrior collapsed on the battlefield. This scene attracted the attention of many people. It's Grandmaster Qing Ho. Suddenly, someone recognized Qing Ho and shouted. Qing Ho's attainments in puppetry had already reached an unimaginable level. Although Domain Lord level Death Warriors were very strong, in his eyes, they were full of flaws. Everyone, I have a way to deal with the men of sacrifice, but I need your help. Qing Ho went straight to the point as the situation was urgent. Grandmaster Qing Ho, if you have any instructions, just let me know. At such a crucial moment, as long as the Death Warrior Legion was destroyed, they would be able to lead the battle to victory. Therefore, they agreed to Qing Ho's request without any hesitation. Everyone, please join forces and fight with the Death Warriors. I will take the opportunity to defeat them one by one, Qing Ho said in a deep voice. Boom! After a brief silence on the Domain Lord level battlefield, a violent aura once again erupted. The Death Warrior Legion looked down on everyone. As soon as they appeared, they began a merciless slaughter of the sacred palace cultivators. But now, the domain lord-level experts of Divine Blood City and the demon race were fighting with their lives. Kill. Ching Ho hid in the void and acted according to the situation. Every time he attacked, a death warrior would collapse. Bang bang bang. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen death warriors had died at the hands of Ching Ho. Kill him for me. The Gu clan leader also discovered how terrifying Ching Ho was. His dark eyes stared at Ching Ho, who was shuttling back and forth on the battlefield, and he suddenly pointed his finger and roared. Kill. The many death warriors who received the order all closed in on Ching Ho. Get lost. The barbarian stood in front of Ching Ho and waved his battle axe with all his strength. I'll block them. You find an opening, the barbarian said in a low voice. At the same time, the fire demon True Monarch and the others from Divine Blood City also blocked Ching Ho in the middle, not allowing the death warriors to attack him. Whoosh! With everyone's help, Ching Ho was like a fish in water. He shuttled through the battlefield again and again. As time passed, death warriors died under his attacks one after another. Gradually, the situation on the domain lord-level battlefield changed. More than half of the Gu clan's death warriors were dead or injured. The remaining death warriors could no longer withstand the fierce attacks of Divine Blood City and the demon race. In the sky, Fong Chen, who was fighting with Gu Ku, smiled when he saw Ching Ho stand out. With brother Ching Ho here, a mere death warrior legion is nothing to be afraid of. Then, he raised his head and looked at Gu Ku. The latter's face was gloomy and ferocious. It's time to end the battle, Fong Chen said softly. Then, he activated the Shui Luo secret technique. His aura kept rising and so did his cultivation level. When his aura reached the level of a boundary emperor, he slashed out with the hidden star sword in his hand. The 11th move of the invincible sword art, Dao Luo sword. Once again, he used the Dao Luo sword. However, its power was much stronger than before. Kacha. Sword light flashed and slashed at Gu Ku. The latter moved his body and used the Ancient Annihilation secret technique. Ancient Annihilation secret technique, level 7. 1. The power of the 7 stacked layers circulated wildly and wrapped around Gu Ku's body, barely blocking Fong Chen's Dao Luo sword. I've blocked your strongest sword art. Now it's my turn to attack. After saying that, Gu Ku used the Ancient Annihilation secret technique, level 8. Boom. The 8 layers of power formed 8 rays of light in the sky. The terrifying power continued to stack, causing the entire ancient domain to tremble. Oh my God, what kind of power is this? It's too strong. This power has already surpassed the level of a boundary emperor. Ancient Annihilation secret technique. This is the Ancient Annihilation secret technique. While everyone was in shock, Gu Ku used the Ancient Annihilation secret technique, level 8. Last time, you blocked my Ancient Annihilation secret technique, level 7. This time, I'd like to see how you block my Ancient Annihilation secret technique, level 8. Gu Ku sneered as if the battle had already ended. He waved his hand and the power that surrounded him was like a storm, blasting towards Fong Chen. The power of 8 layers is really strong. Fong Chen licked his dry lips and said eerily, however, this move alone is not enough to stop me. The Ancient Annihilation first sword, Annihilation. Suddenly, a peerless sword light swooped down from the sky and split ancient domain into 2. A terrifying sword Dao aura crazily gathered in the peerless sword light. This is? Seeing this scene, everyone on the battlefield trembled in fear. The reincarnation sword emperor was stunned. His eyes were filled with surprise. Ancient Annihilation sword art? The reincarnation sword emperor murmured. Pucci. The peerless sword light carried boundless power as it swooped down and violently collided with the Ancient Annihilation secret technique, level 8. Kacha. The Ancient Annihilation secret technique did not have any resistance and instantly collapsed. The terrifying sword chi affected Goku and the latter's body flew out like a kite. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. He shook his head frantically, unable to accept the scene in front of him. How can this be? How can he block my ancient annihilation secret technique, level 8? After cultivating bitterly for many years, he had finally reached level 8 of the ancient annihilation secret technique. Goku thought that he was invincible among the boundary emperors. However, he was now easily defeated by Fang Chun. That sword art just now? Goku's mind flashed with the shocking sword, and his primordial spirit trembled. What sword art is that? Why is it so powerful? When he saw Fang Chen's sword art, a trace of fear appeared in Goku's heart. Damn it! He lowered his head and glanced at the battlefield below. At this moment, the Gu family was at a complete disadvantage. The death army that the Gu family was so proud of was almost completely wiped out. I can't accept this. Goku shouted crazily as the power in his body was released wildly. I have said that the Gu family will be destroyed today. Fang Chun held the hidden star sword in his hand and stood in the void like a god of war, giving off an extremely shocking visual effect. After hearing Fang Chen's words, Goku regained his senses and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. You want to destroy my Gu family? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Goku waved his hand and roared into the sky. You forced me to do this. Suddenly, an extremely powerful force surged out from his palms. Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique, Level 9. Boom boom boom. The Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique was the Gu family's strongest secret technique, and it was also a secret technique that the Gu family was proud of. Since ancient times, only the ancestors of the Gu family had reached level 9. However, Goku had now forcefully displayed level 9. Buzz. Purple flames surged from his head and his primordial spirit danced above the flames. Traces of blood essence were injected into the flames, causing the flames to shine even brighter. Burning blood essence to activate level 9 of the Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique? Fang Chun muttered. Fang Chun, be careful. The Reincarnation Sword Emperor was the first to react. He shouted loudly to remind Fang Chun. Retreat quickly. Palace Master Wood Green and the others kept retreating. The battle below stopped instantly and everyone was frantically retreating. This was because they could feel the terrifying power of level 9 of the Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique. Not good. Goku is forcefully displaying level 9 of the Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique. The power of level 9 is too strong. If he is not careful, he will be doomed eternally. He might even destroy the entire ancient region. Fang Chen's strength has exceeded our expectations. Our Gu family has no other choice now. Many experts of the Gu family looked at Goku anxiously. At this moment, the latter's strength had soared to the extreme. Emperor Realm? Fang Chun felt an unprecedented pressure. Level 9 of the Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique was comparable to an Emperor Realm Dominator. Fang Chun, I want you to die. Goku was also severely injured after forcefully displaying level 9 of the Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique. Burning his blood essence and soul path power had also damaged his internal organs. Even if he did not die, he would need a long time to recover. Chapter 33:57. In the sky, the 9 suns were extremely dazzling. Each sun contained a scorching power, and there was a golden line in the sky that was faintly discernible. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the golden line was ingeniously connecting the 9 suns together. 1. Goku raised his hands, and a vast power surged from his sleeves. The 9 suns floated in the sky, forming a complicated pattern. His hands held the pattern. 9 layers superimposed, invincible. When his hands came into contact with the golden threads, the 9 suns began to spin rapidly. They revolved around his hands, forming a terrifying spatial storm. Rip! The spatial storm was filled with scorching flames that seemed to be able to burn the sky. It was frightening. That is, Feng Chen raised his eyebrows. He saw the supreme power of the rules in the scorching flames. Ancient Annihilation's secret skill, stellar transposition. When the sky was burned by the flames and a crack appeared, Gu-Ku roared again. He stomped his feet, and his entire body was surrounded by a spatial storm as he charged towards Feng Chen. Rumble! Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Feng Chen and Gu-Ku disappeared into the sky. That is, Palace Master Wood Green and the others were the first to react. Virtual battlefield. They have entered the virtual battlefield. Reincarnation Sword Emperor muttered, his face a little gloomy. The virtual battlefield was the true chaotic void, where the spatial turbulence was. Fighting in such a dangerous place, once one was injured, there was a high chance of death. Can Feng Chen withstand it? That was the 9th layer of the ancient Annihilation's secret skill, and its power was unprecedented. Even Palace Master Wood Green and the others did not dare to face it head-on. But it was useless to think about it now. They could only pray that Feng Chen could withstand the 9 layers superimposed power of the ancient Annihilation's secret skill. The City Lord will definitely defeat Gu-Ku. Everyone in Divine Blood City was confident in Feng Chen. This is the most critical moment. We must not let anyone disturb the City Lord, Fire Demon True Lord said. Kill everyone from the Gu family and welcome the City Lord's victory, True Lord Water True Lord said. As soon as he finished speaking, the strong cultivators of Divine Blood City released a powerful energy. They attacked at lightning speed. Kill! The Fire Demon True Lord took the lead and punched out. Scorching flames burned the sky and enveloped the body of the Gu clan's domain lord who was closest to him. Scram! The domain master of the Gu family struggled with all his might, roaring in anger. Hiss hiss hiss. However, at that moment, a pillar of water descended from the sky and merged with the scorching flames. It formed a terrifying storm that minced his primordial spirit into pieces. Crack! The area master of the Gu clan was unable to resist at all and was instantly killed. Ha ha ha, it's been so many years, but you're still so familiar with each other. True Monarch Fire Demon turned to look at True Monarch Water and laughed. Continue. Perfected Lord Fire Demon and Perfected Lord Water Source joined forces and started a massacre. The two completely different energies merged and formed a terrifying storm. No one below Quasi-Emperor could match it. In the blink of an eye, several domain lords had died. This scene attracted the attention of the Quasi-Emperors of the Gu clan. Kill them! The Quasi-Emperor in red punched out and forced his opponent to retreat. Then, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Perfected Lord Fire Demon at lightning speed. Die for me! The Quasi-Emperor in red used his strongest attack, wanting to kill Perfected Lord Fire Demon as quickly as possible. However, at that moment, a blood-red light appeared. Whoosh! The blood-red light soared into the sky and formed a blood-red armor in front of Perfected Lord Fire Demon. It easily blocked the Quasi-Emperor in red's attack. Old thing, I'm your opponent. A disdainful voice was heard. Then, a storm of attacks erupted from the pure-blood beast cub's hands. Damn it! The Quasi-Emperor in red was furious and immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the pure-blood beast cub. Buzz! The pure-blooded beast cub's robes fluttered as an extremely terrifying bloodline power emanated from it. Everyone's heads were trembling. This was the pressure from the bloodline. Many of the Gu clan's experts were trembling. Poochie! Taking advantage of the moment when the Quasi-Emperor in red was distracted, the pure-blood beast cub attacked and activated the sky-piercing stone pillar to strike the Quasi-Emperor in red. Gotcha! The Quasi-Emperor in red's body exploded and his primordial spirit quickly escaped. Die! The pure-blood beast cub flicked its finger and a stream of scarlet blood shot out. It shot into the Quasi-Emperor's primordial spirit light ball at lightning speed. Miserable screams rang out incessantly. The quasi-emperor in red's primordial spirit instantly shattered. A mere primordial spirit wants to resist my pure-blood bloodline? The pure-blood beast cub sneered. At the same time that the quasi-emperor in red died, the other quasi-emperors of the Gu clan were also severely injured. Star Emperor. Somewhere in the quasi-emperor battlefield, a miserable cry resounded through the sky. Poochie. Starlight flickered and a star from the 9 heavens fell and exploded beside the quasi-emperor of the Gu clan. The latter tried his best but still couldn't resist the power of the star's explosion. Whoosh! The Star Emperor waved her white palm and used her ultimate technique, the Heavenly Star Hand. Tens of thousands of palms suddenly appeared in the void. Every palm had a twinkling star in it. Die! There wasn't a trace of pity on the Star Emperor's face, only anger. Bang! Thousands of palms all landed on the quasi-emperor of the Gu clan. The latter didn't even have time to send out a distress signal before he was completely killed. In addition, the Samsara Sword Emperor and the others also displayed the powerful means of the veteran quasi-emperors and defeated their opponents one after another. In an instant, the Gu clan fell into a state of utter defeat. More than half of their quasi-emperors fell and were almost wiped out. On the battlefield of those below the quasi-emperor level, the Gu clan was even more powerless to fight back. The cooperation of Qing Ho and the barbarians, as well as the experts of Divine Blood City, was a force that made the entire ancient chaos tremble. When they joined forces, they looked down on everyone. 15 minutes later, the battle finally came to an end. The Gu clan experts suffered heavy casualties, and only a few quasi-emperors survived and escaped into the Gu clan city. Buzz. Around the Gu clan city, the aura of Array soared into the sky. A powerful array instantly appeared and completely shrouded the Gu clan city. Seeing this scene, the sacred palace side did not pursue. Everyone's eyes were on the void battlefield in the sky. I wonder how Feng Chen is doing. It's been 15 minutes and he hasn't come out yet? The Samsara Sword Emperor frowned. Beside him, the Star Emperor was extremely anxious. In the Gu clan city, the surviving quasi-emperors were at a loss. It's over, the Gu clan is completely finished. He shook his head frantically, unwilling to accept reality. No, Ancestor Gu Feng has not appeared yet. As long as he returns, the Gu clan will have hope. Although the Gu clan seemed to be in a desperate situation, everyone was waiting. As long as their strongest battle force, Gu Ku, was still alive and killed Feng Chen, then they would win this battle. We must kill him. In the Gu clan city, everyone was praying. At this moment, in the void battlefield, Feng Chen was surrounded by nothingness. Even the supreme power of laws seemed very chaotic, with spatial turbulence appearing from time to time. A terrifying black hole was crazily devouring the power in the void battlefield. Buzz. After a short tremor, the void battlefield gradually calmed down. Smoke filled the air, proving that a fierce battle had occurred not long ago. In the thick smoke, a figure stood tall and straight. Beside him, there was a long sword stabbed into the ground. Sword Chi soared into the sky like a dragon. There was a look of fatigue on his face. His eyes were like a shuttle as he looked forward. Not far away, Gu Ku was lying on the ground in a sorry state. His bones were shattered, his internal organs were damaged, and his primordial spirit was broken. His vitality was gradually fading. He lifted his head with great difficulty. His scarlet eyes stared fixedly at Feng Chen. How is this possible? He was filled with unwillingness. The 9th level of the ancient extermination secret technique was displayed, and his attack power was comparable to that of an Emperor realm sovereign. However, in the void battlefield, he was defeated by Feng Chen with a single sword strike. That sword, in his mind, he recalled the shocking sword strike that Feng Chen had displayed. It was incomparably shocking. Poochie. His throat moved and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was even paler. as expected of the ancient extermination secret technique. The power of 9 layers is really strong. Looking at the wound on his arm, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. If not for the ancient extermination second sword, the one who would have died would have been me. Fang Chen muttered. It was difficult to block the power of 9 layers with just the ancient extermination first sword. After arriving at the void battlefield, he immediately displayed the ancient extermination second sword. Just one sword had consumed 70% of his strength. This sword had not only blocked the power of the 9th level of the ancient extermination secret technique, but it had also severely injured Gu Ku. Fang Chen pulled out the hidden star sword from the ground and walked towards Gu Ku. The latter suddenly laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, I never thought that I, Gu Ku, would end up like this. Then, he changed the topic. Humph, do you think that you can destroy my Gu family just because you defeated me? Gu Ku went crazy. My Gu family's foundation is not something you can imagine. You will definitely die if you dare to destroy my Gu family. Fang Chen shrugged. Gu Ku was still stubborn even at this stage. Don't worry. After I kill you, I will destroy the Gu family with my own hand. Fang Chen said. When he thought of how his daughter's strength had been absorbed by the flame demon's heart, he hated the Gu family. Swoosh. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, Gu Ku's body suddenly flickered. He burned his blood essence and escaped from the void battlefield. Trying to leave? Seeing this, the corner of Fang Chen's lips curled up. He coldly laughed and chased after him. Outside the Gu family's city, Palace Master Mu Qing and the others were waiting for the result of the battle. Suddenly, the illusory battlefield collapsed, and a figure shot out from it. That is Gu Ku. Palace Master Mu Qing and the others exclaimed, and their faces darkened. Where is Fang Chen? Reincarnation Sword Emperor asked in a low voice. The mood of Star Emperor and the others instantly turned gloomy. In the Gu family city, everyone was cheering. Ha ha ha, Lord Gu Ku has won. My Gu family has turned the situation around. Gu Ku was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was above the Gu family's city. Quick, open the array and let Lord Gu Ku in. The Gu family experts shouted. No, Brother Chen will be fine. Star Emperor shook his head, his eyes red. Look, Gu Ku seems to be escaping. Ancestor of the void battlefield suddenly exclaimed. Everyone's gaze turned towards Gu Ku in unison. Only now did they clearly see that the latter's entire body was covered in blood. His aura was weak and his life force was dissipating. Could it be? A bold idea appeared in everyone's mind. At this moment, Chapter 3358. The demonic sword light emitted the power of an emperor-level sovereign. As the sword slashed down, it was as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas, instantly slicing through the void. At this moment, the Gu clan's great city barrier array had already opened up a gap, ready to let Gu Ku in. However, this sudden change completely destroyed the last glimmer of hope in the hearts of the Gu clan members. Not good, quickly close the array. Within the Gu clan city, all the cultivators could feel how terrifying the sword light that descended from the sky was. They roared in the depths of their hearts. The surviving Boundary Emperor roared crazily. At the same time, he controlled the array, wanting to close it immediately. Lord Gu Ku, quickly come in. At this moment, Gu Ku's body was covered in blood. His face was pale and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He was only a step away from the great city barrier array. No, I can't die. Gu Ku's head was a little dizzy. However, he endured the injuries on his body and burned his blood essence. His speed suddenly soared. Swoosh. In a flash, Gu Ku's body disappeared into the Gu clan city. At the same time, the great city barrier array was instantly closed. A terrifying array aura filled the air, forming an extremely powerful defense. Boom boom boom. The gazes of Palace Master Mu Qing and the others were completely attracted by the giant sword that descended from the sky. They saw that the giant sword carried an unparalleled sword aura as it slashed down on the great city barrier array above the Gu clan city. It's useless. The great city barrier array of the Gu clan was personally created by our ancestor. It can withstand an attack from an emperor-level sovereign. A mere boundary realm cultivator can forget about breaking it. The boundary emperor of the Gu clan supported the severely injured Gu Ku. Cold killing intent shot out from his eyes as he spoke eerily. Boom! The giant sword slashed down on the great city barrier array, causing the latter to shake violently. However, in just a moment, the giant sword completely dissipated and the great city barrier array returned to normal. It had been blocked. Many of the cultivators in the Gu clan's city revealed excited smiles. The great city barrier array had blocked Fang Chen's attack. This also meant that the Gu clan had escaped a calamity. Humph, so what if you have defeated Lord Gu Ku? How can you imagine the power of the Gu clan? Just you wait, the Gu clan will definitely take revenge. Many people in the city said indignantly. Activate the altar. Gu Ku opened his mouth with great difficulty and said a single sentence. Lord Gu Ku. The surrounding people were very puzzled. The great city barrier array had already blocked the attack of the giant sword, so why did they still need to activate the altar? Our Gu clan has already stabilized the situation. Although Lord Gu Ku has been defeated, it is impossible for them to destroy our sacred palace, the surviving quasi-emperor said. Once the altar is activated, my Gu family, there's no time. Gu Ku roared as he grabbed the collar of this quasi-emperor and spoke with a ferocious expression. In his mind, Fang Chen's shocking sword move appeared. He's too strong. Unless the ancestor personally comes, no one can stop him. It was because he had personally experienced the tyrannical power of Fang Chen's apocalyptic second sword that he requested to activate the altar. This was because he knew that just relying on the great city barrier array was not the slightest bit safe. Once the great city protecting formation was broken, his Gu clan would definitely perish. 1. The Gu clan experts used their blood to activate the altar. In the center of the city there was a black altar. At this time, there were countless drops of blood on the altar. These drops of blood contained the purest Gu clan bloodline. Lord Gu Ku, the altar has been activated. Someone quickly ran over to report. Hearing this, Gu Ku heaved a sigh of relief. There was a trace of blood on his dry lip. For the next time, do your best to stop the sacred palace's counterattack, Gu Ku ordered. In the sky, after the giant sword dissipated, a figure slowly appeared. It's Fang Chen. The reincarnation sword emperor was the first to see Fang Chen. He shouted loudly. The many palace masters of the sacred palace, including Palace Master Mu Qing, also revealed excited smiles on their faces. I knew that Brother Chen would be fine. Star Emperor's face was filled with joy. My good brother. Barbarian and Qing Ho were extremely excited. At this time, Fang Chen stepped on the void like a god of war and slowly walked toward the Gu clan city. The moment they saw Fang Chen, everyone already knew the result of the virtual battlefield. Their hearts were in turmoil. They did not expect Fang Chen to be able to defeat Gu Ku so easily. Are you really going to kill all of us? Gu Ku raised his head and said in a hoarse voice. Fang Chen was expressionless. He said coldly, when you attacked my daughter, you should have been prepared to be destroyed. He flung his sleeve, and the hidden star sword let out a loud sword cry and instantly appeared in his hand. Humph, although you are strong, it is impossible to break the great city protecting formation, Gu Ku said coldly. If the Gu clan is not destroyed today, I will kill you in the future. Swoosh. Fang Chen did not waste any time and slashed out with his sword. It looked like a simple sword, but it contained the supreme power of the rules. Rip. Wherever the sword light passed, the void was torn apart, and a spatial storm appeared. In a flash, the dazzling sword light appeared in front of the great city protecting formation. Boom! Apocalyptic First Sword, Annihilation. The sword light ruthlessly slashed on the great city protecting formation. The formation shook, and its energy was greatly depleted. However, it still managed to block Fang Chen's attack in the end. Ha ha ha, bastard, wait for the revenge of the Gu clan, the surviving quasi-emperor said angrily. Swoosh. Fang Chen consecutively performed the apocalyptic first sword. Monstrous sword chi condensed into rays of sword light, forming thousands of giant swords in the void. The thousands of swords attacked the great city protecting formation in unison. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded in the sky. Countless giant swords collided with the great city protecting formation, constantly depleting the formation's energy. However, they were unable to break it. After a long while, Fang Chen finally stopped attacking. Gu Ku's face was solemn. He turned his head and looked at the altar. The blood was gradually disappearing, and the light on the altar was gradually brightening. He raised his head and glared fiercely at Fang Chen. If I'm not wrong with your strength, you won't be able to perform the ultimate sword continuously, Gu Ku said gloomily. Without that ultimate sword, you won't be able to break the great city protecting formation. Indeed, with Fang Chen's current strength, it was easy for him to perform the apocalyptic first sword. However, the apocalyptic second sword consumed a lot of energy. Even Fang Chen would find it difficult to perform it. What should we do? Below, Palace Master Wood Green and the others looked at each other. Who would have thought that the Gu clan would have such a powerful formation? Fang Chen should have a way. The Reincarnation Sword Emperor muttered. He just attacked the great city protecting formation consecutively. He should be depleting its energy and instantly accumulating his own strength. Indeed, as soon as the Reincarnation Sword Emperor finished speaking, Fang Chen's voice sounded in the sky. Gu Ku, are you still dreaming that your Gu clan can survive at this time? Fang Chen sneered. You were lucky to escape from the virtual battlefield. Now I can't think of anyone who can save your Gu clan. As he spoke, Fang Chen raised the hidden star sword. An extremely terrifying sword Dao aura instantly erupted and swept across the entire sky. If I'm not wrong, the great city protecting formation of your Gu clan should have been depleted by at least 30% in the process of my attack, right? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Gu Ku's heart tightened. The previous sword did not kill you. Now I want to know, how are you going to block my sword? Boom. Boom. The apocalyptic second sword, Chaos. A terrifying sword chi burst forth violently. Fang Chen's figure instantly shot out. He became one with his sword and space became chaotic. The incomparably tyrannical sword light slammed into the great city barrier array. Seeing this scene, Gu Ku turned pale with fright. Retreat quickly. Gu Ku cried out involuntarily. His face was pale as he kept retreating. However, it was too late. The apocalyptic second sword had already hit the great city protecting formation. The great city protecting formation's energy was directly depleted in a short second. In front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes, the hidden star sword easily cut through the great city protecting formation's defense like cutting vegetables. Gotcha! The great city protecting formation suddenly shattered. Monstrous sword chi swept across the Gu clan city. The power of the apocalyptic second sword did not weaken. The hidden star sword continued to press down and the entire city was cut in half. Miserable screams were incessant. Countless Gu clan martial artists died tragically under the hidden star sword. Blood mist filled the air. The Gu clan was in a desperate situation. No. Gu Ku desperately tried to escape, but it was useless. Fang Chen's divine sense had already locked onto him. Sword chi swept across and his primordial spirit was directly shattered. He completely died. Lord Gu Ku. The surviving quasi-emperor roared in anger. However, Fang Chen was expressionless. He continued to activate the hidden star sword to slaughter the Gu clan. Outside the city, Palace Master Mu Qing and the others shook their heads. They couldn't help but be speechless. Only Fang Chen was capable of suppressing an entire clan by himself. The number one person in the Archean era is well-deserved, Palace Master Mu Qing said. When they first came into contact with Fang Chen, the latter was at most the number one in the Archean era. In just a few years, the latter had become the number one person in the Archean era. The apocalyptic three swords. The Samsara Sword Emperor clenched his fist. As a sword cultivator, the apocalyptic three swords were too attractive to him. The power is too strong. Facing the despair of the Gu clan, no one felt sympathy. The Gu clan's actions angered both men and gods. They deserved to be destroyed. Starlight flickered on the Star Emperor's body. His small white hands were clenched into fists as he called out Fang Shi's name. The battle had come to an end. It was only a matter of time before the Gu clan was destroyed. Everyone's eyes were gathered on Fang Chen. At this time, he was like a god of death, mercilessly slaughtering. Boom! At this moment, a very strong fluctuation came from the Gu clan's ancestral land. Then, a rainbow of light soared into the sky. In that rainbow of light there was a cold figure. Swoosh! As soon as this figure appeared, it caused a strange phenomenon. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. This person spread out his hands and suddenly grasped the lightning and thunder in the sky. Boom! He suddenly punched out. Lightning and thunder intertwined and blocked the slaughter of the hidden star sword. You shouldn't have done this. A cold voice sounded. In the fog, everyone saw the face of the person who came. Chapter 33:59. Gu Ku had fallen, and the Gu family's city had been split in half. This was the greatest crisis and the greatest provocation the Gu family had ever faced since its establishment. There had never been such a situation before, and no one had been able to force the Gu family to such an extent. In the mist, Gu Tianhua was surrounded by a terrifying aura. He looked coldly at Fang Chen. You shouldn't have done this. Gu Tianhua's voice contained the sound of the Tao. Some of the weaker martial artists felt dizzy, and their bodies trembled. Gu Tianhua, has he broken through? The reincarnation Sword Emperor's expression changed. Strictly speaking, the grudge between Fang Chen and the Gu family was because of Gu Tianhua. Ha! Fang Chen laughed eerily. If I hadn't trusted the Gu family back then, would my daughter have ended up like this? Now you're telling me that I shouldn't have done this. Then tell me, what should I do? Fang Chen did not give Gu Tianhua any face. Although he had met the latter once and had a good chat with him, and even sparred with him, he would not back down when it came to his daughter. Gotcha! Gu Tianhua exerted a little force, and the giant sword in his hand instantly shattered. The terrifying sword qi in the Gu family's city instantly dissipated. He lowered his head to take a look. What he saw was the battered city of the Gu clan, as well as the mountains of corpses. These were all his Gu family's people. Gradually, he clenched his fists, and his heart was filled with killing intent. Boundary Emperor. So many Boundary Emperor experts, but only one survived. This was a fact that he could not accept. You want to destroy the Gu family? Suddenly, Gu Tianhua raised his head. You can't stop me, Fang Chen said directly. He could sense that Gu Tianhua's aura had already reached the quasi-emperor realm. Buzz. Gu Tianhua laughed coldly and clenched his fist. With a boom, an extremely terrifying power erupted from his body. This power could destroy the heavens and earth, as if it wanted to tear the entire sky apart. Originally, I thought highly of you and was even willing to befriend you. However, the Gu family is my root. If you touch the Gu family, you will be my enemy. Gu Tianhua flipped his palm and his bones crackled. Let me see what capabilities you have to exterminate my Gu family. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Tianhua leaped and disappeared into the sky. Seeing this, Fang Chen followed closely behind. Virtual battlefield? Palace Master Wood Green and the others were relatively calm. After all, even Gu Ku, who had used the 9th level of the ancient extermination secret skill, was killed by Fang Chen. How could a mere Gu Tianhua defeat Gu Ku? In the virtual battlefield, Gu Tianhua's robe fluttered even though there was no wind. His hands continuously struck out as he unleashed the ancient annihilation secret skill. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors. Although Gu Tianhua had not participated in the battle earlier, he knew how terrifying Fang Chen was. Hence, he immediately unleashed the ancient annihilation mystic skill's 9-layered superposition power. Apocalyptic First Sword. In the face of the overwhelming superposition power, Fang Chen displayed the apocalyptic First Sword. Previously, using the apocalyptic Second Sword consumed too much energy, so it would be difficult for him to use it again in a short period of time. However, he was able to easily execute the first strike. Swoosh! Sword chi swept out, tearing the void apart. The apocalyptic First Sword was like an ancient existence that pierced through the heavens and earth, turning into a ray of light that shot towards Gu Tianhua. Crack! When the two collided, there was an instant explosion. Terrifying shockwaves quickly spread out and swept across the entire virtual battlefield. Your ancient annihilation secret skill is far inferior to Gu Ku's, Fang Chen said. As expected, Gu Tianhua stabilized his body, his pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen. He had already guessed that he would not be able to defeat Gu Ku with the ancient annihilation secret skill. Buzz! He pressed his palm down, and a vast Soul Dao energy burst out from his mind. No one below the Emperor realm can block this move of mine. As he spoke, a Soul Dao spear had already formed in front of Gu Tianhua. There were specks of starlight flickering in the spear. This was the Soul Dao inheritance that he had obtained from the ancestral land. Soul extermination. Gu Tianhua let out a furious roar. He stomped his foot and his entire body swiftly shot forward. Below him, a Soul Dao long spear also shot out rapidly. Fang Chen licked his dry lips and grinned. Soul Dao attack? He had to admit that Gu Tianhua was very strong. He had just stepped into the quasi-emperor realm and already possessed the power of the emperor realm. However, he was the least afraid of Soul Dao attacks. Buzz! Thinking of this, Fang Chen's corporeal realm Yuan spirit left his body. Endless Soul Dao power crazily surged. This is, the tremor that came from the depths of his Yuan spirit made Gu Tianhua's body freeze. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He frantically shook his head, unable to accept the reality before his eyes. It was already unbelievable that a boundary realm Yuan spirit could be compared to an unrivaled quasi-emperor. Now, his Yuan spirit had reached the terrifying corporeal realm. It must be a Soul Dao supreme treasure that increased his Soul Dao aura. Gu Tianhua quickly thought. At the same time, he increased his strength and stabbed the Soul Dao spear at Fang Chen. Rip! However, the next scene made Gu Tianhua tremble even more. When the Soul Dao spear that Gu Tianhua was so proud of arrived in front of Fang Chen, it stopped when it was only an inch away. No, to be exact, it was imprisoned. This time, Gu Tianhua was completely dumbfounded. No. He realized that something was wrong and quickly retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. Fang Chen's terrifying corporeal realm's Soul Dao power directly shattered his Soul Dao spear. At the same time, it swept through the virtual battlefield and attacked his Yuan spirit. Bang! Gu Tianhua could not dodge and was hit by Fang Chen's Soul Dao power. His Yuan spirit was severely injured and his body was sent flying. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he stared at Fang Chen. I told you, you can't stop me. Fang Chen walked toward Gu Tianhua. Outside the virtual battlefield, everyone was anxiously waiting for the result of the battle. Although Gu Tianhua has boundless potential, Fang Chen should be able to deal with him. With the strength that Fang Chen has shown, unless a sovereign emperor personally comes, no one can defeat him. The Gu family is finished. Everyone was discussing. On the other hand, the remaining Gu family members in the city were expressionless. Is it over? Their hearts were filled with despair and they gave up on escaping. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the altar that had been activated earlier suddenly trembled. Then, all the blood of the Gu family surrounding the altar was sucked into the altar. Buzz! A terrifying aura was emitted from the altar. Crack! A crack appeared on the altar, and a terrifying giant hand shot out from it, grabbing at the virtual battlefield. Open! A thunderous voice came from the altar. In the next second, the terrifying hand shattered the barrier of the virtual battlefield and landed on Gu Tianhua's body. Rip! The terrifying hand grabbed Gu Tianhua and was about to retreat. Trying to leave? Fang Chen slashed out with his sword. A void vortex directly entangled the terrifying hand. Crack! However, the terrifying hand only shook slightly and broke free from the void vortex. At the same time, it flicked its finger and a terrifying finger light shot toward Fang Chen. Poochie! Although Fang Chen was dodging, he was still hit by the terrifying finger light. His defense instantly shattered, and a thumb-sized bloody hole appeared on his arm. You destroyed my Gu family and destroyed my foundation. This hatred is irreconcilable. The terrifying hand returned to the altar in an instant, and Gu Tianhua disappeared as well. A piercingly cold voice rang out once again. His voice contained an extremely terrifying killing intent. A sovereign emperor? Fang Chen frowned and did not make a move, because he knew that even if he destroyed the altar, he would not be able to kill Gu Tianhua. Below, Palace Master Wood Green and the others were shocked. Gu Feng? Had the ancestor of the Gu family really recovered? That was a true sovereign emperor. Once he returned, the entire primordial chaos would be plunged into misery and suffering. No, he seems to be unable to return. The reincarnation Sword Emperor suppressed the shock in his heart and pondered. It should be that altar that awakened him, but for various reasons, he could not return and could only take Gu Tianhua away through the altar. The reincarnation Sword Emperor guessed. In the sky, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and faced the altar. I did not expect such a monstrous genius to appear in the human race during my years of slumber. The voice of the Gu family ancestor sounded again from the altar. With your strength, you are invincible among quasi-emperors. It will not be long before you come to the God's Fall battlefield. I will wait for you in the God Fall battlefield. When the time comes, Tianhua will kill you with his own hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the altar became dim and lifeless. Then, it started to crack. As expected, Fang Chen nodded. His guess was right. The original body of the Gu family ancestor was in the legendary God's Fall battlefield, and could not return. Then, he shrugged his shoulders. With his current strength, a mere Gu Tianhua was no longer a threat to him. So what if he let him go? It's over. When the altar cracked, Palace Master Mu Qing and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. The curtains of this great battle had come to an end. And the victorious side was the sacred palace. The survivors looked at each other with smiles on their faces. They knew that from now on, the Gu family would no longer exist. Palace Master Fang, what should we do with these people? The reincarnation Sword Emperor appeared beside Fang Chen. Although they are members of the Gu family, their bloodline is very thin and they are considered marginal figures in the Gu family. I hope that Palace Master Fang can let them go and stop killing. The higher one's cultivation level, the more they paid attention to the cycle of karma and the less they would be easily tainted by karma. Palace Master Mu Qing was also thinking for Fang Chen. After all, he would soon become the new leader of the human race. Once he was entangled by karma, it would affect his cultivation. It's all up to Palace Master Mu Qing, Fang Chen said. After handing over the matters of the Gu family to Palace Master Mu Qing, Fang Chen landed on the ground. Boss, you are really too strong. Little Mouse and the others quickly surrounded Fang Chun. The pure-blooded beast cub, Qing Ho, Barbarian, Realm Master Dead Star, Lu Xingxing, and other people who had a close relationship with Fang Chun were also talking with Fang Chun. Good brother, after this battle, you are the undisputed number one in the world. Lu Xingxing was happy. He took out jars of wine and handed them to everyone. Thank you for this. Chapter 3360. The once glorious city of the Gu clan was now in ruins. The bloodline of the Gu clan was almost extinct. The Gu clan had been completely destroyed in this battle. Even if Gu Tianhua was not dead, it would be extremely difficult for him to rise again. Soon, the results of the battle spread throughout the ancient chaos. Countless cultivators were shocked when they heard the news. He was the undisputed number one expert. The various forces and experts all recognized Fang Chen's strength. He had single-handedly destroyed the entire Gu clan, and had even almost killed Gu Tianhua. No one in the world could match up to such a battle record. Palace Master Mu Qing and the others stood on the ruins and directed the people of the sacred palace to deal with the broken city of the Gu clan. They looked into the distance. When they saw Fang Chen, their eyes were full of praise. He's really powerful. Huqiong couldn't help but sigh. When he first entered the sacred palace, although he had great potential, there was still a big gap between him and us. But now, the strongest in the world. Although Palace Master Mu Qing only said 4 words, his evaluation of Fang Chen was very high. The strongest in the world. This meant that from now on, Fang Chen would be above the many palace masters of the sacred palace and become the new leader of the human race. This was an honor and also a duty. He has the battle strength of an invincible boundary emperor at the boundary realm. He can even use a secret technique to burst out with the power of a sovereign emperor for a short time. If he enters the boundary emperor realm, how strong will his battle strength be? The Samsara Sword Emperor, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Like Fang Chen, he was a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators were known to have the strongest attack power. Since ancient times, countless sword cultivators had pursued the illusory peak of sword cultivation. His intuition told him that in the near future, Fang Chen would climb to the peak of sword cultivation. Hearing the Samsara Sword Emperor's words, everyone looked at each other in shock. This guy is a monster. He can't be judged by common sense, a palace master said after a long time. At this time, Fang Chen was catching up with his brothers. In just a short while, he learned about their current situation from his brothers. Little Mouse and the other 4 fellows already possessed the battle prowess of a region lord. Moreover, their fame had already spread throughout the primeval chaos, and they were known as the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain. Occupying the Jasper Mountain region, with that region as the core, they constantly fought in all directions. Qing Ho, on the other hand, became the number 1 puppet grandmaster in the ancient chaos, and various forces fought to recruit him. The barbarian successfully took his revenge and fully comprehended the barbarian emperor's inheritance. He completely activated the barbarian emperor's bloodline and became the barbarian region's domain lord. As for the pure-blooded beast cub, he had the highest achievements and was also the strongest. Right now, he was the leader of the fiend race in the fiend domain. He was only 1 step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. Fang Chen was very happy with his brother's achievements. However, just as Fang Chen was chatting with the others, a figure shuttled through the void and approached him. 1. In the void, the figure was shrouded in black light. He leaped and disappeared, as if he had become one with the world. What a powerful guy! There was a deep sword scar on this person's face. His eyes were scarlet and his body was faintly discernible. His aura was isolated and he arrived at the battlefield in the blink of an eye. However, many of the quasi-emperors, including Palace Master Mu Qing and the others, did not notice his approach. Only Fang Chen suddenly frowned. He felt as if an aura had flashed past. What's going on? He turned his head and looked around. There was nothing around him, and he did not find anything. Could it be an illusion? He gently shook his head and muttered to himself. My primordial spirit has already stepped into the corporeal realm. Unless it's a sovereign emperor, it's impossible to escape the detection of my consciousness, Fong Chen said. However, just as he was pondering, the space behind him suddenly collapsed, and terrifying spatial turbulence appeared. 1. A bone-chilling power surged out from the turbulent space. Die! A furious roar rang out, following which a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared. A black dagger appeared in his hand and he pierced it towards Fong Chen's head at lightning speed. After sensing this powerful force, Fong Chen did not hesitate at all. He immediately activated all his strength to resist it. Gotcha! He punched the black dagger. Immediately, a terrifying power of the Soul Tao attacked him. It passed through his fist and quickly drilled into his mind. His body swayed for a moment. Get out of here! His terrifying corporeal realm primordial spirit operated wildly and forced the corrosive Soul Tao power to retreat. In almost the blink of an eye, Fong Chen had refined this Soul Tao power. I already knew that your primordial spirit had reached the corporeal realm. How could I attack you without any preparation? The ghost-like figure sneered and his figure flickered continuously. Even Fong Chen could not catch a trace of him. Swoosh! Apocalyptic First Sword. Annihilation! The hidden star sword operated wildly and released a dense sword chi that formed a sword chi barrier around Fong Chen. You can't stop me. The ghost-like figure sneered and the black dagger in his hand suddenly turned scarlet. Waves of fluctuations caused the void to tremble, and the primordial spirits of everyone present retreated, as if they had been struck by lightning. Not good. Palace Master Wood Green was the first to react. He shouted angrily, Umbra Spectre. Hearing this, the Samsara Sword Emperor and the other palace masters were furious. Damn it, Umbra Spectre dares to attack the leader of the human race. After adjusting his aura, the Samsara Sword Emperor's figure flashed and turned into a sword light that rushed into the battlefield. The dark shadow spirit must have come prepared. Fong Chen alone will not be able to block it. Let's attack together. Palace Master Wood Green roared. Together with the other palace masters, he rushed to Fong Chen's side. Rip! The ghost-like figure glanced at the scarlet dagger in his hand, and then suddenly smashed the void. Wherever the dagger passed, the supreme power of laws would avoid it. Corporeal primordial spirit? The ghost-like figure licked his dry lip. After I kill you and refine your primordial spirit, my extinguishing soul-killing technique will reach the perfect realm. At that time, extinguishing soul-killing technique, it's the extinguishing soul-killing technique. Palace Master Wood Green recognized the secret technique used by the ghost-like figure and exclaimed, Form the battle formation. The Samsara Sword Emperor waved his sleeves and sword chi surged. Layers of Samsara sword chi rippled and formed a huge sword formation in an instant. Star Emperor. The Samsara Sword Emperor transmitted his voice to the Star Emperor and told him the details of the Samsara sword formation. Swoosh! The Star Emperor jumped and stood in a corner of the Samsara sword formation. He spread out his hands and controlled the sword formation according to the Samsara Sword Emperor's instructions. In a moment, the 9 quasi-emperors worked together to stabilize the Samsara sword formation. Crack! The blood-red dagger pierced Fong Chen's head. The latter's head instantly exploded. Blood spurted out and his primordial spirit trembled. Fortunately, Fong Chen was prepared. His primordial spirit had already left his body and prevented him from being killed. Even so, he could feel the powerful means of the person who attacked him. What a powerful primordial spirit attack! The immortal power circulated and the power of endless vitality filled the air. In the blink of an eye, his head was completely restored. At his level, as long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed, He could form a physical body at will. The immortal power of the immortal emperor could exert this technique to the extreme. After stabilizing his body, Fang Chen's heart was still rippling. The blow just now was the biggest crisis he had encountered over the years. Just a little bit more, and his primordial spirit would have been shattered. Who on earth has such a powerful technique? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. Fang Chen, the person who attacked you is from the Dark Shadow Ghost clan. They are good at assassination. It is very difficult for martial artists of the same realm to catch their traces. Moreover, their attainments in the primordial spirit are extremely high. Every time they attack, they will target the opponent's primordial spirit. The Samsara Sword Emperor said, their clan has a super powerful secret technique called the Great Annihilation Soul Killing Technique. Once the primordial spirit of the virtual realm is hit, it will be seriously injured even if it doesn't die. Although you have a corporeal primordial spirit, your realm is too low and it will be difficult for you to resist. Hearing this, Fang Chen's pupils shrank. The Dark Shadow Ghost clan, the Great Annihilation Soul Killing Technique to him, all of this was very foreign. I have already set up the Samsara Sword formation. You just need to hide in it. Boom. The void exploded and the Dark Shadow Spirit appeared. He toyed with the dagger in his hand and laughed sinisterly. I really didn't expect that your sacred palace would use such a method like the Transmigration Sword formation for a boundary realm expert. Obviously, the Samsara Sword formation was extremely important to the sacred palace. Humph, the human clan didn't make trouble for you, but your Dark Shadow Ghost clan actually dared to attack the human clan, Palace Master Woodgreen said coldly. The sword scar on the Dark Shadow Ghost's face was wriggling, and his whole body exuded an extremely dangerous aura. He ignored Palace Master Woodgreen and narrowed his eyes at Fang Chen. The Dark Shadow Ghost clan never fails. Since we dared to attack you, it means that we have investigated everything about you thoroughly. Your greatest reliance is those two sword moves, but each time you use them, it consumes a lot of energy. The battle with Gu Ku has already consumed a lot of your energy, so you definitely can't use them now. The Dark Shadow Spirit continued, without these two sword moves, your primordial spirit will only be slightly stronger than before. However, the Dark Shadow Ghost clan is best at the primordial spirit Tao. As he spoke, the Dark Shadow Ghost clenched his hand, and the scarlet dagger suddenly shed a layer of skin. A faint purple light appeared on the dagger. This is the soul-killing dagger? Seeing this, the faces of Palace Master Woodgreen and the others instantly darkened. It seems that you have been preparing to assassinate Palace Master Fang for a long time, Samsara Sword Emperor said. You are even willing to take out the soul-killing dagger. Although Fang Chen didn't know what the soul-killing dagger was, he could feel the tyrannical aura released from the dagger. This dagger seems to have surpassed the level of an imperial weapon. Fang Chen stared at the Dark Shadow Ghost warily. No matter who you are, if you want to kill me, you will have to pay the price. The hidden star sword seemed to have also sensed its master's anger. Sword chi surged, sword cries lingered, and the sword body trembled. This sudden scene stunned everyone in Divine Blood City, as well as Fang Chen's good brothers. What's going on? Who is it that wants to assassinate boss? Little Mouse said. Qing Ho, Barbarian, Lu Xingxing, Realm Master Dead Star, and the others were also at a loss. Chapter 3361. In the Samsara Sword formation, the 9 quasi-emperors were in 9 different positions, controlling the formation with all their might. Fang Chen was in the center of the formation. Not far from him, the Dark Shadow Spirit stood in the air. Destructive power flowed around his body, and the soul-extinguishing dagger in his hand made everyone's primordial spirits tremble. The Dark Shadow Spirit stared at Fang Chen, licked his lips, and played with the soul-extinguishing dagger in his hand like a hunter staring at his prey. No wonder you're on the must-kill list of my Dark Shadow Spirit clan. If I hadn't been well prepared, I might have fallen into your trap. The dark shadow spirit already knew how terrifying Fang Chen's strength was from the exchange just now. If he hadn't brought the soul-extinguishing dagger and used the soul-killing technique, he probably wouldn't have been able to complete the task. Hearing the words, "must kill list," Palace Master Wood Green and the others were slightly moved. For a long time, the Dark Shadow Spirit Clan had been hiding in the primordial chaos. Compared to them, a mere corpse demon was nothing. The Dark Shadow Spirit Clan was the real enemy of the human race. Palace Master Wood Green had a better understanding of the Dark Shadow Spirit Clan and knew very well what the must-kill list meant. Humph, with my sacred palace here, don't even think about killing him. Palace Master Wood Green spread out his palm, and green branches slowly emerged, intertwining in the void, forming a huge green ball. The green ball was filled with a vast aura of life. "Kill!" Palace Master Wood Green roared, and the green ball blasted toward the Dark Shadow Spirit as fast as lightning with unparalleled power. Boom! When the green ball hit the Dark Shadow Spirit's body, it exploded, and the terrifying air waves shook the Samsara Sword formation. No, it's an illusion. Fang Chen was closer to the explosion point, and he immediately realized that the green ball didn't hit the Dark Shadow Spirit, but an illusion. "Kiki," in the void, the Dark Shadow Spirit's voice sounded. "No one on the must-kill list of my Dark Shadow Spirit Clan can escape this calamity, so he must die." As his voice fell, the Dark Shadow Spirit's speed soared to the extreme, and he used his super speed to constantly shuttle through the void. At the same time, powerful Soul Dao power condensed around his body to form a thick layer of armor. Under the armor, he completely blocked the killing sword light of the Samsara Sword formation. Emperor-level soul power armor. Palace Master Wood Green cried out in alarm. At that moment, his face had turned completely gloomy. Samsara Sword Emperor's face. He burst forth with extremely powerful sword chi, and used his full strength to activate the Samsara Sword formation's attack. Palace Master Palace's eyes sky Palace's Palace Master's Palace Master reminded Palace Master under normal circumstances, armors were much more soul power Emperor's weapons. Right now, this Dark Spectre actually had an Emperor-ranked Soul Force armor. This was even more unbelievable. Soul power armor was completely condensed from soul power. Even the sacred palace of the human clan didn't have soul power armor. Once he wore soul power armor, he would be completely immune to soul Dao attacks, and could greatly reduce the attack of the Samsara Sword formation. When the Dark Shadow Spirit activated the soul power armor, Fang Chen also made his move. No matter how strong his opponent was, he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Whoosh! Shui Luo's secret skill, the apocalyptic first sword, was madly displayed. His aura instantly rose to the peak. Kill! A bright sword light fiercely slashed the soul power armor of the Dark Shadow Spirit. With a crack, the sword light shattered, and the soul power armor only shook a little. After failing his attack, Fang Chen didn't stop and quickly retreated. Rip! As soon as he retreated, the void in front of him was instantly torn apart, and the soul kill dagger stirred up the wind and clouds. Although the Samsara Sword formation is strange, it can only restrict 30% of the Dark Shadow Spirit's power. Fang Chen thought quickly. With my current strength, I should be able to resist the Dark Shadow Spirit if I go all out. But he has the Soul Kill Dagger in his hand, the Soul Power Armor, and the terrifying Annihilation Soul Killing technique. I can deal with him for a short period of time, but if it goes on for a long time, my primordial spirit won't be able to take it. Once his primordial spirit couldn't hold on, he would be defeated. Obviously, Palace Master Wood Green and the others were also aware of this. They frantically activated the Samsara Sword formation to provide convenience. I can't waste time. Let's end this quickly. The Dark Shadow Spirit didn't waste any more time. He accumulated power and prepared to attack with all his strength. Annihilation's soul-killing technique. he shouted in a low voice, and a powerful soul Tao power condensed into a soaring eagle in the void. The eagle's claws flickered with black light. Its claws grabbed the soul-kill dagger as it charged at Su Chun. Roar! The loud and clear screeching sound shook the hearts of the people. Boss! The little mouse's eyes were scarlet, and it rushed out like an arrow. Bang! However, as soon as it moved, it was slapped back by the pure-blooded beast cub. What are you doing? The pure-blooded beast cub glared at the little mouse and said angrily. Boss is in danger. I can't leave him to die, the little mouse said. Xiao Huang and the others also stood behind it one after another to express their attitude. Nonsense! The pure-blooded beast cub reprimanded mercilessly. You're so weak. Not only can you not help him, but you'll also distract him. You're not saving him, you're harming him. Boss gave me my life. Even if I die, I have to fight for a chance of survival for Boss, the little mouse said desperately. Slap! The pure-blooded beast cub slapped the little mouse away. You guys stay here. With that, he leaped into the transmigration sword formation. His life gate is at the back of his head. You use the annihilation first sword to force his true body out. I'll sneak attack it. The pure-blooded beast cub's voice sounded in Fang Chen's mind. He was stunned. Then, he saw the pure-blooded beast cub dashing toward the samsara sword formation from the corner of his eye. Trust me, the pure-blooded beast cub added. Since there's no better way, why don't we take a gamble? Then, Fang Chen transmitted a message to the samsara sword emperor and the others, asking them to help him. 9-sword world, samsara invincible. The samsara sword emperor stomped his foot and the entire samsara sword formation trembled. In front of the 9 of them, the violent sword principal aura instantly condensed into 9 long swords. Buzz! The 9 long swords rushed up and intertwined in the void. They spun rapidly and merged into one in the blink of an eye, turning into a huge sword. Condense! The samsara sword emperor growled. He made a complicated seal with his hands and controlled the huge sword to dive down and insert it into the center of the formation. Dong! The samsara sword formation changed dramatically. The power of the sword chi of slaughter suddenly increased by several times. The space of the sword formation also gradually shrank. Humph, it's useless. The dark shadow ghost sneered and shot out the soul-kill dagger in his hand. You want to restrain me with this sword formation? At this moment, the dark shadow spirit had a slight smile on his face. It was as if he could already see Fang Chen falling under his soul-kill dagger. When the samsara sword emperor and the others took action, Fang Chen took the lead and performed many secret skills at the same time. Boom! 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 The first stroke of destruction was performed again. A sword light fell from the sky. It seemed to be surrounded by thousands of sword lights. Kill! The huge sword light pierced through the void and landed on both sides of the samsara sword formation, tearing the void apart. The terrifying sword principal chi waves forced the dark shadow ghost out of the darkness. He jumped, stepped on the soul-kill dagger, and attacked Fang Chen. Come on! Fang Chen's eyes were full of passion. What he needed to do was to buy time for the pureblood beast cub and try his best to restrain the dark shadow ghost's attack. The dark shadow ghost was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Fang Chen. The power released by the soul-kill dagger made Fang Chen's corporeal realm primordial spirit feel somewhat suppressed. Die! The dark shadow ghost glanced at the soul-kill dagger at his feet and sneered. In this era, you are the first realm expansion realm cultivator to die under the soul-kill dagger. Be careful. Palace Master Mu Qing and the others were shocked. However, when the soul-kill dagger was only one step away from Fang Chen, it suddenly stopped. Boom! A terrifying bloodline power suddenly erupted. The pure-blooded beast cub used its innate ability. Behind it, a huge body the size of a small mountain let out an angry roar. A blood-red hand rushed towards the back of the dark shadow specter's head. When the dark shadow ghost sensed that something was wrong, it wanted to withdraw from the battlefield, but it was too late. Fang Chun and the Transmigration Sword Formation exerted their power together. They actually stopped time and space temporarily, making the Soul Kill Dagger unable to move. Damn it. Seeing this, the dark shadow ghost gave up on the Soul Kill Dagger and wanted to dodge first. Crack. However, as soon as his body disappeared, he felt a shock at the back of his head. Then, his face was filled with shock. A pure-blood beast? He exclaimed. No, boom. The blood-red hand clenched hard and a golden pearl at the back of the dark shadow ghost's head shattered. Dong dong dong. The terrifying explosion sent the pure-blood beast cub flying. The Transmigration Sword Formation also collapsed because it could not withstand the huge pressure. The 9 quasi-emperors were sent flying and smashed into the ground. Bang! Fang Chen's body smashed into a mountain peak in the distance and broke it. Cough cough. He coughed a few times and spat out a trace of blood. However, he did not care so much at the moment. He got up and walked toward the battlefield. He looked around. When he saw the pure-blood beast cub and the 9 quasi-emperors, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not far away, there was a corpse that was beyond recognition. Dead. Fang Qin murmured. The dark shadow ghost, who was comparable to a sovereign emperor, died just like that. Did it work? The happiest people were the Transmigration Sword Emperor and the others. When the dark shadow ghost burst out with his full power, they were already disheartened. Who would have thought that the final result would be like this? It's him. I sensed a pure-blood beast cub in his body, Palace Master Woodgreen said. I see. The Transmigration Sword Emperor nodded. Are you okay? Fang Chun helped the pure-blood beast cub up and asked. I'm fine. The pure-blood beast cub pointed at the Star Emperor not far away. The latter's purple robe was stained with blood. Among the 9 quasi-emperors who maintained the operation of the Transmigration Sword Formation, she was the weakest and suffered the greatest impact. Fang Chun held the Star Emperor in his arms. Brother Chun, I'm fine. The Star Emperor said weakly. Is the Dark Shadow Ghost dead? He's dead. Fang Chun nodded. Chapter 3362. The Ancient Region War ended with the Sacred Palace's victory. After this war, Fang Chun became the undisputed #1 expert of the Sacred Palace. His reputation spread throughout the ancient chaos. Gu Ku died and Gu Tianhua was taken away by the Gu clan's ancestors. The huge Gu clan collapsed. In this war, the upper echelons of the Gu clan were almost wiped out. Those who remained were basically weak ancient martial art practitioners. As the guardian of the human clan, the Sacred Palace naturally couldn't kill the remaining members of the Gu clan. They could only disperse the Gu clan. With their strength, they couldn't do anything. On a mountain peak at the edge of the ancient region, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Little Mouse and the others came from afar. How is it? Little Mouse glanced at Xiao Huang and the others. They all nodded. We've killed them all, Xiao Huang said. Humph. Boss is thinking of the entire human clan and doesn't want to kill the Gu clan. But we're different. The Gu clan dared to attack Shaoxi. We can't give them a chance to rise again. This time, Little Mouse and the others secretly attacked and didn't let Fang Chun know. Originally, the pure-blooded beast cub also wanted to act with them. But because the latter was the king of the demon clan, his every move would affect the entire ancient chaos, so he didn't appear. Alright, let's go back and see how Shaoxi is doing, Little Mouse said. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 of them disappeared into the void. Sacred Region, Sacred Palace. This was the core of the human clan and also the place where the high-level experts of the human clan gathered. In a mansion, Fang Chun sat cross-legged. With a flip of his hand, a sumeru ring appeared in front of him. As the #1 family in the ancient chaos, there should be a lot of good things, right? Fang Chun stared at the sumeru ring with a burning gaze. Gotcha. With a thought, the summer ring was opened. In an instant, numerous treasures appeared in front of him. Fang Chen scanned with his mind and soon found the jade-fire golden sand in a hidden place. The shimmering golden sand was placed in an iron fist, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. Jade-fire golden sand. Seeing this, Fang Chen took a deep breath. His face was full of excitement. Among the 81 materials required by Emperor Shao, one of the last 7 rare materials was jade flame golden sand. Before attacking the Gu family, Palace Master Wood Green had informed Fang Chen of this matter. Voila! Fang Chen took out the jade flame golden sand and gently touched it with his finger. Immediately, a scorching aura entered his palm. Legend has it that the jade-fire golden sand contains extremely strong soul power, which can attack the primordial spirit of human warriors. Moreover, it is the best material for refining soul weapons. Fang Chen licked his dry lips and whispered, "Sure enough, my primordial spirit has reached the corporeal realm. When I touch the jade-fire golden sand, I feel a slight vibration. Unfortunately, this jade-fire golden sand is too little. If I have more, I can refine a soul weapon to cooperate with my corporeal realm primordial spirit. When I fight with the enemy, I can release the jade-fire realm. The soul power will be absolutely suppressed and the power will be stronger." Fang Chen shook his head. The jade-fire golden sand was very rare. It was not easy to find, so naturally, he would not use it easily. He sighed slightly and then put it away, preparing to leave it for his daughter. 6 more. Fang Chen clenched his fists, his heart full of urgency. In the following time, Fang Chen thoroughly checked the Gu family's summer ring. Besides some materials that he did not need, he found 5 things. The first of them was the Gu family's ancient annihilation secret skill. Even among the Emperor-level secret skills, the ancient annihilation secret skill was one of the best. After cultivating it, the power of the 9 layers would increase by a terrifying amount. Fang Chen had a deep understanding of this point. When Gu Ku used the 9th layer of the ancient annihilation secret skill, he had to use the Annihilation Second Sword with all his strength to block it. This ancient Annihilation secret skill is good, but the requirements to cultivate it are very harsh. Fang Chen curled his lips. Only those with the Gu family bloodline to a certain level can cultivate it. At this moment, a voice sounded in Fang Chen's mind. "You have the black hole bloodline and have absorbed the blood of gods. The ancient annihilation secret skills requirements are nothing to you." Fang Chen was startled. He immediately looked around and spread out his divine sense. Who's talking? He was extremely shocked. His corporeal realm primordial spirit did not sense anyone around him. Could this person be an emperor-level sovereign? "I'm in your blood." The voice sounded again. Fang Chen hurriedly looked inside his body and found that there was a faint light in the thick blood where his heart was. Fang Chen was stunned. What was going on? Why was there a remnant consciousness in his blood? Bloodline King? Fang Chen almost cried out in surprise. "Strictly speaking, I'm just a remnant consciousness." The voice sounded from the blood again. "Senior," in response to Fang Chen's confusion, the Bloodline King explained, "Back then, although I had yet to step into the Martial Emperor realm, I was able to suppress the Martial Emperor realm with my Quasi-Emperor cultivation. I even managed to kill a Martial Emperor on the God's Fall battlefield." Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart was set off by stormy wave. A Quasi-Emperor killing an Emperor-level sovereign. How heaven-defying was that? However, at that time, I knew that this world was limited and it was too difficult to break through. I was obsessed with the study of bloodlines and thought that in this world, there would definitely be a perfect bloodline. The perfect bloodline is the most powerful bloodline in the world. Once formed, it will make a martial artist perfect in all aspects. This kind of bloodline is too heaven-defying and will inevitably be suppressed by the supreme laws. During my research, I was also seriously injured several times, but in the end I managed to survive until one day I succeeded. At this point, the Bloodline King paused. Fang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Senior, you succeeded in developing the perfect bloodline? Although he did not understand, he understood a little from the Bloodline King's explanation. The perfect bloodline was above the supreme laws, and it was almost impossible to appear in the ancient chaos where the world was limited. Once it appeared, it would be punished by the heavens. When I was immersed in the joy of success, I realized that my bloodline was not the ideal perfect bloodline. According to my understanding, it can only be considered a half-perfect bloodline. The Bloodline King said. Even a half-perfect bloodline allowed me to undergo a deep transformation. I had a feeling that I could take the final step and step into the Emperor level or even higher. However, at that moment I was suppressed by the supreme laws. The supreme laws were everywhere. Almost no one could survive the suppression of the supreme laws. However, the Bloodline King was an exception. He had a half-perfect bloodline. Although he was seriously injured, he eventually escaped to the God's Fall battlefield and avoided the supreme laws. Before I left behind an inheritance. Only those who successfully inherit my inheritance are qualified to enter Divine Blood City and absorb Divine Blood. When he said this, there was a trace of joy in the Bloodline King's voice. Since my remnant consciousness was able to awaken, you must have done this. This also proves that my guess back then was correct. The Bloodline King said, you passed my many tests and obtained the Black Hole bloodline. This is the first step to becoming a perfect bloodline. What? Fang Chen was stunned. He recalled the many inheritances that the Bloodline King left behind. Turned out that the latter was trying to create a perfect bloodline. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Even if you now possess an unrivaled quasi-emperor's combat prowess, you are still far from possessing a perfect bloodline. As for the future, when you enter the God's Fall battlefield, I will find you and tell you personally. Fang Chen was still immersed in the shock of the perfect bloodline. However, the Bloodline King clearly did not want to say too much. Did you discover that after absorbing the divine blood, the Black Hole bloodline changed? The Bloodline King asked. Fang Chen nodded woodenly. The power of the divine blood removed all the impurities in the Black Hole bloodline. The Black Hole bloodline that you possess now can easily evolve into any bloodline in the world. Fang Chen finally understood why the Bloodline King said that the cultivation conditions of the ancient extermination secret technique were nothing to him. Evolving bloodline? Fang Chen was stunned. Then, he tried it out impatiently. Buzz. He opened his palm, and a strand of blood instantly appeared. Under his will, it kept changing. Flame bloodline. Water bloodline. Red dragon bloodline. One bloodline after another appeared in his palm. Gu family bloodline. With a thought, the Gu family bloodline appeared. Of course, the evolved bloodlines are all common bloodlines. There is no way to evolve the heaven-defying bloodlines of the ancient era. There was a limit to everything. It was the same for evolving bloodlines. If it exceeded the limit, there would be a backlash. However, even so, Fang Chen was overjoyed. If he could master the ancient extermination secret technique, with 9 layers of superposition power and the apocalyptic second sword, he was confident that he could challenge a martial emperor. Buzz. At this moment, the remnant consciousness in the blood suddenly began to dissipate, turning into strands of blood that merged into Fang Chen's blood. Young man, you are the person that I, the Bloodline King, think highly of the most. You are also the only martial artist who has a chance of becoming a perfect bloodline in the Age of Chaos. Before the remnant consciousness dissipated, the Bloodline King sent a voice transmission to Fang Chen. Cultivate well. I will wait for you at the God's Fall battlefield. After that, the Bloodline King's remnant consciousness completely dissipated. Fang Chen still had not recovered from the shock. The information that he had received before was too much and too shocking. After a long time, he came back to his senses and sighed. I didn't expect that the bloodline king's inheritance that I received was actually a trap set by him. However, thinking of the perfect bloodline, Fang Chen's heart palpitated with eagerness. After dealing with the matters of the ancient chaos and saving Shi'er, I will go to the Godfall battlefield, Fang Chen said. Chapter 3363. Looking at the mountain of divine elixir pills in front of him, Fang Chen could not help but be speechless. The Gu clan was indeed the #1 clan in the immemorial chaotic world. Their wealth was incredible. Divine elixir pills were the currency used by universe gods as well as cultivation resources. Within the divine elixir pills, there was a majestic power of the heavenly way and even a trace of the supreme law. Under normal circumstances, even an emperor-to-be's net worth was only tens of thousands of divine elixir pills. 1 million divine elixir pills was enough to establish a sect. However, the Gu clan had hundreds of millions of divine elixir pills. It was simply unimaginable. Phew! Fang Chen took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart. He put the 100 million divine elixir pills into his Sumeru ring. From the boundary evolution realm to the emperor-to-be realm requires a vast amount of energy. If I absorb the divine elixir pills, the speed will be much faster. Fang Chen muttered to himself. With his attainments in martial arts and comprehension of the supreme law, he had already reached the emperor-to-be realm. However, his strength was still insufficient, so he could not break through. With these divine elixir pills, it would not be long before he could step into the emperor-to-be realm. The Gu clan has saved me a lot of trouble, Fang Chen said with a grin. Then, his gaze landed on a picture scroll. This is... He waved his hand gently, and in an instant, a layer of restriction on the painting scroll was removed. The real painting scroll appeared in front of him. This was a landscape painting. In the painting, there was a man standing on a broken bridge with his hands behind his back, looking at the scenery in the stream. If one were to look at it seriously, they would discover that on the sparkling surface of the lake, there were droplets of water that formed rays of sword light. Swordsmanship? Fang Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at the painting scroll seriously. After a long time, his face was filled with joy. Apocalypse painting scroll, this is the Apocalypse painting scroll. He laughed heartily and was extremely excited. He was well aware of the power of the Apocalypse painting scroll. Even in the sacred palace, there were only 3 paintings. He did not expect the Gu clan to have other paintings. 1. Just as Fang Chen was rejoicing, the eyes of the figure in the Apocalypse painting flickered. A beam of light shot out and entered Fang Chen's mind. The next moment, Fang Chen felt his head tremble as countless pieces of information poured into it. Not long after, he fully accepted this information. I see. Fang Chen sighed. There were a total of 3 scrolls in the Armageddon painting. Each scroll contained 3 sword moves. The Armageddon painting in the Holy Palace was the first scroll, while the Gu family's was the second scroll. At the same time, he also knew that the Armageddon swordsmanship was created by a supreme sword principle expert from the antiquity times. His attainments in sword principle had reached an unbelievable level. There were even rumors that he was only 1 step away from the true peak of sword principle. Who would have thought that the Apocalypse picture scroll came from the Godfall battlefield? Fang Chen's eyes flashed. He was becoming more and more interested in the Godfall battlefield. Unfortunately, he had not yet mastered the Apocalypse third sword, so he could not practice the 3 sword moves in the second scroll. The power of the apocalyptic second sword is already so strong. How strong are the 3 sword moves in the middle scroll? Fang Chen was quite curious. However, he knew that he could not bite off more than he could chew on the martial way. I'll study this scroll after I master the Apocalypse third sword. After putting away the Apocalypse picture scroll, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the last two items. One of them was a broken sword. The black broken sword was covered with rust. It looked very ordinary from the outside. Since the Gu family treats it as a treasure, it must be unique, Fang Chen said as he carefully observed the broken sword. After a long while, he shook his head helplessly. No matter how he examined it, the broken sword did not move. In the end, he gave up. Forget it, I'll think about it later. His intuition told him that there was a great secret hidden in the broken sword. The last item was a black command token. A demonic flower was drawn on the front, and the word "kill" was written on the back. This token? Fang Chen held the token in his hand and suddenly felt a bloody killing aura coming from it. What a terrifying killing aura! Fang Chen exclaimed, but he could not see the origin of the token. Let's ask Palace Master Mu Qing. Many palace masters gathered in the sacred hall. Palace Master Mu Qing, don't worry. I've just asked the Red Brows monster. Everything in the treasure pagoda is normal. Not long ago, they went to ask Emperor Xiao, who said that Fang Shi is fine for the time being. Palace Master Mu Qing glanced at Fang Chen and said. Fang Chen nodded. Now that the Gu family had been destroyed, he would do his best to find those precious materials. Palace Master Mu Qing, what's going on with the Dark Shadow Ghost clan that tried to assassinate me? Fang Chen had never heard of the Dark Shadow Ghost clan before, but when they tried to assassinate him in the ancient region, they had erupted with such great power. Moreover, from the tone of Palace Master Mu Qing and the others, the Dark Shadow Ghost clan was not a single person, but a huge organization. Thinking of this, Fang Chen could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Any random assassin had the battle strength of an invincible quasi-emperor. How strong was the Dark Shadow Ghost clan? The Dark Shadow Spirit clan is one of the darkest clans in the world. Their existence is to destroy the human race. The power you erupted with in the ancient region was too strong, so the Dark Shadow Ghost clan could not help but try to assassinate you. Palace Master Mu Qing said, everyone thinks that the greatest enemy of the human race is the corpse demon, but Palace Master Mu Qing slowly shook his head. The corpse demon is nothing in the eyes of the sacred palace. In the great battle back then, the human race killed all the upper echelons of the corpse demon. Even if there were some left behind, they would not have much of an impact on the human race. For countless years, the corpse demon has infiltrated the human race's territory and assassinated the human race cultivators. All of this has been witnessed by the sacred palace. Fang Chen frowned, somewhat puzzled. The Fire Dome Palace Master explained, ever since the ancient era's battle of gods, our human race has fallen into an era of peace. For countless years, with our sacred palace guarding the primordial chaos, the human race's martial practitioners have lived too comfortably. Cultivators should seek breakthroughs at the edge of life and death and fight bloody battles. A comfortable life often made people lose themselves and let their guard down. When the real crisis came, they would not be of any use. Therefore, the human race's sacred palace turned a blind eye to the corpse demon's actions. As long as they did not go too far, they would not act. Simply put, the sacred palace treated the corpse demon as a training target for the human race cultivators. Fang Chen was a little surprised after hearing Palace Master Fire Dome's explanation. He did not expect the sacred palace to be so bold. For countless years, countless human race cultivators had died at the hands of the corpse demon, but the sacred palace had tacitly approved of this. Palace Master Fang, the supreme laws operate to maintain the balance of the world. Everything in the world is a cycle of cause and effect. When cultivators die, cultivators are born. If not for the greed in their hearts, the cultivators killed by the corpse demon would not have been involved with the corpse demon. You have cultivated for too short a time. You will understand in the future. Palace Master Mu Qing nodded. Fang Chen listened quietly. The corpse demon is just a training target for the human race, but the shadow specter is different. It is the true enemy of the human race. Palace Master Mu Qing's expression gradually turned serious when he mentioned the Shadow Spectre. The Sacred Palace Conference lasted for a full day. When the conference ended, Fang Chen finally had a new understanding of the situation in the Archean era. The Shadow Spectre clan was an assassin organization. They would assassinate any human race cultivator they found with great potential. Their attacks were almost infallible. Because their whereabouts were extremely secretive and unpredictable, the human race had failed to encircle and annihilate them many times. This time, they even brought the Soul Kill Dagger to assassinate Fang Chen. Fortunately, the king of the demon race had resolved the crisis at the last moment. Palace Master Fang, the Shadow Spectre clan has failed to assassinate you. I don't think they will let this go. You have to be careful during this period. Samsara Sword Emperor warned. I know. Fang Chen nodded. In fact, what really made him afraid was that the Shadow Spectre clan in the Archean chaos was only a branch of a powerful clan. That powerful clan had participated in the Battle of the Gods in the Antiquity Age and was eventually destroyed. However, some of their clansmen had survived and were sleeping and cultivating in the battlefield of the gods. Later, they reproduced and some of their descendants walked out of the battlefield of the gods, creating the Shadow Spectre clan that struck fear in people. What exactly is in the battlefield of the gods? Fang Chen could not help but ask. The Gods' Fall battlefield is the battlefield where the Gods' Fall battle took place in the ancient times. It is filled with boundless power. Even the supreme laws cannot operate normally there. If a quasi-emperor enters it, there is no chance of survival. It is said that only a sovereign of the Emperor realm can barely survive there, the Samsara Sword Emperor said. Over the years, countless powerful heavens prides had emerged from the human race. After they stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, they entered the battlefield of the gods and never came out again. Don't try to enter before you have enough strength, Palace Master Mu Qing said. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. At present, Fang Chen's focus was to save his daughter. Therefore, even if there was a chance, he would not take the risk to enter the battlefield of the gods. After I save Shi'er, if there is a chance, I really have to go to the battlefield of the gods to investigate. He shook his head and temporarily gave up on this plan. Fang Chen suddenly remembered the token he had obtained from the Gu clan. Palace Master Mu Qing, do you recognize this token? Fang Chen took out the token and handed it to Palace Master Mu Qing. After Palace Master Mu Qing took the token, his expression changed drastically. This is the Blood Emperor's token? Palace Master Mu Qing asked hurriedly, how did you get this token? I got it from the Gu clan. Fang Chen did not hide anything and said directly. The Gu clan. Hearing this, Palace Master Mu Qing's eyes shot out a cold murderous intent. It seems that the rumor back then is true. What rumor? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. Chapter 3364. It was Fang Chen's first time hearing about the Blood Emperor. He had never heard of this rumor before. Obviously, only Palace Master Mu Qing and other Sacred Palace higher-ups knew about this rumor in the entire primordial chaos. Blood Emperor? Fang Chen's palms glowed with a fiery light and his eyes were filled with excitement. He had learned from Palace Master Mu Qing that the Blood Emperor was a super expert from the ancient times. During the Battle of Gods, the Blood Emperor was one of the top experts. The Blood Dao that the Blood Emperor cultivated had become the most powerful Dao technique in the primordial chaos and was revered by many. However, it is said that the Blood Emperor was not born in the ancient times but in an earlier era. As for which era, no one knows. Palace Master Mu Qing continued, he is too mysterious. Before the Battle of Gods, he had never shown himself. During the Battle of Gods, he appeared out of nowhere and joined the Battle of Gods in an invincible manner. He unleashed an unprecedented power and shocked the world with one battle. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He did not expect that the Blood Emperor's era was even older than the ancient times. The reason why news of him did not spread in the primordial chaos was because he appeared and disappeared too suddenly. It was like a flash in the pan. Samsara Sword Emperor added. Although it was a flash in the pan, the absolute power that he had displayed had left an indelible mark on the super-experts of the ancient times. It seems that the Gu clan has been exploring the Battle of Gods for a long time, and they are very lucky. Otherwise, they would not have obtained the Blood Emperor's token. Palace Master Mu Qing was speechless when he mentioned the Blood Emperor's token. He knew better than anyone how useful the Blood Emperor's token was. It is said that the Blood Emperor's token is an important token to open the Blood Emperor's inheritance. The Battle of Gods is boundless, and the Blood Emperor left his inheritance in a certain place. Only by obtaining the token can one open the ruins. This was the greatest value of the Blood Emperor's token. Fang Chen toyed with the blood-red token in his hand, as the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Palace Master Fang, you must hide the Blood Emperor's token well. Do not leak the news. Otherwise, the Dark Shadow Spirit clan will definitely attack you again, Palace Master Mu Qing reminded him. All these years, the Dark Shadow Spirit clan has been looking for the Blood Emperor's token. They seem to have more detailed information about the Blood Emperor in their hands. Originally, you were on their must-kill list. Once they know that you have the Blood Emperor's token, the Dark Shadow Spirit clan will use all of their clan's power to assassinate you. If that was the case, it would be very troublesome. Even the Sacred Palace was unwilling to completely fall out with the Dark Shadow Spirit clan. After all, the Dark Shadow race's concealment techniques were far superior to the Sacred Palace's lack of great emperors. It would be difficult to capture all of them in one fell swoop. I know. Fang Chen nodded. After leaving the Sacred Hall, Fang Chen returned to the Sword Pavilion. Elder. Fang Chen bowed slightly. Amazing. No wonder you are the supreme talent with the strongest potential in the history of the human clan. I admire you. The Sword Pavilion Elder was full of praise for Fang Chen. Although he could see that Yi Xian was extraordinary the first time he came, he did not expect that he would be able to destroy the Gu clan alone so soon. After greeting the Sword Pavilion Elder, Fang Chen went directly to the last level of the Sword Pavilion. His gaze fell on the third scroll. After obtaining the middle scroll of the Apocalypse painting from the Gu clan, Fang Chen had also obtained some information about the Apocalypse painting. In fact, the 3 scrolls in front of him were separated from the first scroll of the Destruction Scroll. Each scroll represented a sword move. I wonder if I can cultivate the Destruction Third Sword now. Fang Chen sat cross-legged and entered the third scroll with his mind. Buzz. The third scroll suddenly released a bright light. In the world of the scroll, Sword Chi soared into the sky. Fang Chen was in it, holding the hidden star sword and constantly practicing the Destruction Third Sword. One sword after another, one move after another. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. Crash. Fang Chen opened his eyes and withdrew his consciousness from the Destruction Scroll. He stared at the Destruction Scroll and shook his head with a bitter smile. My realm limits the upper limit of my power, which also causes me to be unable to cultivate the Destruction Third Sword. It seems that I have to raise my cultivation to the Quasi-Emperor realm first. There were a total of 3 realms in the Universe God realm. They were the Realm Lord realm, the Realm King realm, and the Realm Evolution realm. The realm that Fang Chen was currently in was the Boundary Expansion realm. After the Realm Evolution realm was the Emperor realm. The so-called Quasi-Emperor realm, strictly speaking, was not an independent realm. Instead, it was an existence that depended on the Boundary realm. In fact, the Quasi-Emperor realm was also a part of the Realm Evolution realm. It was just that when one's power reached a certain level and one's comprehension of the supreme laws reached a super high standard, they were only one step away from the Emperor realm. It was relatively simple to go from the Realm Evolution realm to the Quasi-Emperor realm. Power. Fang Chen flipped his hand and took out a divine elixir pill, and then quickly swallowed it. buzz. The majestic power contained in the divine elixir pill was instantly refined by Feng Chen, and the power quickly integrated into his body. Continue. With his current strength, as long as he absorbed enough divine elixir pills, he could easily enter the quasi-emperor realm. He had obtained 100 million divine elixir pills from the Gu family, which was enough for him to enter the quasi-emperor realm. Half a month later, the power in Feng Chen's body had reached its peak, and his aura was constantly rising. Rumble. At this moment, he had officially entered the quasi-emperor realm, becoming a true quasi-emperor expert. Is this the quasi-emperor realm? He slightly sensed the changes in his body and murmured, "There is no essential difference between the quasi-emperor realm and the realm evolution realm, but there is a great disparity in power." When he checked the divine elixir pills, he could not help but be speechless. I have consumed 10,000 divine elixir pills? One should know that 10,000 divine elixir pills was the entire value of a quasi-emperor. He had used so many divine elixir pills to break through from the realm evolution realm to the quasi-emperor realm. No wonder there are so many quasi-emperors in the realm evolution realm in the immemorial chaos. Feng Chen shook his head. The Gu family has so many divine elixir pills, but there are so few quasi-emperors. I think their goal should be to create a quasi-emperor ruler? After all, a quasi-emperor ruler could change the structure of the immemorial chaos. In the current Dharma ending age, a quasi-emperor ruler could unify the immemorial chaos. 10,000 divine elixir pills may be a lot to others, but it is nothing to me. Feng Chen pondered. Now, he still had more than 90 million divine elixir pills in his hands, and he was wondering if he should give them to the people around him. After thinking for a while, Feng Chen directly rejected this idea. Their foundation is too weak, and they need more training. I will give them the divine elixir pills before I save Shi'er and enter the God's Fall battlefield. Chapter 3365. Feng Chen had already comprehended the first two sword moves in the first scroll of the Armageddon painting, and was only left with the last sword move. Now that he had absorbed 10,000 divine elixir pills and successfully stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, his combat strength had skyrocketed. In addition, his comprehension of the supreme laws had improved a lot. Feng Chen knew that he could comprehend the third Armageddon sword move. Sure enough, after becoming a quasi-emperor, the power in my body has increased by more than 10 times. With my current strength, it won't be as difficult as before to perform the second Armageddon sword move. During the battle with the Gu family, Feng Chen was only in the boundary realm and could perform the first Armageddon sword move at will, but he could only perform the second sword move twice. Now that he could perform the second Armageddon sword move at will, this meant that Feng Chen's combat strength had soared to another level. I haven't seen a real quasi-emperor yet and didn't know they had such skills. Feng Chen murmured. He couldn't judge his own strength now. If he had to say, he could only say that he was above a quasi-emperor and had the power to fight against a quasi-emperor. As for the specifics, quasi-emperors had already died in the Age of Chaos and he couldn't fight against them. Huff! He took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and then began to immerse himself in comprehending. The Armageddon sword move was an extremely overbearing killing sword move. This sword principle had a total of 9 moves. It had been passed down from the Antiquity Age. It was a sword principle created by a super sword principle expert. It was a complete sword principle that was above the Emperor level. It could be called the number 1 sword principle in the immemorial chaos. Moreover, the Armageddon sword move had extremely high requirements for comprehension. Even the reincarnation sword emperor, who was once known as the first sword cultivator in the ancient chaos, couldn't comprehend it. It wasn't easy for Feng Chen to be able to comprehend the first 2 sword moves. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. This time, Feng Chen encountered trouble in comprehending. The third Armageddon sword move was more profound than the previous two moves, and it was extremely difficult to comprehend. The sword is the sword of killing, the way of the sword is the way of killing. This sentence echoed in Fang Chen's mind. At this moment, his entire body was filled with piercingly cold killing intent, as if he was a peerless god of death. It was extremely terrifying. If someone else was here, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. This was because the murderous aura released by Fang Chen was much stronger than that of the world devastator demon emperor from the demon realm. Fang Chen, who was in the sword pavilion, was unaware of the passage of time. He was still immersed in the world destruction painting. Temple. It's already been half a year. Is there still no movement from Sword Pavilion? Asked Palace Head Wood Green. Fire Dome Palace Master shook his head. The Armageddon sword art is so powerful that even the reincarnation Sword Emperor couldn't comprehend it. It's already difficult for Palace Master Fang to comprehend the first two sword move. As for the third sword move, it won't be that easy. Samsara Sword Emperor nodded. I believe he will succeed. No matter how difficult the Armageddon sword art was, the Samsara Sword Emperor believed in Fang Chen's potential in Sword Dao. Samsara Sword Emperor nodded slightly and then changed the topic. Has there been any movement from the Dark Shadow Spirit clan in the past half a year? Ever since they failed to assassinate Palace Master Fang, they haven't done anything. It's as if they have disappeared. Fire Dome Palace Master frowned and said, the more they do this, the more uneasy it is. During this period of time, many of our Sacred Palace's experts are scattered in various domains. As long as there is any movement, the Sacred Palace will immediately know. Palace Head Wood Green said, however, the Dark Shadow Spirit clan has extraordinary means. Palace Masters, please be more careful. Many Palace Masters nodded. At the end of the distant horizon, in an endless dark space, this place was filled with a sinister and terrifying aura. At a glance, there were corpses everywhere. The murderous aura filled the entire mountain range. At the core of the mountain range, there was a black palace. Buzz. A black figure suddenly appeared in the black palace. His entire body was filled with blood-red aura. Greetings, Patriarch. After the black figure appeared, many dark shadow spirits knelt on the ground with pious expressions on their faces. Where is the soul kill dagger? A hoarse voice came from the black figure's mouth. Suddenly, the people below felt a strong sense of oppression. One of them said in a low voice, Patriarch, after Zhu Lu's assassination failed, the soul kill dagger was obtained by the Sacred Palace. However, the soul kill dagger is a sacred artifact of our clan. Even if the Sacred Palace obtained it, they would not be able to refine it. What about Fang Chen? The black figure said coldly with an expressionless face. What he was really concerned about was not the soul kill dagger, but Fang Chen. Sooner or later, the soul kill dagger would return to the Dark Shadow Spirit clan. However, if Fang Chen missed this opportunity and allowed him to rise up and enter the Emperor realm, it would be very difficult to kill him. Our Dark Shadow Spirit clan has been fighting with the human race for countless years. Just when we were about to succeed, such a monster appeared. The black figure continued, his potential is too strong. If he is given some time, he will definitely step into the great Emperor realm. At that time, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Even our Dark Shadow Spirit clan will be completely destroyed. The black figure vaguely remembered the ancestral teachings of the Dark Shadow Spirit clan in his mind. Every patriarch had to destroy the human race and occupy the primordial chaos as their ultimate goal. If I can complete this task, I will definitely be appreciated by the ancestors when I enter the God's Fall battlefield in the future. Thinking of this, the murderous intent in the black figure's eyes intensified. Patriarch Fang Chen has been cultivating in the sword pavilion of the Sacred Palace ever since he destroyed the Gu clan. If he does not leave the Sacred Palace, it will be difficult for us to act. One of them said bitterly. The Dark Shadow Spirit Clan had planted spies in the sacred palace, but it was impossible to kill Fang Chen. They could only bring back some useful information. That's right. Suddenly, someone said, "There's a piece of information about his daughter that should be of great use to our plan." His daughter was corrupted by the heart of the flame demon, and he went to the sacred island to ask Emperor Shao for help. The latter gave him a list of materials, and there are several materials that are rare in the world. If we use these materials to lure him away from the sacred palace, this plan is feasible. It is rumored that Fang Chen is very affectionate and dotes on his daughter very much. The reason his daughter became like this has a lot to do with his indecisiveness at the time. He blames himself and is doing his best to find rare materials. If we use this as bait, he will definitely take the bait. You make the decision on the specific plan. The black figure said, "I only care about the final result." With that, the black figure disappeared into thin air. Everyone stood up and looked at each other, their hearts heavy. Chapter 3366. Sacred Palace, Sword Pavilion. As usual, Fang Chen sat like an old monk, comprehending the third sword move in the extinction painting. This move was too powerful and the sword Dao was too mysterious. Even with Fang Chen's potential, it was difficult for him to comprehend it. In the painting, there was a tall mountain and flowing water. In front of a waterfall, there was a figure with a tall and straight posture that contained an extremely majestic sword Dao. This sword Dao was so cold that it was bone-chilling and terrifying. The sword was a killing sword, and the sword Dao was a killing Dao. Sword Dao was naturally a killing sword Dao. There were thousands of sword Daos, each different. Some people's sword Dao was to save people, while others' sword Dao was to kill people. Regardless of whether it was killing or saving people, it was still a kind of sword Dao. At this time, Fang Chen was in an extremely unstable state. He kept asking himself, "Why did I cultivate sword Dao? Is it really to kill people? But if I don't kill people, how can I protect the people I want to protect?" Fang Chen's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts. He seemed to have fallen into the world of reincarnation, constantly going through reincarnation, baptism, and precipitation. One day, he seemed to have woken up from a dream. His heart was empty and everything seemed to have become transparent. "Sword Dao," he muttered under his breath. Suddenly, a terrifying sword chi gushed out from his body. As soon as the majestic sword chi appeared, it swept across the entire sword pavilion and continued to spread. In the blink of an eye, the sword chi gathered and shot up into the sky, forming a terrifying sword chi light pillar that shot straight to the 9 heavens. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded across the sky. The silence of the sacred palace was suddenly broken by this sudden tremor. Countless martial artists raised their heads and looked curiously at the sky. What is that? What a terrifying sword chi! Who is cultivating it? Why is it causing the world to shake? Heavens, I have never seen such a strange phenomenon. Could it be that one of the palace masters has stepped into the martial emperor realm? Many martial artists who were immersed in cultivation in the sacred palace exclaimed. The Samsara Sword Emperor and the other sacred palace masters were also alarmed by this terrifying sword chi. Whoosh! Whoosh! Air-rending sounds could be heard as the 9 quasi-emperors gathered in front of the sword pavilion. They looked at each other with grave expressions. The 9 palace masters are all here, but Palace Master Fang is nowhere to be seen. Could it be? Someone noticed this and cried out in shock. Including Fang Chen, there were a total of 11 palace masters in the sacred palace. The primogenitor of nothingness had been severely injured in the battle with the Gu family and had been recuperating. At this moment, the 9 palace masters were standing side by side in front of the sword pavilion. Thinking back to the pillar of sword chi that had shaken the heavens and earth, everyone couldn't help but think of Fang Chen. That was the undisputed number 1 sword cultivator of the immemorial chaos, the number 1 expert. Has Palace Master Fang made a breakthrough? Everyone was stunned and cheered excitedly. One had to know that when Fang Chen was in the boundary expansion realm, he was already known as the #1 person below the Emperor realm. If he made a breakthrough, he would definitely step into the quasi-emperor realm. Then, how strong would his battle prowess be at that time? Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. This level of sword chi is really terrifying. Fire Dome Palace Master smiled bitterly. Fortunately, Fang Chen was a genius of the human race. If he was an enemy, he couldn't imagine how terrible the consequences would be. Palace Master Wood Green and the others also nodded gently. No one said anything. They knew that this was the vision of heaven and earth caused by Fang Chen comprehending the third sword of annihilation. They were also waiting quietly. Time passed. The shocking pillar of sword chi, carrying with it an unparalleled sword chi, lasted for a full 2 hours before it dissipated. However, the gate of the sword pavilion remained tightly shut. This made everyone puzzled. The vision of heaven and earth had already dissipated. Why hadn't Palace Master Fang come out yet? Could it be that he had failed to make a breakthrough? For a moment, there was an uproar in the sacred palace. He will definitely succeed. Palace Master Wood Green and the others looked a little serious, but the Samsara Sword Emperor was very determined. As a sword cultivator, he knew Fang Chen the best. He was qualified to say such words. Even Gu Ku, who unleashed the battle prowess of the Emperor realm, was defeated by you. I don't believe that a mere sword of annihilation can stump you. Creak. At this moment, the quiet sword firmament pavilion suddenly shook again. At the top of the sword pavilion, a ray of dazzling sword light dissipated, and then the gate of the sword pavilion slowly opened. Inside the sword pavilion, Fang Chen got up and watched as the painting of annihilation gradually disappeared. There was no ripple of emotion in his heart. I didn't expect that it would take me 5 years. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The sword principle contained in the third sword of annihilation was too profound, far beyond his expectations. He was immersed in the world of sword principle and couldn't extricate himself. But luckily, his hard work paid off. In the end, he still managed to comprehend it. When he succeeded, he already knew that the first part of the painting of annihilation would completely disappear. I will remember Senior's kindness. If we meet again in the future, I will repay you. Fang Chen bowed slightly and said with his fists clasped. Then, without looking back, he appeared outside the sword pavilion with a thought. Countless gazes fell on him. This made Fang Chen a little confused. This is, congratulations, Palace Master Fang. Palace Master Mu Qing and the others walked in front of Fang Chen and laughed. Amazing. In my life, there are very few people I admire. You are one of them, the reincarnation Sword Emperor said. He could feel that the invisible sword chi emitted from Fang Chen's body made his heart palpitate. One could imagine how high his attainments in sword principle had reached. How is it? Palace Master Huiqiong and the others surrounded Fang Chen and asked curiously. I have succeeded in comprehending it. Fang Chen nodded to express his gratitude. Amazing. Everyone gave him a thumbs up. Let's go to the sacred palace. Palace Master Mu Qing said with a smile. In the crowd in front of the sword pavilion, everyone had smiles on their faces as they discussed. Palace Master Fang is really an unprecedented genius. It has only been 5 years and he has broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. Our sacred palace has finally produced a supreme genius. I wonder how the Red Emperor and Lin Qian of the Archean era on the sacred island will win against Palace Master Fang. In the crowd there was a figure. Although his expression was normal, a trace of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Damn it, this guy is too much of a threat. Then, he secretly sent a message back to the Dark Shadow Spirit clan. So what if you are a genius? You will definitely die if you are targeted by the Shadow Ghost clan. Since ancient times, none of the targets that they had set their sights on had survived. and Fang Chen was still on the kill list. It was even more impossible for him to survive. In the sacred palace, the 9 palace masters looked at Fang Chen with smiles. The reincarnation sword emperor couldn't help but say, "Fang Chen, not only have you stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, but you have also comprehended the apocalyptic third sword. You are really a genius." Chapter 3367. Sure. Fang Chen nodded in agreement. The gazes of the 9 people were focused on Fang Chen. Don't worry about it. This sacred palace has a powerful restriction made by an emperor realm sovereign. It should be able to resist your power, Palace Master Mu Qing said with a grin. Hearing this, Fang Chen had no more worries. Buzz. With a thought, sword qi erupted from his body like a volcano. In the blink of an eye, these sword qi condensed into a terrifying sword qi light beam in front of him. Apocalyptic third sword, blood kill. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the voice fell, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand floated out. The majestic sword qi light beam instantly turned into a monstrous sea of blood when it came into contact with the hidden star sword. The sea of blood was filled with endless killing sword qi. How terrifying! Caught off guard, the primordial spirits of the 9 people were greatly shaken and they retreated one after another. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. Is this the apocalyptic third sword? Samsara Sword Emperor muttered to himself. Whoosh! Before anyone could react, the hidden star sword had already stabbed out. The seemingly light sword reversed time and space, and sword qi swept out. Buzz! The monstrous sea of blood, under the control of the hidden star sword, swept across the entire sacred palace. Countless cracking sounds came from the sea of blood. Withdraw! Seeing this, Fang Chen shouted softly and withdrew the hidden star sword. The monstrous sea of blood gradually disappeared. The 9 palace masters were dumbfounded. What they saw was the battered and exhausted sacred palace. The 9 people could still feel that the sacred palace was shaking, and there were signs of cracks on the surrounding walls. This, Palace Master Wood Green sucked in a cold breath, his heart trembling. The restriction made by an Emperor Realm Sovereign was actually cracked by Fang Chen's sword. How terrifying was this sword? It was unimaginable. After a long time, the 9 Palace Masters came to their senses. While Palace Master Mu Qing was amazed, he found that Samsara Sword Emperor had entered a state of epiphany. Everyone exchanged glances and then quickly left the sacred palace. Phew! Everyone let out a sigh of relief and looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. Was that the Apocalypse third sword you used just now? Palace Master Woodgreen hurriedly asked. Fang Chen nodded. That's right. It is indeed the apocalyptic third sword. Why do I feel that when you attacked, space-time became chaotic? I lost control of my body, and the surrounding space became incomparably chaotic? Asked Palace Master Woodgreen. The apocalyptic third sword is called reversal. It means to reverse time and space. Strictly speaking, this move is a perfect fusion of sword Dao and time Dao. Fang Chen explained. When I use this move, the sword qi will sweep through space and time, completely controlling the space around the enemy. With a thought, I can send the enemy to my sword. Upon hearing this, Palace Master Woodgreen and the others trembled even more. In a battle between experts, everything was decided by a hair's breadth. Just think about it, an enemy in the middle of a battle suddenly had the space around him become chaotic. Before he could react, he would be struck. This was an extremely terrifying move. Of course, this move won't have much effect on an Emperor Realm ruler. The true power of this move is the endless power of Sword Dao. Fang Chen's eyes flashed. While reversing time and space, the power of Sword Dao is constantly output. Moreover, the power consumed is constantly reduced as the power of Sword Dao is output. When I use the same apocalyptic sword technique, I will consume at least half of my power when I use the second sword. When I use the third sword, I only need 30% at most. This, everyone present was a quasi-emperor expert, so they naturally understood what Fong Chen meant. They looked at Fong Chen with complicated expressions. After a long time, Palace Master Woodgreen said, "Our sacred palace has no leader. Only we palace masters maintain the order of the ancient chaos. However, we can't go on like this. Palace Master Fong has stepped into the quasi-emperor realm and comprehended the apocalyptic third sword. Your battle strength is comparable to an emperor realm ruler. You are worthy of being called the strongest person in the ancient chaos." Palace Master Woodgreen paused for a moment before continuing. "I think that Palace Master Fong is qualified to be the leader of the human race. The reason why the human race hasn't been able to fully control the ancient chaos for countless years is because there hasn't been an absolute leader." Palace Master Fire Dome said, "The Umber Ghost race has been killing the elites of the human race. We can't just sit and wait for death. Palace Master Fong is fully qualified to be the leader of the human race." "That's right. If there is a leader, the human race will be more cohesive. It will be beneficial to the development of the ancient chaos and speed up the evolution of the human race." Other than the Samsara Sword Emperor who was in an epiphany, the other 8 palace masters all supported Fong Chen. Originally, Fong Chen had planned to decline. After all, he didn't like to be tied down and wholeheartedly pursued the peak of the martial way. However, after experiencing the war with the apocalyptic demon emperor and the Gu clan, he finally understood. "In that case, I will accept this heavy responsibility," Fong Chen said. "We pay our respects to the leader." With Palace Master Woodgreen leading the way, the other 8 palace masters bowed. Fong Chen knew that the moment he became the leader, the task on his shoulders would become even heavier. Palace Master Woodgreen and the others chatted with Fong Chen for a while before quickly leaving. The appearance of a leader of the human race was of the utmost importance. The sacred palace naturally had to announce it to the world. Therefore, Palace Master Woodgreen and the others left in advance to make preparations. After waiting for countless years, a leader had finally appeared. How could they not be excited? Looking at the backs of Palace Master Woodgreen and the others leaving, Fong Chen clenched his fists tightly, golden light flashing in his eyes. At his level, he could naturally see the internal and external troubles of the human race. The seemingly powerful human race was in imminent danger. As a member of the human race, and as someone who owed the sacred palace a great debt of gratitude, he had no choice but to take on this heavy responsibility. The heavy responsibility of the rise of the human race had to be borne by someone. With his current battle strength comparable to an emperor ruler, there was no doubt about it. Several days later, a piece of news spread throughout the primordial chaos, causing countless cultivators to cry out in surprise. The 10 palace masters of the sacred palace had discussed and decided that Fong Chen would be the new leader of the human race. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. All the major factions and sect were in an uproar. While they cried out in surprise, they were also very excited. A leader has finally appeared in the human race. Ha ha ha, from now on, the human race will completely rise. Fong Chen's strength is indisputably the strongest in the primordial chaos. He is the best choice to be the leader. At the same time, news spread from the sacred palace that in 3 months, the sacred realm would hold a banquet and invite the world. At that time, the announcement would be made in the most grand manner. While countless people were celebrating, the ghost race could no longer sit still. The news from the sacred palace was extremely unfavorable to them. Chapter 3368. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the entire primordial chaos was in an uproar. Countless cultivators were cheering, waiting for the arrival of the grand banquet. As for the main character, Fong Chen, he was very calm. After all, he was now the #1 expert in the primordial chaos. Being in such a high position made him feel a little cold. Buzz. In a mansion, a sword light suddenly soared into the sky. The hidden star sword let out a loud sword hum that resounded through the sky. Gotcha! In the next moment, Fang Chen's figure flashed and time reversed. The sword light pierced through the void, creating powerful ripples. Whoosh! The void ripples quickly dissipated. Fang Chen also withdrew his aura and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. As expected of the Armageddon sword art. It's too profound. In 3 months, I've only comprehended a part of its mysteries. The Armageddon third sword art contained 9 sword daos. After 3 months, Fang Chen had comprehended 6 of the sword daos. There were still 3 sword daos that Fang Chen had not comprehended. If I can comprehend the last 3 sword daos, I can be considered to have truly mastered the Armageddon third sword art. Fang Chen muttered to himself. At this moment, his communication jade pendant rang. When he heard the message, his face instantly turned solemn. Okay, I'll be right there. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Fang Chen shuttled through the void and arrived in the sacred palace. Palace Master Wood Green. Fang Chen looked at Palace Master Wood Green anxiously. In the message just now, Palace Master Wood Green had told him that he had found one of the 7 rare materials. You've found the Dragon Fire Yun Ink Flower? Palace Master Wood Green nodded. During this period, my sacred palace has been secretly searching for the materials you need. Finally, not long ago we found a trace of it. The Dragon Fire Yun Ink Flower is in the possession of a rogue cultivator. As they spoke, Palace Master Woodgreen told Fang Chen about the rogue cultivator. He wants to see me in person? Fang Chen was a little surprised, but quickly agreed. Everything was for the sake of the Dragon Fire Yun Mo flower. This is his transmission token. Palace Master Woodgreen handed the transmission token to Fang Chen. Soon, Fang Chen contacted the rogue cultivator. I'm Fang Chen. Fang Chen went straight to the point. Not long after, a deep voice came from the communication pendant. Palace Master Fang, the Dragon Fire Yun Ink Flower that you want is in my hands. If you want it, come to the Sky Sword Domain alone and look for me. How is it? Palace Lord Woodgreen asked. He asked me to go to the Sword Domain to find him. Fang Chen said. Palace Master Woodgreen's expression changed as he muttered to himself. Could this be a scheme of the Dark Shadow Spectre clan, luring you to the Sword Domain and then killing you? Thinking of the Dark Shadow Spectre clan, Palace Master Woodgreen's expression turned completely serious. The Dragon Fire Yun Mo flower is rare in the world. Even a sovereign emperor might not be able to obtain it. Our sacred palace doesn't have such a huge foundation, so how could a mere rogue domain lord obtain it? I think there's something fishy about this matter. Although the time for the banquet hadn't arrived yet, Palace Master Woodgreen already considered Fang Chen the leader of the human race. He definitely wouldn't let the human race's leader take the risk. I must go. Fang Chen said firmly, don't worry. I have some attainments in the Tao of spacetime. Even if I can't defeat them, I can escape. If I want to escape, there aren't many in the primordial chaos who can stop me. Fang Chen was very confident in his own strength. If he used the apocalyptic third sword at full strength, his battle strength was comparable to a sovereign emperor. He didn't believe that the Dark Shadow Spectre clan had a sovereign emperor. If that was the case, they wouldn't have fought with the sacred palace for so many years. How about this? The 9 of us palace masters will go with you. Palace Master Woodgreen thought for a moment. Fang Chen shook his head. That rogue cultivator had clearly told him that he could only go alone. It's not good for too many people to go. I'll go alone and act according to the circumstances. Fang Chen said. The Sword Domain was relatively far from the Saint Domain. This was the holy land of sword cultivators. All martial artists revered the Tao of the sword. Even the children's dream was to become a great swordsman. A mountain peak towered into the clouds. From afar, it looked like a heaven-shaking sword that had fallen from the heavens and stabbed into the ground. It was surrounded by a terrifying aura of the Tao of the sword. No one was able to approach this Sword Mountain. Legend had it that a World King powerhouse had tried to enter Sword Mountain, but as soon as they approached, they were strangled to death by the surrounding sword energy. Since then, Sword Mountain had become a forbidden land of the Sword Domain. Everyone who spoke of it paled. On a mountain peak 10,000 miles away from Sword Mountain, two sword cultivators were fighting. Pung pung pung. One of them was a World King and the other was a World Lord. Bang. After a fierce battle, the World King grinned. "I'm not fighting anymore. You're really abnormal. Although your realm is higher than mine, your foundation is unstable. Moreover, the Tao of the sword that I cultivate is much stronger than yours." The World Lord nodded. Xiao. Just as the two of them were talking, a sword light suddenly pierced through the sky and shot into the distance. Not good. The two of them felt the terrifying sword energy coming from the void and immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. What a strong sword energy! After a long time, the two of them slowly recovered and climbed up to look into the distance. A domain lord? No, even a domain lord can't release such a tyrannical sword energy. Could it be a quasi-emperor? The two of them looked at each other and then looked into the distance. That direction was where Sword Mountain was. Someone is entering Sword Mountain. The two of them said at the same time. In the void, Fong Chen stepped on his sword and quickly arrived in front of Sword Mountain. When he passed through the restrictions of Sword Mountain, he didn't encounter any obstruction. "I'm here." Standing at the peak of Sword Mountain, Fong Chen said. Rip. Not far away, a man in gray robes appeared. This person's body exuded a strong sword energy. "Your domain Lord Zhua? It's my honor to be remembered by Lord Fong." Domain Lord Zhua said in a hoarse voice. "Do you have the fire dragon ink flower?" Fong Chen asked. Domain Lord Luo took out a black flower from his bosom. Illusory fire dragons could be seen coiling around the 9 petals of the flower. Fong Chen recognized the fire dragon ink flower at a glance and was overjoyed. "Tell me what you want. As long as it's not too much, I'll do my best to fulfill it for you," Fong Chen said. In fact, with his current strength, no one would say anything even if he took it by force. However, this was his character. "I'm sure Palace Lord Fong knows how precious this fire dragon ink flower is? Back then, I went through a lot of hardships and narrowly escaped death to obtain it." "Just say it," Fong Chen said. "All right, since Palace Lord Fong is so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush." Domain Lord Zhua nodded. "I want to exchange this fire dragon ink flower for 100,000 divine pills." Fong Chen frowned.